Chapter 251, Unstoppable, Battle with the Qin Emperor, 2. It had been many days since he crossed Hang Pass. He didn't believe that the Qin Emperor hadn't received news of it. The current situation could only mean that Great Qin was doing it on purpose. Is the Qin Emperor too confident or too stupid? Zhou Shu looked in the direction of the capital. In that case, I won't waste time. Qin Emperor, I'm coming. The light in Zhou Shu's eyes soared. He stomped on the ground and shot into the sky with a sonic boom. Boom! As Zhou Shu soared into the sky, powerful auras soared into the sky from all directions, trying to stop him. You can't stop me unless you attack together. Zhou Shu's long laugh echoed in the air. The sword light soared, and with a few clinking sounds, a few figures descended from the sky. Zhou Shu's figure had already disappeared. The great Qin experts looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Is he even human? He was attacked by first-rank martial artists, but he didn't get hurt at all. What was his technique that made his body golden? Zhou Shu used the riding on cloud and wind technique to soar into the sky. He traveled at a tremendous speed toward Great Qin's capital. Just as he was 100 miles away from the capital, the Qin Emperor suddenly raised his head. A light flashed in his eyes, and his body swayed. The next moment, he was already in midair. Another flash, and he was gone in the air. Su Shi, who had already returned to Great Qin's capital, looked up and saw the Qin Emperor's actions. He was aghast. Your Majesty, no! Su Shi turned into a streak of fire and flew out of the city. Boom! Zhou Shu looked at the Qin Emperor who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't appear surprised at all. Your Majesty, Zhou Shu said slowly. You Marquis, the Qin Emperor said in a low voice. I didn't expect you to be such an expert. You flatter me, Your Majesty, Zhou Shu said. You should know why I came, right? Great Qin's Tiger Leopard Wolf Cavalry attacked our Great Xia diplomatic mission and caused us to suffer heavy casualties. Your Majesty, do you want to give me an explanation? Do I need to explain my actions? The Qin Emperor said coldly. That's right. I sent them. If you want revenge, defeat me. With a bang, a monstrous aura surged from the Qin Emperor. For a moment, the ground shook, and the sky seemed to be about to collapse. Zhou Shu was slightly surprised. He had recently fought with many first-rank martial artists, but their auras were far inferior to the Qin Emperor's. The Qin Emperor was terrifying. Zhou Shu's expression turned solemn as he reached for the hilt of the Great Destroyer sword. Just as Zhou Shu and the Qin Emperor were about to attack, a flame suddenly sped over. Su Shi's figure appeared in the air and shouted anxiously, Your Majesty, you must not. You Marquis, if you want to fight, I'll fight with you. He rushed to them, stood between them, and stretched out his arms. Move aside, the Qin Emperor said coldly. Su Shi, do you think I can't defeat this brat? Your Majesty, as an unrivaled expert, no one is your match. But you can't unleash your full strength now, or the consequences will be unthinkable. Su Shi said anxiously. I know what I'm doing. He's just a kid. I don't need to use my full strength. Move. The Qin Emperor stepped forward and approached with a powerful aura. Su Shi and Zhou Shu felt as if the sky was about to collapse, and it even became difficult to breathe. Lord Su, step aside, Zhou Shu said solemnly. He unsheathed the Great Destroyer sword and slashed forward with lightning speed. A strong force came from behind and pushed Su Shi to the side. A long sword had appeared in the Qin Emperor's hand at some point. He raised his hand and slashed down. Waves of sword energy surged toward Zhou Shu. Rumble! A loud bang sounded, and energy spread in all directions. Zhou Shu's pupils constricted as the Great Destroyer sword groaned in his ears. Although the Great Destroyer sword was powerful, it was only a yellow-grade weapon. The sword in the Qin Emperor's hand was an out-and-out heaven-grade weapon. In the past, Zhou Shu's strength had an absolute advantage. The shortcomings of his weapons couldn't be seen, but the Qin Emperor's strength was not inferior to Zhou Shu's. As a result, the difference in weapons was obvious. Zhou Shu never expected that as a forging master, he would be suppressed by someone in terms of weapons. This Qin Emperor was strong enough. Sword chi crisscrossed, and countless sword beams pierced through the sword light of the astounding heavenly 18 swords technique and landed on Zhou Shu's body. Zhou Shu's body lit up with an incomparably pure golden color. When the sword beams landed on his body, they made clanging sounds, but they didn't even cut his skin. A look of surprise flashed across the Qin Emperor's face, but his hands didn't stop moving. His wrist trembled slightly, and the longsword once again flashed like a sky full of fireflies as it shot toward Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu knew that both his astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique and the Great Destroyer sword were inferior to the Qin Emperor's sword cultivation and longsword. If he persisted, the Great Destroyer sword would probably be destroyed here. Clang! The Great Destroyer was sheathed. The Qin Emperor and the spectating Zhou Shu were both slightly stunned. In a battle, wasn't it courting death to put one's weapon away? A hint of embarrassment and anger flashed across the Qin Emperor's eyes. Zhou Shu is so arrogant. Is he looking down on me? With a low shout, the sword energy emitting from his sword became even more violent. Zhou Shu also shouted, and the golden light on his body became even more dazzling. In the eyes of the Qin Emperor and Zhou Shu, it was as if an inverted bronze bell had appeared around Zhou Shu. Buzz! Boundless sword chi landed on the bronze bell with a deafening sound. It actually blocked the attack. Zhou Shu looked up and let out a long cry. He punched forward. With a bang, space seemed to collapse from the force of his punch. Black space cracks appeared in the air. His fist instantly arrived in front of the Qin Emperor. The Qin Emperor swung his sword, and the blade blocked Zhou Shu's fist. Boom! The heaven-grade sword produced an exaggerated bend, almost breaking. The curved sword collided with the Qin Emperor's chest. The Qin Emperor grunted and retreated. Your Majesty! Zhou Shu exclaimed. Flames wrapped around his body, and he wanted to attack. Zhou Shu took a step forward and shouted, Your Majesty, do you think that you can do whatever you want and force your will on others just because you're strong? Now, what do you think? I want to ask you. How will you give me an explanation for the deaths of more than 10 people from Great Xia? He stomped and punched again. The Qin Emperor snorted coldly, and his sword chi erupted again. They both took a step back from the impact. With your ability, do you think you have the right to question me? The Qin Emperor snorted. You're not strong enough, far from enough. The Qin Emperor shouted, and his body suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. The light soared from his body and formed a dazzling pillar of light. The moment the pillar of light appeared, Zhou Shu felt endless power surge in from all directions and pour into the pillar of light. Then through the pillar of light, it surged into the Qin Emperor's body. The aura on the Qin Emperor's body rose steadily. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached an unbelievable height. Your Majesty! Zhou Shu shouted, looking anxious. Zhou Shu frowned. The true chi in his golden bell shield surged, and his entire body seemed to have turned golden from the inside out. His arms shook, and a dragon's roar seemed to sound from his body. Zhou Shu even felt that there were dragon-shaped shadows circling around his body. Come on! Zhou Shu shouted heroically. They both charged forward. There was a rumble, and dazzling light collided as if 2 tiny suns had exploded in the air. Even with Zhou Shu's powerful cultivation, he was still forced back hundreds of feet by the destructive impact. He revealed a shocked expression. Chapter 252 The Imperial Cauldron, Side-by-Side King, 1. Boom! Zhou Shu and the Qin Emperor collided. Countless sword chi crashed into his body and destroyed his meridians and muscles. Even with an invincible body, wounds still appeared under the invincible sword chi. Since Zhou Shu was injured, the Qin Emperor wouldn't be unscathed. The power of the 13th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique erupted without reservation. The Qin Emperor felt as if a mountain had rammed into him. His chest tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Zhou Shu saw a strange scene. The Qin Emperor's body seemed to have become transparent in an instant, and a palm-sized cauldron appeared in his body. The cauldron was covered in dense cracks, seemingly about to shatter at any moment. The cauldron emitted rays of light extending from the Qin Emperor's body into the void. In Zhou Shu's spiritual perception, these rays of light were like a large net seeping into the earth and extending into the distance. Boom! Just as Zhou Shu saw this, he suddenly heard a loud bang. Then he felt the ground shake. The ground within his vision was trembling violently. For a moment, it was as if an immense earthquake had erupted. The Qin Emperor spat out another mouthful of blood. With a loud shout, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged into his body from his pores, turning into surging spiritual essence that poured into the almost shattered small cauldron. The small cauldron trembled violently. Every time it trembled, the earth and mountains shook. Shock flashed across Zhou Shu's eyes. Is this a mysterious power? That small cauldron can actually directly affect the mountains and rivers of Great Qin? The Qin Emperor roared. He appeared a little miserable. His hair was disheveled, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. At this moment, if Zhou Shu attacked, he could probably kill him with a single strike. But Zhou Shu didn't take advantage of the situation. He stood there and didn't continue attacking. Su Shi had already transformed into a streak of fire and appeared beside the Qin Emperor. Almost without any hesitation, a fire dragon appeared in Su Shi's hands. The fire dragon entered the body of the Qin Emperor and circled around the small cauldron quickly. 8 Quaint Fire Divine Art. The flames continued to seep into the small cauldron, and the trembling of the small cauldron gradually decreased. But the situation of the Qin Emperor didn't improve. He kept bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his aura kept dropping. An anxious look flashed across Su Shi's eyes. He looked up at Zhou Shu and said in a low voice, "You Marquis, please help." "Me? Lend a hand," Zhou Shu said. "Lord Su, you seem to be mistaken. We're opponents now, not friends. Why should I help you?" "You Marquis, there's no time to explain," Su Shi shouted while controlling the fire dragon. "If anything happens to His Majesty, the entire world will be in chaos. At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. As long as you help, I will be responsible for the casualties of the Great Xia diplomatic mission. Even if I have to pay with my life, I won't say anything." Crack! The small cauldron in the Qin Emperor's body let out a soft sound. The sound was like thunder in Zhou Shu's ears. He saw a clear crack appear on the small cauldron in the Qin Emperor's body. Almost at the same time, the earth rumbled. A deep crack appeared in the ground. The crack was thousands of miles long, spreading far and wide. The shouts of Great Qin's experts came from all directions. With this, it was unknown how many casualties would appear in Great Qin. Zhou Shu frowned. "This is the Imperial Cauldron? This Imperial Cauldron actually has such power? Will its destruction directly affect the ley lines of Great Qin? To help or not to help?" Almost instantly, Zhou Shu made a decision. He would help them. Zhou Shu didn't like the overbearing style of the Qin Emperor and the others. But, every debt has its debtor. It was fine if he fought to the death with the Qin Emperor and the others, but it had nothing to do with the ordinary citizens of Great Qin. Zhou Shu wasn't a saint, but he couldn't watch countless civilians suffer without doing anything. "Lord Su, what should I do?" Zhou Shu said. Although he had decided to help, the premise was that he didn't put himself in harm's way. If he endangered himself, even if it would affect all the citizens of Great Qin, he wouldn't sacrifice himself to save them. "Use the iron smelting hands technique to help me repair this cauldron," Su Shi said loudly. Even now, he still didn't say the name of the cauldron. Zhou Shu knew what he was thinking. The matter of the Imperial Cauldron was very important. If he had any ill intentions, all of Great Qin would collapse. At that time, it wouldn't be far from the destruction of the country. This was also one of the reasons why they had been unwilling to directly seek Zhou Shu's help. The Imperial Cauldron was very important. How could they let outsiders come into contact with it? But now, the Qin Emperor's explosive combat strength had triggered the collapse of the Imperial Cauldron in advance. Su Shi was unable to stop its collapse and could only ask Zhou Shu for help. Knowing that the matter was urgent, Su Shi didn't hesitate. He quickly told Zhou Shu what he needed to take note of in order to repair the Imperial Cauldron. As Zhou Shu listened to Su Shi, the legendary armament cannon suddenly appeared in front of him. The pages rustled and turned to a blank page. As if a paintbrush was waving, an image quickly appeared on this page. Chapter 253 The Imperial Cauldron, Side by Side King, 1. Divine Artifact, Imperial Cauldron. Zhou Shu only saw these few words. The legendary armament cannon seemed to struggle to write the following content, and even the content that had already appeared quickly disappeared. The page went blank again. Zhou Shu frowned slightly. This situation was similar to when he was in Yu Prefecture. That time, the contents of the legendary armament cannon flashed and disappeared. It was as if the legendary armament cannon couldn't withstand this content yet. Ever since standard weapons appeared on the legendary armament cannon, there was no longer any pattern for when it added new weapons. When Zhou Shu developed his own weapon, there would be an additional page in the legendary armament cannon. When he came into contact with a complete secret forging formula, there would also be an additional page in the legendary armament cannon. Now, he had only come into contact with the existence of the Imperial Cauldron, and it almost appeared in the legendary armament cannon. He still couldn't understand the logic behind it. But this wasn't important. The most important thing now was to help Zhou Shu stabilize the collapse of the Imperial Cauldron in the Qin Emperor's body. This Imperial Cauldron was a divine artifact above a heaven-grade weapon. With Zhou Shu's current forging ability, he was powerless to repair it. Fortunately, he only needed to help Zhou Shu. With a thought, Zhou Shu's hands instantly turned into the color of flames. He reached out and pressed his hand onto the Qin Emperor's chest. The Qin Emperor's body seemed to disappear. Zhou Shu felt as if he had touched the Imperial Cauldron. The iron-smelting hands emitted a scorching heat while Zhou Shu's fingers touched the crack. Boom! Zhou Shu shouted and drove the 8 quaint fire divine art even more. The Qin Emperor let out a pained groan, and his face was pale. However, his eyes were wide open, and there was a hint of madness in them, but there was no lack of determination. A strange feeling flashed through Zhou Shu's heart. As his palm touched the crack in the cauldron, a strange force seemed to remain in the crack. Threads condensed from flames stitched up the crack in the cauldron like a wound. Zhou Shu drove the iron-smelting hands technique and completed this step with Zhou Shu's guidance. The Qin Emperor's body was trembling slightly, and a low roar came from his throat. Even with the will of the Qin Emperor, he couldn't help reacting like this. One could imagine what kind of pain he was enduring. Zhou Shu knew very well that if he wanted to kill the Qin Emperor now, it would be a piece of cake. It could even be said that he could easily destroy Great Qin. As long as he shattered this cauldron, Great Qin would definitely collapse and become hell on earth. How bold of Zhou Shu to invite him to help! He was placing the life and death of the Qin Emperor and Great Qin in the hands of an outsider. If Zhou Shu had any bad intentions, the fall of Great Qin would be imminent. Zhou Shu pondered, but his movements were steady. He had a grudge against Great Qin, but it was not to the point of destruction. Taking advantage of others was not something a man should do. While Zhou Shu and Zhou Shu were working together to repair Great Qin's Imperial Cauldron, figures kept landing around them. They were the experts of Great Qin. They surrounded the three of them. Everyone held their breaths and focused. They didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that they would disturb the three of them. Rumble! There were still thunderous sounds under the earth, but the shaking gradually slowed. After what seemed like an eternity, the thunderous sound finally faded. A dazzling light suddenly erupted from the Qin Emperor's body. Rays of light seeped into the ground, forming an indescribable net that enveloped the territory of Great Qin. After a long time, the light on the Qin Emperor's body gradually faded. He looked like his normal self again. Except for his slightly pale face, he looked just like he always did. "Your Majesty," the surrounding experts said in unison. The Qin Emperor waved his hand to dismiss him. His gaze wasn't on these people but on Zhou Shu, who was not far away. Zhou Shu saw the Qin Emperor's gaze and revealed a self-deprecating expression. "Do you want to continue fighting?" Zhou Shu said. He had heard a lot about kicking someone to the curb when they'd outlived their usefulness. Now that so many of Great Qin's experts had gathered, it seemed that a fierce battle was inevitable. But he wasn't afraid. With his perfected Golden Bell Shield technique, even if he couldn't defeat these people, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill him. Unless they all had the peak combat strength that the Qin Emperor had erupted with previously, it would be difficult for their attacks to break through his Golden Bell Shield. The Qin Emperor didn't speak or attack. He stared straight at Zhou Shu. The atmosphere became a little oppressive, and everyone's breathing seemed to have disappeared. Some were secretly accumulating strength. Once the Qin Emperor gave the order, they would attack Zhou Shu. Some were conflicted. They didn't know if they should attack. Wang Mu was one of them. There were also some who were already prepared to dissuade the Qin Emperor. One was Zhou Shu. After a moment, the Qin Emperor said slowly, "There's no need to fight anymore. Even if you and I continue to fight, nothing will come of it but mutual destruction." The Qin Emperor's words caused a storm in everyone's hearts. They knew the strength of the Qin Emperor. Although they were all first-rank martial artists, the Qin Emperor's strength far exceeded that of ordinary first-rank martial artists. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Qin Emperor alone was stronger than 2 or 3 ordinary first-rank martial artists. By saying this, he was admitting that Zhou Shu's strength was comparable to his. In other words, this young Marquis of Great Xia was one of the strongest existences in this world. In this world, it was still uncertain if there was anyone stronger than the Qin Emperor. In this world, there had always been rumors that the Qin Emperor was the #1 expert in the world. I wouldn't be so sure of that. You've still got so many people here. Give it a try. Maybe you can kill me, Zhou Shu said. Humph, you're underestimating me too much. The Qin Emperor snorted. Even if I want to kill you, I will kill you openly. How can I bully you with numbers? Is that so? Zhou Shu sneered. You can even send people to ambush my Great Xia diplomatic mission. This is no big deal. A trace of anger flashed across the Qin Emperor's face. But he quickly suppressed his anger. With a dark expression, he said, since you've just helped me, I won't hold it against you this time. You contributed greatly to helping me today, 11. I didn't do it to help you. You don't have to feel you owe me anything, Zhou Shu interrupted the Qin Emperor. I'm here to seek justice for my brothers of the Great Xia diplomatic mission who died in vain. You and I are enemies, not friends. This matter is not over. I owe you an explanation for the casualties of the Great Xia diplomatic mission, the Qin Emperor said coldly. I have never owed anyone anything in my life. The same goes for you too. The Qin Emperor raised his voice and declared, from today onward, Zhou Shu will be Great Qin's side-by-side king. When you see him, it will be like you see me. The voice of the Qin Emperor came from afar, and all the experts present heard it clearly. Everyone's expressions became extremely complicated. Surprise and relief flashed across their eyes. At this moment, everyone present was a first-rank martial artist and the higher UPS of Great Qin. They knew the inside story. If not for Zhou Shu's help just now, the imperial cauldron in the Qin Emperor's body would have collapsed. If the imperial cauldron collapsed, Great Qin would have collapsed. He had basically saved Great Qin. Although the Qin Emperor's bestowment was a little excessive, it was understandable. Although the Qin Emperor's situation just now was related to his battle with Zhou Shu, even without this, the imperial cauldron wouldn't have lasted long. Zhou Shu's help now was to continue the legacy of Great Qin. With such a great contribution, it wasn't too much of a reward. Long live your Majesty! Long live your Highness! Everyone cupped their hands and bowed while chanting in unison. Chapter 254, Famous throughout the world, I'm just a forger, 1. Hearing everyone's cheers, Zhou Shu frowned. Qin Emperor, what do you mean? I'm not from your Great Qin. I don't need your conferment. Zhou Shu said. What side-by-side king? He came to Great Qin to take revenge. You don't need to be from Great Qin. Great Qin doesn't need you to do anything, the Qin Emperor said. Whether you accept it or not is your business, but it's up to me if I want to confer the title upon you. Nonsense! Zhou Shu shouted coldly. Qin Emperor, you're injured now. If I attack you today, I'll be taking advantage of you. I'll wait for you to give me an explanation. If you can't satisfy me, I'll come back. Then clouds appeared under Zhou Shu's feet. He used the riding on cloud and wind technique and left. The first-rank martial artists of Great Qin blocking his path dodged, making way for him. Seeing Zhou Shu about to disappear into the sky, the Great Qin first-rank experts said in unison, Farewell, Your Highness. Zhou Shu staggered and almost fell from the sky. He picked up speed, and a moment later, he disappeared from view. Your Majesty, Su Shi came to the Qin Emperor and bowed. Thank you for your hard work, Su Shi, the Qin Emperor said. It's because I didn't do things properly that there are future troubles. Su Shi smiled bitterly. If he had been able to master the iron smelting hands technique in the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. Now that Zhou Shu had personally come to Great Qin's capital, no matter what, Great Qin had lost a lot of face this time. He was secretly impressed. It was truly a stroke of genius for the emperor to confer Zhou Shu as a side-by-side king. If it was known that an outsider had fought their way in from Hang Pass to Great Qin's capital, Great Qin would become a laughing stock. But if it was Great Qin's side-by-side king, it would be interesting. It's not your fault. The Qin Emperor waved his hand. However, you still have to deal with the matters of the Great Xia diplomatic mission. We can't let the side-by-side king come and cause trouble for us again. I understand. Zhou Shu nodded. Do you have any instructions, Your Majesty? Do as you see fit, the Qin Emperor said indifferently. Money is not important. Just make the side-by-side king satisfied. Outside Hang Pass, where the Great Xia diplomatic mission's encampment. Everyone was puzzled when they saw the guards of Great Qin's Hang Pass constantly carrying chests to the entrance of their camp. The Great Xia diplomatic mission had been staying outside Hang Pass for a period of time, and they met the Hang Pass guards frequently. But both sides were relatively restrained. As long as the Great Xia diplomatic mission didn't try to break through the pass, Great Qin's Hang Pass guards would just pretend not to see them. Unexpectedly, on this day, they actually crossed the border and placed chests at the entrance of the Great Xia diplomatic mission camp before turning around and returning. During this period, they didn't say a word. The Great Xia diplomatic mission had no idea what was going on. Chen Ji came to Meng Bai's side and whispered, "Great General." They didn't dare move without knowing what was in the chests. Meng Bai raised his head, and his gaze fell on General Wang Xin in Hang Pass. "This is my Great Qin's explanation to the side-by-side king," Wang Xin said. "Side-by-side king?" Meng Bai frowned. "Don't ask me. I don't know either." With that, Wang Xin rode back to his camp. The Great Xia diplomatic mission looked at each other. "Open them," Meng Bai said with a sunken voice. Chen Ji nodded and rode his horse to the chests. With a slash of the green dragon crescent blade in his hand, a chest was cut into pieces. Golden light dazzled, and gold spilled onto the ground. This. Heavy breathing sounded. Many people stared blankly. There had to be thousands of taels of gold all over the ground? This was only one chest. There were several more chests here. Who is the side-by-side king? And what explanation? Meng Bai and the others were puzzled. Zhou Shu didn't know that the Great Qin military was faster than he was. Of course, it was mainly because he wasn't traveling at full speed. After leaving Great Qin's capital, he walked unhurriedly toward Hang Pass. This time, no ignorant people jumped out to block his way, and he lost many opportunities to kill. When he passed by Hang Pass, Zhou Shu didn't see Wang Xin. He wondered if he was deliberately avoiding him or something. Marquis. Zhou Shu. As soon as Zhou Shu appeared, Yin Wu and the others rushed out of the camp to welcome him. "Are you all right?" Yin Wu tugged at Zhou Shu's sleeve and sized him up. "I'm fine. Not even a scratch." Zhou Shu smiled. Only then did Yin Wu realize that she had lost her composure. She let go with a blush and hid behind Lu Wen's huang. "You Marquis, you're too impulsive." Meng Bai smiled wryly. Zhou Shu had managed to break into Great Qin alone because the Qin Emperor was overconfident. If it were any other emperor, Zhou Shu would have probably faced an entire army. Zhou Shu smiled. Meng Bai said this because he didn't know him. If they knew him, they would know that the last thing he feared was an army. With his perfected Golden Bell Shield technique, even if he couldn't defeat an army, he could still escape. "You're right, Great General." Zhou Shu smiled. "I couldn't control myself for a moment and got hot-blooded. But fortunately, other than the Qin Emperor, the other experts in Great Qin are only so-so." Meng Bai. "Are you serious? The experts of Great Qin are only so-so?" Thinking of the achievements of the Great Destroyer Sword in the Yellow Great Armament Manual, Meng Bai felt that what he said made sense. Although they were very curious, no one asked Zhou Shu why he was so strong. Chapter 255, Famous Throughout the World, I'm Just a Forger, 2. "You Marquis, did you encounter Great Qin's side-by-side king?" Meng Bai asked. Over the past few days, he had thought about it, but he couldn't figure out when Great Qin had a side-by-side king. The gold was still piled in the camp. Meng Bai didn't let anyone touch it. Side-by-side king. Zhou Shu's face darkened. "Why do you ask, Great General?" Meng Bai explained briefly. "Distribute the gold as compensation for our brothers who died in battle." Zhou Shu sighed. The dead couldn't be revived. This gold could always give their loved ones some comfort. As for revenge, the tiger leopard wolf cavalry had suffered a lot of casualties that night. This was an unresolvable feud. Compensation. Meng Bai frowned. It's just compensation. There's no problem. Zhou Shu didn't intend to elaborate on this issue. What side-by-side king? Zhou Shu didn't take it to heart at all. Did they think he was stupid? How many side-by-side kings on earth in his previous life had a good ending? He was living well in Great Xia. How could he abandon his foundation in Great Xia and come to Great Qin for a nominal title? Meng Bai looked at Zhou Shu as if he had thought of something, and his eyes flashed with shock. He couldn't understand how this could happen. Seeing Meng Bai's expression, Zhou Shu knew that he might have guessed it. He shrugged a little helplessly. Great General, Great Qin won't find trouble with us again. Let's set off. Great Xia has obtained the right to host the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Let's bring this good news back to Great Xia as soon as possible. Meng Bai nodded with mixed feelings. He really didn't know how to treat Zhou Shu now. Back then, when he first met Zhou Shu had still been a mere forging apprentice. At the time, he had wanted to nurture Zhou Shu. Later, when he returned from the southern borders, Zhou Shu had already become the Marquis. How long had it been? Not only was Zhou Shu's martial strength comparable to a first-rank martial Dao cultivator, but he had also inexplicably become Great Qin's side-by-side king? In that case, was he considered a citizen of Great Qin or Great Xia now? From the looks of it, he was more inclined toward Great Xia. After some thought, Meng Bai ordered the Great Xia diplomatic mission to set off. The rest of the journey could only be described as smooth sailing for the Great Xia diplomatic mission. Along the way, they didn't even encounter a single thief. It was much smoother than when they first came to Great Qin. While the Great Xia diplomatic mission was still on the way, the news that Zhou Shu had become Great Qin's side-by-side king had already spread. When Zhou Shu fought his way from Hang Pass to Great Qin's capital, apart from Great Xia and Great Wei, the diplomatic missions of the other countries had yet to leave Great Qin's capital. Many people had watched the battle between Zhou Shu and the Qin Emperor. In addition, Great Qin intended to make this matter known, so the news that Great Qin's side-by-side king was Zhou Shu quickly spread throughout the world. In the imperial palace of Great Xia, Emperor Yuan Feng looked at the news in front of him and was silent for a long time. Great companion, do you think I was wrong to let Zhou Shu go to Great Qin? Emperor Yuan Feng said in a low voice. Standing behind him, Eunuch Zhao said, Your Majesty, you did nothing wrong. Who would have thought that the Marquis would be so capable? Even after receiving the news, Eunuch Zhao couldn't believe that the Marquis was such a fierce person. He had defeated 6 first-rank experts from Great Qin and fought to a draw with the Qin Emperor. Such results were simply unbelievable. Side-by-side king. The Qin Emperor actually made this move. Emperor Yuan Feng sneered. You're trying to poach someone from my Great Xia. This is intolerable. Eunuch Zhao smiled bitterly. The Qin Emperor is really generous. Great companion, do you think that Zhou Brat will come back? Emperor Yuan Feng asked with an ugly expression. The diplomatic mission sent back news that the Marquis is on his way back with the diplomatic mission, Eunuch Zhao said. Issue the decree. Emperor Yuan Feng pondered for a moment and said, I want to head to the border personally and welcome the return of the warriors of my Great Xia diplomatic mission. That old fellow, the Qin Emperor, wants to steal my Great Xia's people. Just because I don't show my might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Do you think you can poach my Great Xia's people so easily? Dream on. I won't see them. In the future, refuse all such requests. Zhou Shu had a headache. The after-effects of being too high-profile finally surfaced. Before he even returned to Great Xia, there was already an endless stream of people visiting him. These people weren't here to challenge Zhou Shu. At first, Zhou Shu was in a good mood and even met a few people. In the end, they kept trying to get close to him or ask for weapons. Later on, Zhou Shu became impatient and left everything to Shi Songtao. Shi Songtao, the deputy envoy of the Great Xia diplomatic mission, took a share of the money and took on a few jobs. Now, he felt like he was about to become Zhou Shu's personal steward. Shi Songtao was envious as he muttered about rejecting a new batch of visitors. Who wouldn't want to be famous? It'll be fine when we get back to Great Xia, Yen Wei comforted Zhou Shu. When you reach Great Xia, there won't be so many people bothering you. Is that so? Zhou Shu said. He didn't feel that way. When the time came, more people would probably come. When the Huaxia pavilion was built later, he had to strengthen it so that people couldn't approach it so simply. I just want to be a forger. That's all. Why do you want me to suffer the distress of becoming famous? Zhou Shu sighed and shook his head helplessly. You Marquis, you've become famous overnight. Everyone knows about you. Meng Bai smiled. This is normal. Now, it's just people visiting you. In the future, all kinds of trouble will come knocking on your door. If you're too famous, many things are inevitable. Who would dare cause trouble? Yin Huiyu glared at him angrily. With the Yu Marquis' current situation, there are countless envious people. Who doesn't want to become famous by using him as a stepping stone? Meng Bai said. I've already fought my way to Great Qian's capital. Who would dare to use me as a stepping stone? Zhou Shu said. Why did he fight his way through Great Qian so openly? Wasn't it just to show off his strength and make those who wanted to cause trouble back off? Ordinary people naturally don't dare. However, you fought the Qin Emperor to a draw, so some arrogant people will probably want to defeat you and prove their strength. After all, not just anyone can challenge the Qin Emperor, Meng Bai said. Not anyone can challenge the Qin Emperor, but they can challenge me easily. Zhou Shu said. I have to accept a challenge just because they challenge me? They can go to hell. I'm just a forger. Don't challenge me. Meng Bai smiled but said nothing. Things in the world were not that simple. There was no shortage of people who were unafraid of death in order to become famous. Never mind all that nonsense. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Zhou Shu shook his head. Great General, do you remember the heavenly halberd I mentioned? Yes. Meng Bai nodded, his face darkening. Back then, in front of Wang Mu, Zhou Shu had said that Meng Bai's weapon was the heavenly halberd and that the heavenly halberd was stronger than Wang Mu's sword. He had been so embarrassed. He had never even seen the heavenly halberd. Well, when I said that the heavenly halberd was stronger than Wang Mu's sword, I was bragging, Zhou Shu said. Meng Bai's eyelids twitched a few times. Isn't that obvious? How could a yellow-grade weapon be stronger than a heaven-grade weapon? In the hands of someone like you, who can't be deduced by common sense, a yellow-grade weapon can fight a heaven-grade weapon. Even Meng Bai couldn't defeat an expert of the same level who held a heaven-grade weapon. However, my heavenly halberd is really not bad. Although its grade is a little low and might not match your status as a first-rank expert, do you want to consider using it? Zhou Shu asked. You really have the heavenly halberd? Meng Bai said in surprise. Of course. I never joke about forging, Zhou Shu said. I'm just cultivating the martial Dao for fun. I'm serious about forging. Great General, do you want the heavenly halberd? If not, I'll give it to someone else. Chapter 256, Great Xia, King of the South. Meng Bai looked at Zhou Shu and praised him inwardly. Any other young man would probably be a little arrogant now. At such a young age, his martial Dao cultivation was already almost invincible. He was Great Qian's side-by-side king and Great Xia's Marquis. No matter which title it was something that ordinary people couldn't attain in their entire lives. However, not only was Zhou Shu not complacent, but he also felt that this reputation was dragging him down. When he was famous, he was not immersed in this glory. Instead, he was focused on forging. At this time, he was still in the mood to discuss weapons with him. Perhaps this was why he had achieved so much. How could such a person not achieve anything? Zhou Shu's enthusiasm for forging also deeply infected Meng Bai. Where's your heavenly halberd? Could you let me take a look first? Meng Bai didn't hastily agree to buy Zhou Shu's heavenly halberd. Speaking of which, although Zhou Shu was famous for forging, he was only a forging master. Even if he had almost taken over the yellow-grade armament manual, it didn't change this fact. The weapons he forged now were only yellow-grade. Many years ago, before Meng Bai was injured, the weapon he used was already earth-grade. Now that he was a first-rank martial artist, it wasn't difficult for him to obtain a heaven-grade weapon with his status and cultivation. If he used a yellow-grade weapon now, it would be a burden to his own strength. It was not an exaggeration to say that a yellow-grade weapon wouldn't be able to unleash his strength. To put it bluntly, to first-rank martial artists, yellow-grade weapons were no different from toys. Wang Mu liked the Overlord spear purely because he liked it. He had a famous sword at the top of the heaven-grade armament manual, so he didn't need other weapons. He wanted the Overlord spear purely for fun. Unlike Wang Mu, Meng Bai didn't have a weapon. What he lacked now was a weapon that could match his strength, not a toy. He knew that Zhou Shu had brought a few large boxes with him when he left Chang'an. He had taken the Overlord spear from those boxes. Meng Bai was curious about what other weapons he had in the boxes. Of course. Zhou Shu smiled. You definitely have to see it before buying it. The heavenly halberd is only one step away from completion. I'll let you take a look at it later. Zhou Shu wasn't just saying this. In the following days, he directly entered a carriage and didn't even show up to eat. Everyone could only see faint flames flashing inside the carriage. The greatest benefit of cultivating the iron smelting hands technique was that Zhou Shu could forge weapons at any time. Of course, with his current cultivation in the iron smelting hands technique, he couldn't forge a weapon anytime, anywhere. But if it was only positioning the stars, it wasn't a big problem. As the Great Xia diplomatic mission gradually approached the border of Great Xia, Zhou Shu finally walked out of the carriage. Meng Bai immediately saw the weapon in Zhou Shu's hand. Just like Wang Mu, he was moved. The weapon was 12 feet long, and there seemed to be the spirit of the 8 Desolates fire dragon on the long rod. It was hot to touch, and the sharp tip of the halberd revealed an incomparably ruthless killing intent. The four-edged blade seemed to contain the power of Asura, mind-charming and bloodthirsty. This was an out-and-out killing weapon. No general could resist its temptation. Great General, what do you think of this heavenly halberd? Zhou Shu said. Before he went to Great Qin, he had spent countless efforts to forge 2 weapons. One of them was the Overlord spear sold to Great Qin's Great General Wang Xin. And the other was the heavenly halberd. Zhou Shu had originally planned to find a fierce general in Great Qin to take in as a worker, but the series of events in Great Qin made him unable to find a suitable candidate. Even so, the heavenly halberd had already been forged. He couldn't just leave it there. Letting Meng Bai have it was not the best choice, but it was better than the weapon being useless in his own hands. On his horse, Meng Bai took the heavenly halberd and waved it a few times. His spiritual essence surged, and the heavenly halberd shone brightly, as if a fire dragon was accompanying it. It was murderous. What a pity! Meng Bai tried a few times, a look of pity crossing his face. If this weapon were a heaven-grade weapon, it would definitely have a place in the heaven-grade armament manual. When my forging skills improve in the future, it will become a heaven-grade weapon, Zhou Shu said confidently. As the number of weapon kills increased, the legendary armament cannon would unlock the ability to upgrade weapons. At that time, Zhou Shu would be able to upgrade these weapons. What other forgers couldn't do was no problem for him. Meng Bai hesitated for a moment, then said reluctantly, "This heavenly halberd is very good. However, it doesn't suit me. It can't emit the glory it deserves in my hands. You should find another master for it." He reluctantly returned the heavenly halberd to Zhou Shu. With Meng Bai's status, there was naturally no problem in buying a yellow-grade weapon. But this was not how Meng Bai saw the problem now. Great Xia was not as powerful as Great Qin. It would be a waste to just keep a good weapon in his hands. To Meng Bai, this heavenly halberd should be used to increase the strength of Great Xia. This was its optimal path. Chapter 257, Great Xia, King of the South, 2. That's too bad. This was the first time Zhou Shu had encountered someone giving up a ranked weapon to someone else. But he was long past the stage of worrying about the sale of weapons. If Meng Bai didn't want it, there were plenty of others who would. It was no exaggeration to say that countless people wanted the weapons he forged. Zhou Shu put away the heavenly halberd indifferently and asked, "Great General, which general in Great Xia do you think is suitable for this heavenly halberd?" There are many generals in Great Xia who are used to using such weapons. Meng Bai pondered for a moment and casually said a few names. "I'll get them to look for you later. As for the exact transaction, you can discuss it with them. I won't interfere." After asking Meng Bai about the generals, Zhou Shu stopped talking about the heavenly halberd. Instead, he talked to Meng Bai about the weapons in the army. After a few more days, the Great Xia diplomatic mission finally crossed the border between Great Liang and Great Xia and returned to Great Xia. Dragon Banner. Just as they turned at the foot of a mountain, Meng Bai's expression suddenly changed slightly. "Father!" Yin Wuyu also exclaimed. Ahead, large groups of men and horses appeared. The dragon banner representing the emperor fluttered, emitting a fierce wind. His Majesty is here. Zhou Shu was also surprised. While everyone was stunned, the troops in front of them were already moving toward them. Congratulations on your triumphant return, children of Great Xia. A voice filled the sky. Congratulations! Thunderous voices boomed. The figures of Great Xia's civil and military officials appeared in front of them, cupping their hands at the Great Xia diplomatic mission. Emperor Yuanfeng also appeared on a chariot. His expression was serious as he cupped his hands and bowed slightly to the Great Xia diplomatic mission. On behalf of Great Xia, thank you, heroes. The dignified ruler of a country bowed to the members of the diplomatic mission in public. This scene made the eyes of everyone in the Great Xia diplomatic mission turn red. They bowed in unison. Long live your Majesty! This scene made Zhou Shu's blood boil. Although he knew that this was just a show put on by the emperor, he had to admit that it felt comfortable. His Majesty has decreed that the diplomatic mission has earned Great Xia the right to host the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament and has achieved great merits. Eunuch Zhao's voice sounded in the air. The diplomatic mission's official envoy, Zhou Shu, has made great contributions. He has been conferred the title of Great Xia's King of the South and a fief of 10,000 households. The deputy envoy of the diplomatic mission, Shi Songtao, has worked hard and contributed greatly. He has been conferred the title of Earl. Deputy Envoy Lu Wen's Huang. Eunuch Zhao continued to announce the decree. Almost everyone in the Great Xia diplomatic mission was rewarded. Shi Songtao and the others felt like they had ascended to the heavens. Thank you, Your Majesty! Shi Songtao screamed especially loudly. His goal this time was to get some credit. He didn't expect that he would get a watermelon when all he wanted was a sesame seed. I, Shi Songtao, am now an earl? In the future, others will have to call me Earl. An Earl might not be too high in rank, but it was an honor. Many in the diplomatic mission were as excited as Shi Songtao. The commander of the guards, Chen Ji, was promoted by 1 rank. Demon Executing Army Lieutenant Yin Chengshan was promoted by 1 rank. Divine Constable Yang Hong was promoted by 1 rank. Apart from Zhou Shu and the expressionless Lu Wen's Huang, everyone was overjoyed. He knew that he would be rewarded for his meritorious service this time, but he didn't expect the reward to come so quickly and unexpectedly. After Eunuch Zhao finished announcing everyone's rewards, he paused and said in a deep voice, Diplomatic Mission Advisor, Meng Bai. From today onward, you will be reinstated and continue to lead the 3 armies of Great Xia. Great General, Great Xia still has to trouble you. Emperor Yuanfeng's voice sounded. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Bai was stunned for a moment before bowing with a responsible expression. He was actually a little embarrassed now. Back when he went to Great Qin, he had gone with the intention of dying on the way. At the time, with his injuries, it was unlikely that he would return alive. But now, not only had his injuries recovered, but his cultivation had even improved. It turned his retirement into a joke. Could someone like him really retire? Now that Emperor Yuanfeng had given him a way back, he could only take the opportunity to accept. As for the rest, he would talk about it later. Congratulations, Your Highness! Yin Huiyu blinked mischievously and smiled at Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu deliberately straightened his face and said seriously, His Majesty is too petty. He actually didn't reward you, Grand Minister. I have to suggest it to His Majesty later. Yin Huiyu stuck out her tongue, her eyes filled with sweetness. King of the South. A voice sounded in Zhou Shu's ear. Zhou Shu was stunned for a moment before realizing that someone was calling him. The name King of the South gave Zhou Shu a special feeling. He always felt like a conscientious scumbag. He suspected that Emperor Yuanfeng did it on purpose. Did you call me? He looked around, and his gaze landed on Lu Wen's Huang. Lu Wen's Huang was expressionless, but her eyes flickered. After returning to Chang'an, I want to spar with you again. This time, I hope you can use the astounding heavenly 18 swords technique. Spar? Are you not afraid of death? Zhou Shu rolled his eyes inwardly. No, thank you. I'm not interested. Are you looking down on me? Lu Wen's Huang said coldly. I've gained some insights on this trip. In a few months at most, I'll be able to break through to the 2nd rank of the martial Dao. At that time, I might have the chance to defeat you. We'll talk about it when you break through to the 1st rank, Zhou Shu said in annoyance. Before anyone else challenged him, Lu Wen's Huang had come to join in the fun. Indeed, Meng Bai was right. He wasn't able to scare off anyone with his achievements in Great Qin. There would be plenty of such challenges in the future. Break through to the first rank. Lu Wenshuang's gaze suddenly became a little strange. She sized up Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu felt like she wanted to strip him naked. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Shu said angrily, don't even think about it. Impossible. Lu Wenshuang said nothing. She turned her head and spurred her horse forward. For some reason, Zhou Shu felt a chill run down his back. He scratched his head. What danger could he be in with his current cultivation? Before he could think further, Emperor Yuanfeng had already arrived in front of him. Emperor Yuanfeng kept a straight face and said indifferently, well done. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty, Zhou Shu said. I've already arranged for people to start building your Huaxia pavilion according to the blueprints you left. The imperial court will bear all the expenses, Emperor Yuanfeng continued. His face remained expressionless, as if he wanted to be nice to him but was desperately trying to maintain his dignity. Zhou Shu was secretly delighted. The imperial court is paying to help me build the Huaxia pavilion? What a good thing! I saved money. Saving money is making money. Emperor Yuanfeng is quite considerate. Father Yin Huiyu stuck out her tongue. She was in the wrong for running away from home this time. Humph! Emperor Yuanfeng snorted arrogantly and didn't even look at her. Emperor Yuanfeng walked up to Meng Bai and smiled. I'm glad that you're better, Great General. It's a joyous event. It was obvious that the smile on Emperor Yuanfeng's face was sincere. Your Majesty. Meng Bai was touched. I can still accompany Your Majesty for a while. With you around, I can sleep in peace, Emperor Yuanfeng said. Your Majesty, this 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, Meng Bai said. Emperor Yuanfeng shook his head. Everyone is tired after returning from a long journey. Let's rest for the night and talk about this after returning to Chang'an. Emperor Yuanfeng raised his voice, I have prepared delicious food for everyone. Today, we are not separated by status. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. A thunderous cheer resounded. Zhou Shu looked at the scene in front of him. Compared to the domineering and arrogant Qin emperor who had almost brought Great Qin to its doom, he felt that this somewhat indecisive and arrogant Emperor Yuanfeng was more likable. This was probably one of the reasons he wanted to stay in Great Xia. He turned his head just in time to see that stunning smile. Chapter 258, Did you forge the Great Destroyer sword? Your Highness, our Ministry of Works started building it according to the blueprints you left, an official from the Ministry of Works said to Zhou Shu carefully. Our Ministry of Works has dispatched our most skilled craftsmen to ensure that your thoughts are realized, Your Highness. The rank of this Ministry of Works official wasn't low. But facing Great Xia's new king of the south, he couldn't put on any airs. The person in front of him was not only Great Xia's king of the south but also Great Qin's side-by-side king. This had never happened before. Becoming kings of 2 nations at the same time was something they would never dare to do in their dreams. Ever since the news that the king of the south was Great Qin's side-by-side king, the emperor had issued a death order that the Huaxia pavilion had to be built according to the blueprints that Zhou Shu had taken out back then. If the construction failed, everyone in the Minister of Works could retire. Therefore, the most important thing for the Ministry of Works these days was the construction of the Huaxia pavilion. The blueprints that Zhou Shu left had actually been randomly scribbled by him. Later, Meng Bai had modified them slightly, but most of them still didn't meet the requirements for actual implementation. Still, there was no shortage of talent anywhere. The capable craftsmen of the Ministry of Works planned the building based on Zhou Shu's idea without changing the general foundation. Previously, when he went to look for the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Works had rejected his plan. To put it bluntly, his status at the time was still not high enough. Build according to this. Zhou Shu nodded in satisfaction. How long will it take to finish? The first phase will be finished within 6 months, the Ministry of Works official said. Very good. You must ensure the quality. Don't ignore the quality in order to catch up with the schedule, Zhou Shu said. Don't worry, Your Highness. If anything goes wrong, you can do whatever you want to me, the Ministry of Works official promised. Zhou Shu made his rounds before riding back to Chang'an. After the diplomatic mission returned to Great Qin, Zhou Shu became famous and had an endless stream of visitors. In the end, he closed his doors and refused all visitors. As for the diplomatic mission, he didn't interfere much. After he returned, Shi Songtao and the others naturally went to do the handover. Apart from getting more visitors, being conferred the title of King of the South didn't affect Zhou Shu much. At least he felt that his life hadn't changed much. His Marquis mansion had changed to the King of the South mansion. It had to be said that the standard of his residence was a little high to begin with. Now that it was used as a king's residence, it wasn't too shabby. On the other hand, his mansion's steward was stunned by the sudden news. He was promoted from a marquis steward to a king's steward. Other than Zhou Shu, he might be the fastest promoting worker in history. This change made the steward feel a little uneasy at first. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to do a good job as a steward. Later, he realized that his master didn't seem to have changed much. He didn't care much about food, clothes, and travel. Other than forging, he only read books every day. Perhaps it was this kind of strictness that allowed Zhou Shu to have his current achievements. After returning to the King of the South residence from the construction site of the Huaxia Pavilion, Zhou Shu saw a familiar figure. "Hey, isn't this Earl Shi? Why are you so free to come here?" Zhou Shu smiled. He had once dreamed of being Shi Songtao and knew that this fellow's personality was just like his image. He was pretentious. Shi Songtao bowed solemnly. "Greetings, Your Highness." After bowing, he straightened his back. "Your Highness, I wonder if what you said before still stands." "What did I say?" "That if I join the Huaxia Pavilion, you will impart your star-fixing technique to me," Shi Songtao said with a serious expression. Although there were problems with his personality, his pursuit of forging was genuine. "Of course it still stands." Zhou Shu smiled. "Great." Shi Songtao's expression was firm as he said in a deep voice, "Then, Your Highness, I'll join the Huaxia Pavilion." "Wait." Zhou Shu smiled. "Not just anyone can join the Huaxia Pavilion. I'm Great Xia's #1," Shi Songtao blurted. He looked at Zhou Shu and swallowed his words. "All right, I'm the former #1 forging genius of Great Xia. Your Highness, I can already forge black-grade weapons. In the future, forging earth-grade weapons will not be a problem," Shi Songtao said. "In fact, within 5 years, I'm certain that I can forge a heaven-grade weapon and become a grand craftsman." Shi Songtao looked proud. As a forger, he had his pride. In terms of forging talent, he might be slightly inferior to Zhou Shu. But in terms of forging, he was one step ahead of Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu had yet to forge a black-grade weapon. It wasn't that Shi Songtao was bragging, but the first 36 workshops would be overjoyed if he was willing to join any of them. "So what?" Zhou Shu said casually. "If you want to join the Huaxia Pavilion, you have to follow my rules." Shi Songtao took a deep breath before saying, "All right then. What conditions must be met to join the Huaxia Pavilion?" To others, it naturally requires an assessment. Chapter 259, Did you forge the Great Destroyer Sword? 2. Zhou Shu smiled. "Old Shi, we've been through thick and thin together. How can I not trust you?" Shi Songtao was stumped by Zhou Shu. What does he mean? "So, can I join the Huaxia Pavilion or not?" However, nothing can be done without rules, Zhou Shu continued. "We still have to go through the necessary procedures. How about this? Our Huaxia Pavilion now has a yellow-grade weapon called the Heavenly Halberd. If you manage to sell it, you'll pass the test." "What?" Shi Songtao's eyes widened. "I'm a forging master. I should be forging, not selling. Besides, do I need to sell ranked weapons? Others have to beg me to buy them. Since when did forging masters need to promote ranked weapons? Martial artists would fight over any ranked weapons. As long as Zhou Shu spread the word, countless people would come to the Huaxia Pavilion. Isn't this a process?" Zhou Shu smiled. "How can it be simple? However, I have a request. You can't just find any random buyer. The Heavenly Halberd needs to be matched with a peerless general." Previously, Meng Bai had introduced a few people to him, but Zhou Shu was not too satisfied. Ever since he met Wang Xin, Zhou Shu had become a little picky. Even workers had to be cultured. Otherwise, if he didn't see any benefits from the legendary armament cannon, wouldn't he have worked for nothing? "All right," Shi Songtao reluctantly agreed. The Shi family had some connections in the military. This wasn't a difficult matter. Shi Songtao hesitated before asking, Your Highness, I have a question. Ask away. Zhou Shu didn't mind. It was up to him to answer. Your Highness, did you also forge the Great Destroyer sword? Shi Songtao looked at Zhou Shu. Yes, Zhou Shu said casually. He had already exposed most of his strength, so he naturally didn't care about such a small matter. No wonder, Shi Songtao muttered under his breath. No wonder such an expert would use a yellow-grade weapon. Your Highness, your senior brother discovered you because of the Great Destroyer sword, right? Zhou Shu was stunned before he realized what he was saying. He looked at Shi Songtao strangely. Shi Songtao is so honest. Now, not many people really believe that I have a senior brother. Does he actually believe it? Indeed, what bad intentions can a forger have? That's right, Zhou Shu said perfunctorily. Your Highness, I am truly convinced now. Shi Songtao cupped his hands. You forged the Great Destroyer sword. In that case, the top 10 weapons in the current yellow-grade armament manual are all your weapons, Your Highness. No one has done such a thing since the creation of the armament manual. Just because no one has done it doesn't mean we can't do it. Old Shi, join the Huaxia Pavilion. The first lesson I'm going to teach you is that a man must take responsibility. If others can do it, we can do it. Even if others can't, we can do it. Otherwise, why would they need our Huaxia Pavilion? I've gained knowledge, Shi Songtao said sincerely. Shi Songtao was really convinced by Zhou Shu now, even if Zhou Shu's current forging level was actually inferior to his. But this level also depended on how one made use of it. He could forge black-grade weapons, and Zhou Shu had yet to forge a black-grade weapon. From the evaluation of forgers, his level was higher. But the yellow-grade weapons that Zhou Shu forged now occupied the top 10 of the yellow-grade armament manual. In terms of forging yellow-grade weapons, not to mention Shi Songtao, even grand craftsmen were far inferior. Zhou Shu had achieved an unprecedented record. The top 10 of the yellow-grade armament manual. Before Shi Songtao left, he suddenly thought of something and stopped to ask, Your Highness, does our Huaxia Pavilion want to participate in this 10 nations martial arts tournament? Can I not attend? Zhou Shu said. He had heard the forging division usually sent people to participate in the 10 nations martial arts tournament. He had never cared much for these matters. Moreover, his identity was limited previously. Most of the information he had access to was just gossip. He could only treat it as a story and not take it seriously. Given your status, you don't have to participate if you don't want to, Shi Songtao said. Zhou Shu was not only Great Xia's king of the south but also Great Qin's side-by-side king. He now had full authority to decide some things. Is that so? Zhou Shu rubbed his chin and pondered. Old Shi, do you think it's better for the Huaxia Pavilion to participate in the 10 nations martial arts tournament or not? Me? Shi Songtao was surprised, but he still said, I'm definitely willing to participate. The 10 nations martial arts tournament is a good opportunity to contribute to the country. It's also an opportunity for an individual. Your Highness, back then, you agreed to a bet to help Great Xia reclaim the 2 prefectures and become a marquis. This kind of thing is possible in the 10 nations martial arts tournament. If you make a contribution to the 10 nations martial arts tournament, it's not impossible for you to be bestowed a title. Shi Songtao's eyes were full of longing. In the past, he had thought that it would be enough if he could get a title. An earl was something he hadn't even dared to think about before. But now, after seeing Zhou Shu's achievements, his horizons had widened. Right now, he wanted to fight to become a marquis. He, Shi Songtao, also wanted someone to call him Marquis Shi one day. I don't think I need any anymore, Zhou Shu mumbled. Comparisons are odious. He was still thinking of fighting to become a marquis, but a certain someone had already been conferred the title of a king. There seemed to be no more way up. With that in mind, there was really no need for him to participate in the 10 nations martial arts tournament. No matter how great the credit, he couldn't possibly be promoted again. Old Shi, is the 10 nations martial arts tournament the same as our Great Xia military parade? Zhou Shu asked, are we forgers also competing in forging? If that was the case, he had no interest in participating. I don't think so. Shi Songtao shook his head. The 10 nations martial arts tournament is a competition of actual combat. We forgers join as a reserve force. We are responsible for providing and repairing weapons for the army. Our Great Xia participates in workshops. Every workshop supports an army. I see. Zhou Shu pondered. In that case, he was interested. Wouldn't it be a great opportunity to recruit some workers? Moreover, the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament was actual combat. Since it was actual combat, there would definitely be a chance to kill. Even with his current identity, it wasn't easy to make an entire army work for him without a specific opportunity. His eyes began to glow. Old Shi, you've already said that participating in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament is an opportunity to contribute to the country, Zhou Shu said. We are deeply indebted to the country. How can we not step up when the country needs us? Yes, we must participate. Zhou Shu said passionately, even if there are only us 2 forgers in the Huaxia pavilion, we have to participate. Even if there are only 2 of us, we can still support the military supplies of an entire army. Old Shi, are you confident? Yes. Shi Songtao shouted. I will follow your highness to the death. What death? We're forgers, not combatants. No matter what, we won't die. But since we are participating in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, we still have to think of a way to find out what the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament is all about. In order to support an army, we have to choose the army with the most combat missions. Only then can we show the strength of our Huaxia pavilion. Your Highness, you are right. Shi Songtao was full of admiration. This was the king in his heart, the new number 1 forging genius of Great Xia who surpassed him. Chapter 260, The Truth of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, The Holy Land, 1. You want to know about the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament? Meng Bai looked at Zhou Shu in surprise. With your current status, you actually don't need to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. I don't see why not, Zhou Shu said. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the country. Since I'm a member of Great Xia, isn't it normal for me to help Great Xia? Meng Bai laughed. That makes sense. After laughing, he resumed a serious expression, but you have to know that the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament is very dangerous. It's inevitable that there will be casualties. Back then, I was seriously injured in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. If it weren't for you, I would probably be dead by now. General, do you think I will be in danger? Zhou Shu smiled. It wasn't that he was bragging, but even if he ran to the middle of a battlefield and came out again, he would probably be unharmed. Meng Bai shook his head and said solemnly, I know that you're strong and not weaker than the Qin Emperor. But even someone as strong as the Qin Emperor doesn't dare to take the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament lightly. The 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament isn't as simple as you think. Meng Bai seemed to remember something, and his eyes flashed with fear. Zhou Shu was a little surprised. Rumor had it that Meng Bai had been injured because he had been besieged by experts of the other 9 nations during the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Now, it seemed that there was something else going on. Experts of the other 9 nations wouldn't make Meng Bai feel frightened. Meng Bai was Great Xia's god of war. Over the years, he had fought many times with the armies of the 9 nations. What secrets are there to the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament? Even if there's danger, can it threaten me, a logistics personnel? I'm participating in the martial arts tournament as a forger, Zhou Shu asked curiously. Meng Bai froze. He had almost forgotten this. He subconsciously treated Zhou Shu as a combatant, mainly because Zhou Shu's achievements were too impressive. He had fought from Hang Pass to Great Qin's capital alone and defeated 6 first-rank experts of Great Qin. In the end, he had even fought the Qin Emperor to a draw. With such shocking strength, who would think that martial artist was only his secondary profession and that his true identity was actually a forger? Meng Bai smiled bitterly in his heart. Geniuses are truly unreasonable. Many people couldn't reach the peak in their lives, but it was just a side job to him. If you're participating as a forger, although it's still dangerous, it's manageable, Meng Bai said. Forget it. You'll have to hear about this sooner or later. Do you know the origins of the so-called 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament? Meng Bai asked solemnly. Isn't it true that the founding emperors of the 10 nations set up an alliance to prevent the land from suffering? Zhou Shu asked. That's just a rumor. Meng Bai shook his head. The truth of things is often not so beautiful. The reason the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament is held is not that the emperors of the 10 nations are so benevolent. Look at the 10 nations. Whether they are strong or weak, no one has ever initiated a war of national destruction. Do you think none of these monarchs want to unify the land? No. It's not that they don't want to, but they just can't and don't dare. Is there something or someone above the 10 nations that the emperors fear? Zhou Shu asked. You could say that, Meng Bai said. But this existence isn't someone. The 10 nations exist because the world needs the 10 nations to exist. This matter is important, so the nations have always kept it a secret and not let the people know. On this land, there is a demon realm, Meng Bai said with a solemn expression. The demon realm has always wanted to invade the world we're on. The demon realm is powerful and far beyond our ability to resist. The reason we can still exist now is that a senior expert forged the 10 imperial cauldrons and used the 10 nations' luck and terrain to form a seal to block the demon realm from the land. This is why the 10 nations have always existed. In order to maintain the integrity of the seal, there must be the 10 imperial cauldrons. None of them can be missing. Therefore, even if there are disputes between the 10 nations, no one dares to start a war of national destruction. Otherwise, if one of the 10 imperial cauldrons is missing, the seal will no longer be complete. At that time, the demon realm will be able to invade this world, and the 10 nations will face a calamity. Meng Bai didn't hold back because Zhou Shu's current identity was qualified to know some secrets. Does the 10 nations martial arts tournament have something to do with this? Zhou Shu asked. He thought of Great Xia's imperial cauldron. This imperial cauldron had almost shattered back then. Fortunately, he had helped back then. Otherwise, the entire world would have suffered? Did the other countries know that Great Xia's imperial cauldron had been damaged? Great Wei seemed to have discovered some clues, so they tested Great Xia. What about the other nations? How did such a powerful divine artifact, the imperial cauldron, get damaged in the hands of the Qin emperor? Zhou Shu pondered as Meng Bai continued. 10 imperial cauldrons formed a seal and sealed the land we were on, making it difficult for the demon realm to invade. But the demon realm's desire to destroy us hasn't died. Every 10 years, their attacks on the seal reach a limit. At this point, if we ignore it, the demon realm will break the seal, and then they can march right in. Therefore, every 10 years, the 10 nations will join forces and use the 10 imperial cauldrons to open the seal. We will let in a portion of the people from the demon realm and destroy them. This way, the power of the demon realm to attack the seal will be consumed, and the seal formed by the 10 imperial cauldrons can be reinforced again and last for another 10 years. Chapter 261, The Truth of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, The Holy Land, 2. Let the people of the demon realm in? Doesn't that mean that whichever nations hold the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament will become a battlefield? Zhou Shu asked. Then, why are the nations fighting over the right to host this event? There's something else going on here, Meng Bai explained. We don't put the people of the demon realm in our land. The imperial cauldrons are extremely mysterious. Opening the seal will place the people of the demon realm into an independent space formed by the imperial cauldrons. That space is neither the demon realm nor our world. It's extremely mysterious. Meng Bai sighed. The 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament will be held in that space. It won't affect our world. Moreover, when the seal is opened, a large amount of spiritual qi will flow in from outside the seal. This will greatly increase the concentration of spiritual qi in the host country. I understand. Zhou Shu nodded. In the 10 nations, each nation has an imperial cauldron. The 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament is to open up an independent space and place the people of the demon realm inside. Then we go in and destroy these people, reducing the power of the demon realm to attack the seal, thus maintaining the seal's integrity. Right. Meng Bai nodded. Great General, what kind of existence is the demon realm? Are the people you mentioned demonic beasts? Or people like us? Zhou Shu asked after some thought. Both, Meng Bai said. That's not right either. The demon realm should be full of demonic beasts, but some of them can take human form. This is somewhat different from the demonic beasts of our world. Are they related to the demonic beasts we have here? Maybe, maybe not, Meng Bai said. We know very little about the demon realm, or rather, almost nothing. Although we have fought for many years, we have never captured anyone from the demon realm alive. Not only are the people of the demon realm powerful, but they also have violent personalities. If they know that they are no match for them, they would rather self-destruct than be captured. There was once an expert of ours who tried to enter the demon realm to gather information during the 10 Nations martial arts tournament, but he never returned. No one knows if he's dead or alive. So now, we know almost nothing about the demon realm. No one knows what kind of world it is and why they insist on invading our world. No one can say for sure. Meng Bai sighed. Even the senior who left behind the Imperial Cauldrons doesn't know. The forger of the Imperial Cauldrons is also a mystery. Meng Bai shook his head. He glanced at Zhou Shu and seemed to see his confusion as he continued, "It's not that I don't know, but neither does His Majesty. Now, you can understand. The 10 Nations martial arts tournament is extremely dangerous. Even as first-rank martial artists, the people of the demon realm are stronger than us. Moreover, they seem to have existences above the first rank." Meng Bai said in a low voice, "Back then, I was attacked by a power above the first rank. I was lucky not to die, but I also lost my cultivation and had been merely surviving for many years." Above the first rank? Zhou Shu frowned. As far as he knew, there didn't seem to be any experts above the first rank in the 10 Nations. If there were really experts above the first rank in the demon realm, how could the 10 Nations stop them? Actually, I'm not sure if it's true or not. But in order to kill the other party, the 10 Nations mobilized 10 first-rank martial artists. After the battle, all 10 first-rank martial artists died in battle, but they only severely injured this person. In the end, he still escaped back to the demon realm. When Meng Bai thought of the scene back then, his eyes were still full of fear. The trauma of what had happened back then was too great. Kill 10 first-rank martial artists. Zhou Shu was speechless. His current strength was stronger than ordinary first-rank martial artists. But he couldn't fight 10 first-rank martial artists at the same time and kill them. Could there really be a realm above the first rank of the martial Dao? There's no need to worry too much about this. Meng Bai shook his head. This kind of expert only appeared once in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. Moreover, King of the South, you're a forger. Even if you go to the 10 Nations martial arts tournament, you don't need to go to the battlefield under normal circumstances. A forger's duty is only to replenish weapons lost in battle. Relatively speaking, it's quite safe. I see. There was no fear on Zhou Shu's face. Instead, he was faintly excited. The more dangerous it was, the better. Anyway, he wasn't going up to fight. The more dangerous it was, the more opportunities there were to kill. If 80 to 100 workers were thrown onto the battlefield of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament, wouldn't the benefits from the legendary armament cannon directly take off? Zhou Shu felt his body tremble slightly. He was too excited. Initially, he thought that the first rank of the martial Dao was the end. Now that Meng Bai mentioned it, there seemed to be a realm above the first rank. He couldn't stop farming rewards. As long as his workers worked hard, his cultivation would continue to increase. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Great General, how long will the 10 Nations martial arts tournament last? The Imperial Cauldrons are amazing. Meng Bai said. The battlefield space it opens up has a different concept of time. According to past experience, a day in our world is a year inside. In our concept of time, the 10 Nations martial arts tournament is held for 3 days. But in that space, the 10 Nations martial arts tournament lasts for 3 years. In other words, the soldiers participating in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament need to stay in that space for 3 years. Zhou Shu asked. 3 years was not a short time. With his current strength, he should be able to forge many ranked weapons in 3 years. That way, he could recruit more workers. King of the South, are you sure you want to participate in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament? Once you enter the 10 Nations martial arts tournament, you can only come out 3 years later. Meng Bai said seriously, in 3 years, anything can happen inside. 3 days in the outside world was equivalent to 3 years in the space of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. Those were not 3 years of leisurely vacations but 3 years of life and death battles. No one could guarantee that they would survive for 3 years. Over the years, many first-rank martial artists had died on the battlefield of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. Yes, I'm very sure, Zhou Shu said. The more dangerous it is, the more I should go. If we provide more weapons to the soldiers of Great Xia, they will have more chances of winning. Great Xia is fortunate to have you, King of the South. Meng Bai said emotionally. He was really emotional. With Zhou Shu's current status, Emperor Yuan Feng wouldn't force him to participate in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. In fact, if Zhou Shu hadn't displayed his current strength, Meng Bai would have strongly objected to him participating in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. A talented forging master could be of great use in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. But if he died there, the losses would be even greater. He could only create more weapons if he lived, which was a good thing for Great Xia and the entire land. Of course, a large number of forgers were also needed on the battlefield of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. Otherwise, if the soldiers' weapons were damaged and couldn't be repaired or replenished, it would be disastrous if they couldn't stop the people of the demon realm. It was a matter of weighing the pros and cons of letting forgers participate in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. If Zhou Shu didn't have the combat strength to defeat the Qin Emperor, then there was no need to hesitate. Neither Meng Bai nor Emperor Yuan Feng would let him participate in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament because he was too important to Great Xia, and they couldn't take the risk. But now, with his strength, he was relatively safe on the battlefield of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. After all, it was rare to see a demon realm expert who could easily kill first-rank martial artists. Even if there were countless experts from the various nations participating in the war. There was no need for a forger like Zhou Shu to appear. Great General, what if an imperial cauldron is destroyed during the 10 Nations martial arts tournament? Zhou Shu suddenly asked. How is that possible? Meng Bai laughed. Even if a first-rank expert uses a heaven-grade weapon to slash at it, it won't be damaged at all. How can it be damaged? If, Zhou Shu said. Then, Meng Bai frowned and pondered. He said with uncertainty, the battlefield might shatter. The people of the demon realm might attack our world directly. Chapter 262, Benefits from the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, the possibility of improving forging ability, 1. Meng Bai's tone was uncertain. An imperial cauldron breaking, such a thing had never happened before. Before this, it hadn't even occurred to him that the imperial cauldrons could be damaged. After all, with the sturdiness of the imperial cauldrons, even first-rank martial artists with heaven-grade weapons couldn't damage them. If that's the case, won't the people of the demon realm come directly to our Great Xia? Zhou Shu continued. Meng Bai frowned. Although such a thing was almost impossible, as a general, he immediately considered how he should respond if it happened. Countless methods of arranging troops flashed through his mind. Meng Bai finally let out a long sigh. He realized that no matter how he arranged the troops, there was only one outcome. Great Xia would disappear from this world. Not only Great Xia, but all 10 nations would probably become history. In the face of absolute strength, there was no room for any schemes. I hope this never happens. Meng Bai sighed. Zhou Shu pursed his lips inwardly. That might not be the case. It almost happened not long ago. Although he and Zhou Shi had worked together to repair Great Qin's imperial cauldron last time, Zhou Shu could tell that it was still covered in cracks. It might shatter at any moment. It was only a matter of time. If it was as Meng Bai had said, as long as one of the 10 imperial cauldrons broke and the seal disappeared, the 10 nations would face the invasion of the demon realm. It would be a very big problem. Zhou Shu hesitated for a moment but still didn't tell Meng Bai the truth. Great Qin's imperial cauldron could shatter at any moment. Once this news broke, the world would probably be in chaos. Zhou Shu didn't want to face a chaotic world of fighting. I have to talk to the Qin Emperor sometime, Zhou Shu thought. We don't have to worry unnecessarily, Meng Bai continued. The 10 Nations martial arts tournament is dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. Without blood, one cannot become a true warrior. With the experience of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament, the soldiers will all grow into pillars of the country. Meng Bai stood at the height of the country to consider the problem, but Zhou Shu couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Great General, I heard from Shi Songtao that if our Great Xia's forgers participate in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament, they will participate as workshops. Zhou Shu asked. That's right. Meng Bai nodded. The 10 Nations martial arts tournament is a chaotic war. Every team needs a workshop to support them. Understood, Zhou Shu said. In that case, can I decide which team to support? Meng Bai was slightly taken aback. Of course. After all, Zhou Shu wasn't just the master of the Huaxia Pavilion, but he was also the king of the south. What are your requests? Meng Bai asked. Nothing special. Just give me the team with the most combat missions. In the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, the situation on the battlefield was complicated. Before the battle started, even Meng Bai wouldn't know which team would face the most battles. After all, the Demon Realm wouldn't attack according to his arrangements. Therefore, Meng Bai only gave Zhou Shu the information on the Great Xia military forces preparing to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament and let him choose as he pleased. As Zhou Shu flipped through the information Meng Bai had given him, he discovered many people he knew. The original commander of the Heben troops, Cheng Wanli, was actually still alive and was going to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Chen Ji, Yin Chengshan, and others were also among them. His sworn brother, Mi Ziwen, was also participating. And someone he hadn't expected, Sun Gongping. When Zhou Shu had just returned from Great Qin, he had gone to the Marquis Wei Yiwen residence to see Sun Gongping. But Sun Gongping wasn't there. According to Marquis Wei Yiwen, Sun Gongping had run off to train. Unexpectedly, he was also participating in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Zhou Shu had never interacted much with the Demon Executing Army of the 3 armies of Great Xia. The Country Protector Army and Demon Executing Army both had people participating in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Zhou Shu did a simple count. There were at least 100,000 people participating in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. If the 10 nations were all on this scale, it would be close to 1 million people. 1 million soldiers participating in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament at the same time was really terrifying. Interesting. Lu Wen's Huang is actually participating. I have to stay away from her. This woman is a battle maniac. I wonder which man can handle her. Zhou Shu flipped through the information Meng Bai had given him. Then flames burned in his hands and burned the information to ashes. These were all military secrets. If not for his special status, Meng Bai wouldn't have told him. There's a lot of troops to choose from. Zhou Shu rubbed his glabella. I won't choose for now. I'll think about it when the time comes. The demon realm sounds like a very interesting place. If demonic beasts can take human form, doesn't that mean that there are demonic females? I wonder if there would be a lady, Bai. Zhou Shu chuckled. Somewhere in Great Xia, Sun Gongping stood up from his half-squatting position and turned around with a solemn expression. The blood is still warm. He just died not long ago. We should be able to catch up to him soon. Behind Sun Gongping were a few other people. These people were all dressed in martial attire. Their auras were robust, and killing intent appeared between their eyes. These guys are a handful, Sun Gongping said. Chapter 263, Benefits from the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword, the possibility of improving forging ability, 2. A man behind Sun Gongping smiled. These fiends are much harder to deal with than demonic beasts. Although demonic beasts have intelligence, they are not so scheming. Fiends are different. It's the first time you've killed one. You're lucky to have discovered their whereabouts so quickly. When I first joined the Fiend Eradication Army, it took me a whole year to find traces of a fiend. In the end, I almost let him turn the tables. These people were actually from the Fiend Eradication Army. The 3 armies of Great Xia were the Country Protector Army, Demon Executing Army, and Fiend Eradication Army. The Country Protector Army was composed mostly of unranked martial artists, and they mainly took on the army missions. The Demon Executing Army was responsible for dealing with demonic beasts. As for the Fiend Eradication Army, they were responsible for dealing with those who had fallen into the demonic path, which were the fiends that this Fiend Eradication Army soldier mentioned. I'm puzzled. Do these fiends have nothing better to do? They keep thinking about destroying this and that. We should really return them to the furnace and let them be reborn. Sun Gongping said unhappily. Isn't that the mission of our Fiend Eradication Army? The Fiend Eradication Army soldier smiled. Young Marquis, we have to hurry. These fiends are very vigilant. It will be difficult to find them again. The Fiend Eradication Army went on their way. Sun Gongping nodded. We have to hurry. I slept for a while and thought that being a 6th-rank martial artist wasn't bad. I didn't expect that fellow to be able to fight the Qin Emperor to a draw. He drew the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword from behind his back, his face full of killing intent. Let's go. He kicked off and shot into the air. The 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with forging materials knowledge, 100 types. Zhou Shu, who was planning what he would do for the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, suddenly saw a message flash past. Then a ball of light exploded in his consciousness, and information surged into his mind. In an instant, he seemed to have learned a lot. This benefit had less information than before. So before Zhou Shu could feel uncomfortable, the entire process was over. With a thought, he realized that a lot of knowledge about forging materials had appeared in his mind. Fine iron, refined from iron ore. The extraction method. Black iron, smelted from iron ore mixed with several other ores. It's black and hard. Crimson copper, produced from Shaoyang Mountain. It's the color of flames and contains the power of flames. After it is incorporated into a weapon, the weapon would have the power of fire. One material after another, from the source of the forging materials to their appearance, characteristics, and how they were used, it was all very detailed. Good stuff. Zhou Shu was pleasantly surprised. This time, he really liked this benefit from the legendary Armament Canon. Zhou Shu had now mastered the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique. His desire for martial strength was no longer as strong. Instead, he wanted to improve his forging ability. After all, he can't keep forging yellow-grade weapons. As a forger, who wouldn't want to forge a heaven-grade weapon? For forgers, the mastery of forging materials was definitely the foundation among the foundation. In the past, Zhou Shu's foundation wasn't very good. His mastery of forging materials was mostly derived from the weapons in the legendary Armament Canon. Later on, Yan Wuyu had brought some related books for him from the Imperial Library, allowing him to gain a lot of knowledge. He had been deliberately cramming knowledge of the subject. But his progress was very slow. After all, it was difficult to learn it by himself. To be honest, he wasn't even as good as Shi Songtao in this regard. The characteristics and use of forging materials were directly related to the foundation of a weapon. The foundation of a weapon was how many star paths it could withstand. In other words, what materials were used and how the materials were combined were directly related to the upper limit of a weapon. If the wrong forging materials were used and the weapon's foundation was insufficient, then no matter how high the level of star fixing, the weapon couldn't have enough star paths because it couldn't withstand it. Take Zhou Shu's Great Destroyer sword for example. As long as a few more star positions formed a star path, it might become a black-grade weapon. But the number of star paths it could withstand had already reached its limit, and another star position could make it collapse. If he wanted to increase its star position, he had to improve its material first. This was similar to injecting too much spiritual essence into a weak body. The only outcome would be the person exploding and dying. What restricted Zhou Shu's forging ability had never been his star positioning technique but his grasp of forging materials. With his divine sense, positioning stars wasn't difficult for him. The difficulty lay in how to increase the foundation of the weapon through the casting of forging materials. Now, the benefits from the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword would make up for his shortcoming. I've already mastered 100 types of forging materials. No one in the world will be more familiar with them than me, Zhou Shu thought excitedly. Unfortunately, 100 is still too little. There were billions of forging materials in the world, and he only knew 100 types now. But Zhou Shu didn't care. He wouldn't be far from gaining more knowledge on forging materials. I wonder where Sun Gongping went to gain experience. I hope he can complete more kills. That way, I'll have knowledge of more and more forging materials. As long as he gained knowledge of enough forging materials, Zhou Shu felt that he would be able to try forging higher-grade weapons. Sun Gongping is also participating in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. When the time comes, he will definitely complete more kills. Zhou Shu thought happily, with the mastery of these 100 weapons, I can make more preparations. The 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament is a rare opportunity. I can't waste it. Zhou Shu recalled the information about the 100 types of forging materials in his mind. The information kept colliding, and he felt his mind fill with inspiration. These 100 types of forging materials are only the most basic forging materials. It's a little difficult to use them to forge a black-grade weapon, but I can give it a try now. Sun Gongping, you have to work harder. Before the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament begins, whether I can forge a black-grade weapon will depend on you. Before he could finish the thought, a barrage of messages flashed before his eyes. The 7-star Dragon Abyss sword you forged effectively completed a kill. You are rewarded with forging materials knowledge, 10 types. Zhou Shu was overjoyed. Thousands of miles away, Sun Gongping shook off the blood on his sword, looking a little unsatisfied. These fiends are quite arrogant, but they can't withstand our attacks. The other fiend eradication army soldiers were speechless. With so many of us besieging the two of them, how can we blame them for being unable to withstand our attacks? You'll see how crazy they are when you run into large groups of fiends. These people are inhuman when they turn crazy. Young Marquis, let's go, a fiend eradication army soldier said. We've caused a commotion. Even if there are other fiends nearby, they're probably already escaping. We'll have to start from the beginning again. Sun Gongping was a little embarrassed. He had been too excited just now. Otherwise, with so many of them, they could have completely eliminated the two fiends silently. He was still a little inexperienced. The fiend eradication army soldier also realized that he might have said the wrong thing. He smiled and diverted the topic. Young Marquis, the sword in your hand is very powerful. These fiends are also holding yellow-grade weapons, but they were actually cut into half by your sword. Of course. My 7-star Dragon Abyss sword is ranked 10th on the yellow-grade armament manual. Sun Gongping said proudly, my brother forged this for me himself. When we return to Chang'an, I'll introduce my brother to you. When the time comes, you can also change your weapons. I'm not bragging, but my brother's forging ability is. He gave a thumbs up. The fiend eradication army soldiers cheered. Who is your brother, young Marquis? Our Great Xia's king of the south, the master of the forging division's Huaxia pavilion, the #1 forging genius in the world, is my brother. Sun Gongping patted his chest. Chapter 264, The Owner of the Heavenly Halberd, Money Falling from the Sky, 1. Your Highness, this is General Mei Nanchou. Shi Songtao pointed to a large man almost 7 feet tall. Mei Nanchou. Zhou Shu looked at the burly man in confusion. It's Mei Nanchou, Shi Songtao explained. Zhou Shu really wanted to roll his eyes at him. If he didn't know how to explain, then don't explain. Such a big man had nothing to do with pain or suffering. Mei Nanchou, good name. General Mei, it's a pleasure to meet you. Zhou Shu cupped his hands. You can just call me by my name, Your Highness. The burly man scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm not a general. I'm just a small lieutenant of the demon executing army. Such a burly man actually smiled shyly. Isn't a lieutenant of the demon executing army a general? Zhou Shu smiled. I'm acquaintances with your General Yin Chengshan. I can't compare with General Yin. Mei Nanchou waved his hand. His name and personality didn't match his physical size. Just by exchanging a few words, Zhou Shu could tell that Mei Nanchou was an honest person. This description didn't have any negative connotation. On the contrary, Zhou Shu had a good impression of Mei Nanchou. General Mei, what is your current cultivation level? Zhou Shu asked. He could vaguely sense Mei Nanchou's cultivation, but Zhou Shu felt a familiar aura from him. Your Highness, although General Mei's cultivation is only at the 6th rank, he has inborn copper skin and iron bones. Moreover, he has immense strength. His strength is not inferior to a 5th rank expert, Shi Songtao said. Copper skin and iron bones. A strange look flashed across Zhou Shu's face. Suddenly, he raised his arm, and a beam of light pierced Mei Nanchou's shoulder. He moved very quickly. Before Mei Nanchou could react, he was already stabbed in the shoulder by the Great Destroyer sword. Instead of anger, Mei Nanchou looked impressed. Your Highness! Shi Songtao was pale with fear. He really does have copper skin and iron bones. Zhou Shu ignored Shi Songtao and put away the Great Destroyer sword. He saw that there was only a spot of blood on Mei Nanchou's shoulder. It wasn't even considered a light injury. Although he hadn't used much strength in the attack just now, and the power of the Great Destroyer sword had only scratched his skin, his defense could be said to be abnormal. General Mei, are you saying that your copper skin and iron bones are inborn? It's not because of any cultivation technique. Zhou Shu asked. Your Highness, Mei Nanchou said respectfully. I cultivate the demon executing army's cosmic energy as one technique. It doesn't increase my defense. But my cultivation aptitude is very poor. After cultivating for so many years, I still can't break through to the 5th rank. If not for Mei Nancho's loyal expression, Zhou Shu would have thought that he was boasting. A 6th-rank martial artist with poor aptitude? Yin Chengshan was only a 6th-rank martial artist. Unlike a freak like Zhou Shu, a 6th-rank martial artist was not weak. But looking at Mei Nancho's expression, it seemed like he really thought that his cultivation aptitude was poor. Copper skin and iron bones, I see. Since you were born with great strength, let me see it, Zhou Shu said noncommittally. Mei Nancho was a little confused, but he still looked around before walking to the courtyard. With a low shout, he picked up the small mountain in the courtyard. Seeing Mei Nancho seeming to want to throw the small mountain, Zhou Shu hurriedly said, "Okay, I get it. Put it down." He looked at Mei Nancho in surprise, his eyes full of appreciation. "Where did you find such a talent, old Shi?" Zhou Shu asked. "I have my ways," Shi Songtao said proudly. "Your Highness, tell me. Is he good enough?" "Too good." Zhou Shu clapped his hands. "You've gained merit. From now on, you're the Deputy Master of our Huaxia Pavilion." Deputy Master? Shi Songtao was speechless. Does Great Xia have such an official position? Why does it sound like being the Deputy Envoy of the diplomatic mission? In the end, I'm still the head steward? Without waiting for Shi Songtao to speak, Zhou Shu quickly walked out of the room and arrived in front of Mei Nancho in the courtyard. "What weapons do you usually use, General Mei?" "I used to have a yellow-grade saber. But I broke it once when I was slaying demons because of my strength. I'm still saving up." Mei Nancho was a little embarrassed. "A saber?" Zhou Shu said. "It's okay. I have a heavenly halberd. Try it and see if it suits you. If it doesn't work, I'll forge another weapon for you." Shi Songtao was surprised to hear Zhou Shu's words. With Zhou Shu's current status, there were not many people who could make him say this. Mei Nancho didn't think too much about it. He only said shyly, "Your Highness, I can't afford a ranked weapon. Don't worry about the money. Just try it." Zhou Shu waved his hand. "Old Shi, help me bring the heavenly halberd from my room." Shi Songtao rolled his eyes. He knew it. What Deputy Master? It sounded good, but it was actually not the case. He took out the heavenly halberd and threw it to Zhou Shu angrily. Zhou Shu took it and threw it to Mei Nancho. Mei Nancho reached out and caught it with both hands. His arms sank slightly. Chapter 265, The Owner of the Heavenly Halberd, Money Falling from the Sky, 2. He waved it twice self-consciously. A look of surprise crossed his face. In the past, when he used a saber, he always felt that it was extremely light. Now that the heavenly halberd was in his hands, he felt very comfortable. After swinging it a few more times, he liked it even more. After a moment, he stopped moving and asked with a conflicted expression, "Your Highness, how much is this heavenly halberd?" He asked the question carefully, but he actually couldn't come up with much money at all. Although the demon executing army's income wasn't low, he had a big appetite and consumed a lot of cultivation resources, so he couldn't save much money. "You're a soldier worthy of a good weapon. Don't talk about money." Zhou Shu waved his hand. "If you think it suits you, take it for now." "It suits me." Mei Nancho nodded vigorously and said hesitantly, "But I can't afford it." "Why don't you give me some time? I'll pay you back some money every month in the future." "Whatever you want." Zhou Shu waved his hand indifferently. "General Mei, are you participating in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament?" Zhou Shu looked at Mei Nancho and clicked his tongue in wonder. He's indeed a talent. His defense is comparable to between the 6th and 7th level of my Golden Bell Shield technique. He's inborn with it. Even if one cultivated the Golden Bell Shield technique, they might not be able to reach this level in their entire lives. Zhou Shu was overjoyed. If Mei Nancho cultivated the Golden Bell Shield technique, how strong would his defense be? Yes. Mei Nancho touched the shaft of the heavenly halberd lovingly. "That's great." Zhou Shu smiled. "It would be a pity not to nurture such a good seedling." "General Mei." "You can just call me by my name, Your Highness," Mei Nancho quickly said. "Or you can call me Little Chu. That's what my mother called me when she was still alive." Zhou Shu sweated. He really couldn't bring himself to call him Little Chu. "Nancho, I have another unique cultivation technique. Do you want to learn it?" Zhou Shu asked. Mei Nancho was stunned for a moment. But I already have a cultivation technique. Shi Songtao slapped his forehead, speechless. Do you have to hesitate over such a good thing? You should have just answered that you wanted to learn. In order to learn something, I almost sold myself into slavery. How dare you say that you already have a cultivation technique? Zhou Shu smiled even more happily. Such an honest person gave him the greatest sense of accomplishment. The demon executing army's cultivation technique is actually not very suitable for you, Zhou Shu said. If I'm not wrong, you've been stuck at the 6th rank for a long time, right? Yes. Mei Nansha nodded. I've tried very hard, but I just can't break through my bottleneck. Our Grand Commander said that my potential ends here. If I don't have any other opportunities in my life, it will be very difficult for me to cultivate to the 5th rank. Mei Nansha's expression darkened. You don't have to take those words to heart, Zhou Shu said indifferently. After cultivating my cultivation technique, you won't be just a mere 5th rank martial artist. Even if you want to press the Grand Commander of the Demon Executing Army on the ground in the future, it won't be a problem. Press him on the ground? What does that mean? Mei Nansha was puzzled. That's not important. Answer me first. Do you want to learn it? Your Highness, may I ask you a question? Mei Nansha didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Zhou Shu seriously. Ask away. Why are you so good to me? Not only are you giving me a yellow-grade weapon, but you also want to impart your cultivation technique to me. Mei Nansha said with a serious expression, my mother said that money doesn't fall from the sky. Is there something you want me to do? I won't do anything outrageous. Haha. Zhou Shu laughed. It's nothing like that. Nansha, I need a guard during the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Come and be my guard, and the heavenly halberd is yours. I'll also impart the cultivation technique to you. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Mei Nansha looked extremely conflicted. He thought for a moment and slowly placed the heavenly halberd on the ground. I can't leave my brothers in the demon executing army behind. He gritted his teeth, afraid that he could not resist the temptation. He stopped looking at the heavenly halberd and turned to leave. Shi Songtao stomped his foot in anger. Does this guy know what he has missed? Who asked him to leave his brothers in the demon executing army behind? Can't the demon executing army protect his highness together? What a blockhead! Wait. Zhou Shu stopped Mei Nansha from leaving. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. You can still take the heavenly halberd. As for the money, you can give it to me when you have enough. Zhou Shu kicked with his toes, and the heavenly halberd flew toward Mei Nansha. Mei Nansha instinctively caught it. Your Highness! Don't worry. I have no ulterior motives. Zhou Shu smiled. Other than the heavenly halberd, I will also impart that cultivation technique to you. Before you say anything, I naturally have a condition, but it isn't an outrageous condition. Zhou Shu glanced at Shi Songtao. Shi Songtao was speechless. Well, now you think I'm an eyesore, don't you? I'll leave. He left, looking annoyed. Only Mei Nansha and Zhou Shu were left in the courtyard. Zhou Shu's lips curled up as he looked at Mei Nansha's burly figure. Listen carefully. This cultivation technique of mine is called the Golden Bell Shield. Although the name isn't pleasant, it's extremely powerful. If you cultivate it to the extreme, you can have an invincible body. 10,000 troops can march over your body, but you won't get hurt. Without giving Mei Nansha a chance to refuse, Zhou Shu began to explain the cultivation method of the Golden Bell Shield technique. After an unknown period of time, Mei Nansha was in a daze, and the voice in his ear had disappeared. He was extremely shocked. To be able to cultivate to the 6th rank of the martial Dao, Mei Nansha was not ignorant. How could he not know the power of the Golden Bell Shield technique? It was precisely because he knew this that he was even more shocked. Why would His Highness teach me such a cultivation technique? Your Highness! Have you memorized everything? Zhou Shu interrupted. What do you not understand? Ask now. After today, I won't have time for you. I've memorized it, Mei Nansha said with a complicated expression. Your Highness, if you have any orders, please be direct. I'm afraid, Mei Nansha gritted his teeth. For as long as he could remember, no one had been this nice to him except his deceased mother. He didn't feel that he was worth Zhou Shu doing this. A 6th rank martial artist's cultivation was not bad, but in the demon executing army, there were at least 1,000 people like him. He really couldn't understand why Zhou Shu was doing this for him. He had just given him a weapon and even imparted his cultivation technique to him. He felt no excitement now, only fear. What I want you to do, Zhou Shu laughed. It's very simple. Change your name. I don't like your name. Copperhead and Steel Arms, 100 battles without injury. From now on, change your name to Mei Wushang 1. Mei Wushang. Mei Nancho was stunned. You gave me such great benefits just to make me change my name? Changing his name was not a big deal in this world. There was no problem changing his name even though his parents had given him this name. The problem was, did he have to go to this extent to make him change his name? You're a king. If you want me to change my name, I'll have to change it even if you don't give me anything. Moreover, Mei Wushang sounded a little better than Mei Nancho. Your Highness. Don't get ahead of yourself. Zhou Shu waved his hand. He couldn't bear to see a burly man behaving coyly. Apart from that, there's something else I want you to do. If you can do it, there's no need to say anything. If you can't, you have to return both the weapon and the golden bell shield technique. For this matter, I want you to kill 100 enemies at the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. It's not too late to refuse my request. Mei Nancho, or Mei Wushang, was stunned. Was this a request? He was supposed to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Wasn't it his duty to kill enemies? Killing 100 was a little difficult, but it was not impossible. I'll do it. Mei Wushang said earnestly. Chapter 266, Strengthening the Workers, Preparing to Become Stronger, 1. Mei Nancho, who was now Mei Wushang, was still in a daze when he returned to the base camp of the demon executing army. If he hadn't remembered the golden bell shield technique clearly in his mind, he would have thought that he was dreaming. Lieutenant Mei, you've changed your weapon. This weapon is domineering. How much did it cost? Which workshop did you buy it from? I'll get one too. Along the way, people kept greeting him. Mei Wushang just answered them perfunctorily, not telling the truth. He was worried that he would cause trouble for Zhou Shu if he spoke nonsense. His Highness thinks so highly of me. I mustn't let him down. His Highness asked me to kill 100 enemies in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, so I'll kill 150 or even 200. Otherwise, I'll be letting down the golden bell shield technique that His Highness taught me and this heavenly halberd. Mei Wushang's eyes were full of determination. Your Highness, you've treated me well, and I will repay you. After finding a suitable owner for the heavenly halberd, Zhou Shu once again entered a closed-door state. He really didn't like superficial human relationships. Compared to before, the only advantage was that the Huaxia Pavilion now had a deputy master, so Zhou Shu could completely escape from secular affairs. Anyway, the deputy master was here, right? For many days, he stayed in his forging room, studying his newly acquired forging knowledge. It had to be said that in the past few days, the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword had completed a few more kills. He was now proficient in 300 types of forging materials. Proficiency in 300 types of forging materials meant that Zhou Shu's current forging ability was basically worthy of his reputation. He was repeatedly trying to fuse different forging materials, trying to forge a black-grade weapon. If not for the arrival of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, Zhou Shu would probably have remained in seclusion until he successfully forged a black-grade weapon. But he obviously didn't have that much time. On this day, Chen Ji came to the King of the South residence and called Zhou Shu out of seclusion. Zhou Shu said, "Did the great general send you to inform me that the army is gathering? Speaking of which, where exactly is this 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament being held? There are so many people from other nations. How are we going to get here?" Zhou Shu asked curiously. Tens of thousands of people from each nation participated in the martial arts performance. It was impossible for so many people to walk all the way to Chang'an. It was impossible for Great Xia to let so many people enter. Although the 10 nations didn't dare to start a war of national destruction, who could guarantee it? Letting nearly 1 million troops from other nations gather in their own capital, if it was not being careless, it was courting death. You're asking the wrong person, Your Highness. Chen Ji smiled bitterly. He had been ordered to inform Zhou Shu to be prepared. The questions Zhou Shu asked were beyond his scope of responsibility. I know. Before Chen Ji could finish speaking, a voice came from outside. Then a figure appeared in the hall with a whoosh. Who else could it be but Sun Gongping? Sun Gongping was thinner than before, but he was in high spirits. He looked around and said, "Old Zhou, I know why you're asking this." He was rather triumphant. "How rude," Zhou Shu said angrily. "Call me uncle." Sun Gongping. "If you don't mention this, we'll still be friends. Tell me. How does it work?" "Simple. They don't need to come to Chang'an," Sun Gongping said. "They can enter the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament directly in their own country. In that case, why is there a need to decide who will be the host of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament?" Zhou Shu asked. "There's more to it than that." Sun Gongping glanced at Chen Ji. Chen Ji understood. He smiled, cupped his hands, and took the initiative to leave. After Chen Ji left, Sun Gongping whispered, explaining the situation, "When the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament begins, the emperors of the 10 nations will use the 10 imperial cauldrons at the same time to open up a space. At that time, whoever the host is, their imperial cauldron will be in charge, and the other 9 nations' imperial cauldrons will be support. Although we can enter that space through the 10 imperial cauldrons, only the hosting nation's imperial cauldron can obtain the most spiritual qi. This is what being the host means." Zhou Shu looked at Sun Gongping in surprise. He didn't expect him to know this secret. But Sun Gongping wasn't from an ordinary family. It wasn't impossible for him to know this. Zhou Shu nodded. "Divine Constable Sun, who are participating in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament with? How about hanging out with your uncle? I can guarantee your safety." Sun Gongping rolled his eyes. "Go away. I'm not a Divine Constable anymore. I'm now a lieutenant of the Fiend Eradication Army. Please call me General Sun in the future." Zhou Shu couldn't help laughing. Sun Gongping was really good at moving around. From the Divine Constable Bureau to the Country Protector Army, he now joined the Fiend Eradication Army. "You didn't come here to tell me that, did you? If you have something to tell me, just say it." He had known Sun Gongping for a long time. Sun Gongping was someone who wouldn't visit without a reason. He. Sun Gongping chuckled. "Old Zhou, you know me best. It's nothing. I am now a lieutenant of the Fiend Eradication Army. Our Fiend Eradication Army uses small teams as combat units. My team members don't have any ranked weapons." Chapter 267, Strengthening the Workers, Preparing to Become Stronger, 2. "As a lieutenant, my team members don't even have ranked weapons. Isn't that embarrassing? If it's embarrassing for me, wouldn't it implicate you as well? Get lost," Zhou Shu said bluntly. "Don't." Sun Gongping's biggest advantage was his thick skin. He didn't get angry. He licked his lips and said, "I'll pay. You have to take on jobs anyway, don't you?" "Sure. Cash on delivery." "No credit," Zhou Shu said. "With our relationship, are you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" Sun Gongping exclaimed. "Yes," Zhou Shu said calmly. Sun Gongping. Even with his thick skin, he didn't know what to say for a moment. "You want weapons?" Zhou Shu smiled at his dispirited appearance. "How dare you mock me? I don't lack weapons, but what I give you is yours. If I don't give one to you, no matter who you are, don't even think about taking it from me. Playing the relationship card with me, sorry, but you're not qualified." "Yes, I do," Sun Gongping said dejectedly. He was already going all out. If he couldn't get his hands on some weapons, they would laugh at him later. "Sure. If you follow me, I guarantee that all of you will have ranked weapons to use." Zhou Shu chuckled. "Follow you?" Sun Gongping looked at him doubtfully. "You're a forging master. Even if you go to the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, you'll only be a logistics support personnel. You don't need to lead troops to war. What can I do if I follow you? I don't know how to forge." "It's not like that. You can be my guard," Zhou Shu said. "No matter what, I'm Great Xia's king of the south. How can I not have some ostentation? If you lead your team to protect me, I naturally won't treat you badly." "I'm not doing it," Sun Gongping said. "We're going to the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament to kill enemies and contribute. What's the point of protecting you? Besides, do you need protection?" Sun Gongping wasn't in a good mood. Who doesn't know that you fought the Qin Emperor to a draw? Do you need protection with your strength? At that time, it's not certain who will protect who. If you don't want to do it, then get lost. I don't have any weapons for you. Zhou Shu didn't stand on ceremony with his nephew. Is there really no room for discussion? Sun Gongping refused to give up. Old Zhou, no matter what, we're related. Stop. I'll give you another chance, Zhou Shu said. I have some spring-embroidered sabers, automatic plume sabers, and 8-sided Han swords. They can each take one. Those are standard weapons, Sun Gongping said. You don't want the chance anymore, do you? Zhou Shu glared. Yes, go on. Sun Gongping admitted defeat. Have your men each take a standard weapon from me, Zhou Shu continued. Then use the standard weapons they obtain to kill enemies. As long as they kill enough enemies in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, let them come to my Huaxia Pavilion to obtain ranked weapons. Some of the standard weapons that Zhou Shu had handed out had already been destroyed. Forget about the Heben sabers and the horse-slaying saber. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique had already reached perfection. However, the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form from the spring-embroidered saber was still far from perfection. It was the same with the riding on cloud and wind technique from the 8-sided Han sword. As for the breakthrough pills given by the automatic plume saber, the more the better. Zhou Shu had originally planned to give out these standard weapons to the Great Xia army. Now that Sun Gongping had come knocking on his door, it wasn't a bad idea to have them work for him. In exchange for killing enemies? Are you still charging for them then? Sun Gongping's eyes lit up. Stop dreaming. Of course I'm charging for them. Zhou Shu said. But for your sake, I'll give you a discount. That's better. Then Sun Gongping chose a few standard weapons and left in satisfaction. After sending Sun Gongping out of the mansion, Zhou Shu realized that Chen Ji was still waiting in the courtyard. General Chen, you haven't left yet. Is there anything else? Zhou Shu asked. Your Highness, I was ordered to protect you during the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, so I made some arrangements to confirm with you, Chen Ji said. Zhou Shu had just attempted to trick Sun Gongping into becoming his guard. He didn't expect Great Xia to really arrange guards for him. Do all forgers have them? Zhou Shu asked. I mean guards. The other forgers travel with the army in workshops. When they enter the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, they are soldiers, and they are generally like the squad leaders, Chen Ji said. Your Highness, your status is different. There's no difference. Zhou Shu waved his hand. I'm participating in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. I'm not there to sightsee. If a group of people protect me from battle, how will I recruit workers? I'm participating in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament to help the Great Xia army, not to cause trouble for them. Other forgers can follow the army. Naturally, so can I. I knew you would say that, Your Highness. Chen Ji smiled bitterly. The Great General told me that if you reject me as your guard, then I should inform you that you can follow the army. Which army does the Great General want me to follow? Zhou Shu had never made up his mind. He wanted to hear Meng Bai's arrangements. The Great General says that if you have no specific requirements, you should follow the Central Army, Chen Ji said. He explained that the Central Army, led by Meng Bai, was also the main force of the war. Zhou Shu had no objections to this arrangement. In any case, with his current identity, he could completely act according to the circumstances. If there were not many opportunities in the Central Army's camp, he could totally change locations again. Okay, I got it. Zhou Shu nodded. When will the Central Army gather? The army participating in the martial arts tournament is prepared, Chen Ji said. In 3 days, the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament will officially begin. At that time, please head to Sanhuang Mountain outside the city. All right, I understand, Zhou Shu said. General Chen, do you need standard weapons for the troops you're leading? I happen to have some standard weapons. Do you want them? Your Highness, it is not my duty to procure munitions, Chen Ji hesitated. Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you want them. Yes, of course, Chen Ji said. That'll do. Take the weapons. I'll settle the money with the Great General later. Zhou Shu waved his hand. Old Shi, old Shi! Zhou Shu shouted. Shi Songtao ran in from outside. What is it? Shi Songtao snapped. Hand over the standard weapons in the Huaxia Pavilion's storeroom to General Chen. How much are you charging? Shi Songtao asked. Go to Great General Meng and ask him to pay the forging division normally. Why should I go? Shi Songtao said angrily. Should I go personally, then? Zhou Shu said. Old Shi, you're the deputy master of our Huaxia Pavilion. We're still in the beginning stages. We don't have much manpower, so you will have to do more. Later, I'll ask for a few of those forging apprentices from the 0th workshop. Then you'll have help. Zhou Shu patted Shi Songtao's shoulder. After this period of time, I'll teach you the star positioning technique. Hearing Zhou Shu say this, Shi Songtao perked up. You said it. Don't worry. When have I ever gone back on my word? Zhou Shu smiled. You're the deputy master of our Huaxia Pavilion. If your forging skills become stronger, it will only be beneficial to our Huaxia Pavilion. Shi Songtao nodded and brought Chen Ji to get the standard weapons. Zhou Shu looked up at the night sky. The 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament was finally coming. 3 years. He couldn't waste the 3 years of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. He didn't know how much he would gain after 3 years. At the very least, I have to become a high-level forging master. I have to be stronger in the martial Dao. That fellow the Qin Emperor is unreliable. If the Great Qin's Imperial Cauldron shatters, the demon realm will invade. With my current strength, it's really not that safe. Chapter 268, The 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament begins. When Zhou Shu and Shi Songtao arrived at Sanhuang Mountain outside Chang'an, martial law had already been imposed for dozens of kilometers around it. To the outside world, the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament would naturally be held here. The commoners didn't know the truth and discussed stories that the imperial court had made up. Compared to the other workshops of the forging division, the Huaxia Pavilion could only be described as shabby. There were 108 workshops in the forging division, and each workshop had sent at least 30 to 40 people. There were only 2 of them from the Huaxia Pavilion. Zhou Shu didn't recruit the forging apprentices of the 0th workshop to the Huaxia Pavilion but instead assigned them to other workshops. After all, the standard weapons Zhou Shu had developed previously needed their help to be mass-produced. Actually, this was a good thing for them. Although Zhou Shu had once tried to nurture them, it turned out that it was indeed very difficult for them to become true forging masters. Since Zhou Shu couldn't nurture them into forging masters, it was a good idea to let them help the forging division forge standard weapons. After all, they were now considered indispensable technical talents. Although there were only 2 people in the Huaxia Pavilion, as the 2 of them stood there, no workshop dared to underestimate them, not even the first 36 workshops that each had their own names. Not to mention anything else, just the title of Great Xia's King of the South alone surpassed all the forging masters present, and even Grand Craftsmen. Emperor Yuanfeng glanced at Zhou Shu before looking away. He whispered something to Meng Bai. The current Meng Bai was wearing golden chainmail armor with a long saber hanging from his waist, and his aura was surging. He had regained his previous god of war demeanor. Another hour or so passed. Emperor Yuanfeng looked up at the sky and stood up. It's time to go. Meng Bai held the hilt of his saber and activated his spiritual essence. Rustle. On the Sanhuang Mountain, banners fluttered. The tens of thousands of soldiers didn't make a sound, and only the clanking sounds of weapons and armor resounded. Great General, please, Emperor Yuanfeng said. I will definitely not let you down. Meng Bai cupped his hands and bowed. On the day when the imperial edict comes, I'll take off my battle garb with you, Emperor Yuanfeng whispered. He squared his shoulders slightly and stepped forward. As he moved, a pillar of light suddenly rose from his body. In the pillar of light, Emperor Yuanfeng's body seemed to have turned into pure glass. This was the first time Zhou Shu saw Emperor Yuanfeng so high-spirited. At this moment, he was like a true emperor, not the petty handsome uncle from the past. Boom! Zhou Shu could vaguely see a small cauldron appear in Emperor Yuanfeng's body. This small cauldron was the same as the one he had seen in the Qin Emperor. The Imperial Cauldron. Sensing the aura of the Imperial Cauldron, Zhou Shu's legendary armament cannon appeared in front of him again. Other than the mirror he had seen in Yu Prefecture, the only thing that could make the legendary armament cannon react like this was the Imperial Cauldrons. But perhaps because it was too far away, the legendary armament cannon flipped for a long time without any words appearing. In the end, it disappeared. Over there, the light on Emperor Yuan Feng's body became brighter and brighter. In the end, he seemed to have turned into a beam of light. Boom! A clap of thunder sounded in the sky. The pillar of light soaring into the sky suddenly split into countless rays of light shooting in all directions. Countless rays of light seemed to form a large net. This net was even larger than the one Zhou Shu had seen in Great Xia. Zhou Shu seemed to see countless rays of light appear in the distance and connect with them. A net of light large enough to cover the entire landmass formed. This light was formed in the sky, and ordinary people on the ground couldn't detect it at all. A sentence flashed across Zhou Shu's mind. The net of heaven has large meshes, but it lets nothing through. At this moment, light flowed on the huge net, as if infinite power was surging toward Emperor Yuan Feng's node. Emperor Yuan Feng let out a long cry and pointed. Boom! As if a door had been opened, a vortex dozens of feet wide appeared hundreds of feet in front of Emperor Yuan Feng. The colorful vortex floated a few feet above the ground, and the light seemed to be distorted. After the vortex appeared, Emperor Yuan Feng seemed to have lost some strength, and his body swayed. Seeing this, eunuch Zhao hurriedly pushed the dragon throne forward. Emperor Yuan Feng sat down. He didn't even have the strength to speak. He waved at Meng Bai. Meng Bai understood. Without further ado, he drew his sword and shouted, "To war!" Meng Bai stepped into the vortex first. Meng Bai moved, and the army waiting at the Sanhuang mountain walked into the vortex in an orderly manner. After a person stepped into the vortex, they seemed to suddenly disappear. The dozens of feet wide vortex was still a little small compared to the tens of thousands of troops. Fortunately, this was the army. Otherwise, there would have been a stampede. Zhou Shu was in no hurry to enter. He watched the Great Xia army enter the vortex while observing the sky. Vaguely, he seemed to see a few passages connected to the vortex. At the end of these passages was where the imperial cauldrons of the various nations were. The armies of the nations were passing through these passages to reach the vortex and then into it. Chapter 269, The 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament begins, 2. The different passages seemed to be in different spaces, overlapping each other without interfering with each other. Zhou Shu didn't understand, but he clicked his tongue in wonder. These imperial cauldrons are too mysterious. He couldn't even understand the spatial laws contained within them. It was only when facing this that Zhou Shu realized that he was far from omnipotent. The speed at which the army entered the vortex didn't seem fast, but it was actually much faster than Zhou Shu had imagined. In just over 2 hours, most of the tens of thousands of troops had already entered the vortex. King of the South. Emperor Yuan Feng seemed to have recovered some strength. It's not too late for you to change your mind now. Once you go in, it will be 3 days before you can come out again. A day in the outside world, a year inside. You have to stay inside for 3 years. Anything can happen. What he meant was that he didn't want Zhou Shu to take the risk. But he wasn't a domineering monarch. Even before Zhou Shu had shown his strength, he never forced him. Now, it was even more impossible to interfere with Zhou Shu's actions. Change my mind. Zhou Shu smiled. I won't change my mind, Your Majesty. See you in 3 days. Zhou Shu laughed and stepped into the vortex. Shi Songtao quickly followed. As soon as the two of them disappeared, a figure flew out of nowhere like a swallow and disappeared into the vortex. Emperor Yuan Feng raised his hand. In the end, he sighed and lowered his hand. A grown woman can't be kept at home. He glared at Haitang, who was cautiously approaching the vortex. Hurry up and follow her. Keep an eye on her. Don't let that kid take advantage of Wuyo. Emperor Yuan Feng sent a voice transmission to Haitang. If Wuyo loses her virginity, I won't let you off. Haitang pursed her lips in grievance. What does this have to do with me? Can I control Her Highness? Or the King of the South? Yes, Your Majesty. As a young maid, she couldn't argue with the Emperor. She answered obediently and jumped into the vortex like a rabbit. Emperor Yuan Feng sighed and rubbed his glabella. Zhou Shu really made him love him and hate him at the same time. The entire army entered the vortex, but Emperor Yuan Feng and the others didn't leave. The vortex didn't disappear either. It continued spinning. For 3 days, people could only enter, but no one could exit. If the people inside wanted to come out, they would have to wait 3 days. For the next 3 days, Emperor Yuan Feng would stay here. What supported the existence of the vortex was the imperial cauldrons. Not only Emperor Yuan Feng, but the emperors of the various nations also did the same. Zhou Shu stepped into the vortex without feeling anything. It was like taking an ordinary step. He didn't feel any dizziness. If the scene hadn't changed, he would have thought he was still in Great Xia. Your Highness! When Zhou Shu stopped, Shi Songtao almost bumped into him from behind. Before Zhou Shu could speak, another figure appeared out of thin air and collided with him. Zhou Shu subconsciously wanted to attack, but he suddenly smelled a familiar fragrance. His attack changed to an embrace as he pulled this person into his arms. Just as Yin Huiyu passed through the vortex, she felt a huge force. The next moment, she felt herself fall into an embrace. With her second-rank cultivation, she actually didn't have time to react. In her shock, her spiritual essence erupted. With a bang, she slapped the person's chest with both hands and retreated. Grand Minister, why are you here? Zhou Shu's voice sounded. Yin Huiyu was stunned and realized that she had hit the wrong person. Are you all right? Yin Huiyu stammered. It's nothing. Zhou Shu patted his chest. The Golden Bell Shield technique at perfection was no joke. Not to mention that Yin Huiyu had only attacked in a hurry just now, even if she had used all her strength, as long as she didn't use a weapon, she wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. Yin Huiyu heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking of how she had been in Zhou Shu's arms just now, her face instantly turned red. Then she thought in frustration, Yin Huiyu, oh, Yin Huiyu, why is your reaction so fast? Your Highness! While she was thinking, He Tang stumbled in. Her eyes widened as she looked at Yin Huiyu's shy and timid appearance. Her heart felt as if it had been turned upside down. No way! I only came in a little late. Did they already finish? Oh dear, His Majesty will skin me alive. Why are you so flustered? Yin Huiyu berated, hiding her embarrassment. Grand Minister, Great Xia's camp should be ahead. Let's go over, Zhou Shu said. One day in the outside world was 1 year inside. Zhou Shu only came in 2 hours later, but Meng Bai and the others, who entered first, had already been here for a month. A military camp was already standing on a plain. The space where the 10 Nations martial arts tournament took place looked no different from the outside world. In front of Zhou Shu was an endless plain. In the distance, there was lush grass and what seemed to be a river. Beyond, the mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. He didn't see the people from the demon realm that Meng Bai had mentioned. Seeing Meng Bai in the military camp, Zhou Shu asked the question in his heart. The people of the demon realm will suddenly appear at a certain time, Meng Bai said. There's no pattern to the time and place of their appearance. They might even appear directly in our camp. So, the only thing we can do until they show up is stay alert. What about the armies of the other nations? How big is it here? Zhou Shu asked. This place is neither big nor small. All things considered, it should be the size of 3 prefectures, Meng Bai said. The camps that everyone has chosen will usually be separated by some distance. After all, the final ranking of the 10 Nations martial arts tournament is determined by the number of people from the demon realm killed. 3 prefectures was not small. They were almost the size of the 3 provinces in Zhou Shu's previous life. It was very normal for 100,000 people not to encounter anyone in 3 provinces. Your Highness, once the people of the demon realm appear, the army will mobilize to kill them. At that time, you can follow my army, Meng Bai said. When the armies of the 10 nations faced the people of the demon realm, they didn't have to defend passively. Instead, they had to kill everyone who entered this place. Otherwise, when the time was up, the people of the demon realm would be able to enter the world through the exit. Understood. Don't worry. I'll be a good support, Zhou Shu said. Great General, where are the materials for forging and repairing weapons? You don't have to worry about that. Except for the ones we brought in, you can take what you lack on the spot, Meng Bai said. This space is no different from the outside world. There are also mineral mines here. As Meng Bai spoke, a horn suddenly sounded outside. His expression changed slightly. Without bothering to say anything to Zhou Shu, he raised his saber and flashed out. Zhou Shu and Yin Huiyu hurriedly followed. As soon as he walked out of the tent, Zhou Shu saw an extremely shocking scene. In the distance, the sky turned fiery red, and meteors were falling from the sky. After these meteors hit the ground, the flames were extinguished, revealing burly demonic beasts. Zhou Shu looked up at the sky. Behind the fiery red sky, he could vaguely see a world. This world seemed to be separated by a layer of frosted glass. No matter how hard Zhou Shu tried, he couldn't see it clearly. "All generals, listen up!" Meng Bai's voice echoed in the air. "As planned, all units attack and kill the enemy." Roar! The roars of the demonic beasts were mixed with Meng Bai's voice. Zhou Shu saw that not far away, countless demonic beasts were already charging toward the temporary military camp of Great Xia like a tide. A thought suddenly flashed through Zhou Shu's mind. "Great General Meng, are you sure this is us killing them, not them killing us?" Chapter 270, Chaotic Battle, Humanoid Demonic Beast, 1. Previously, when he heard from Meng Bai about killing the people from the demon realm, Zhou Shu had thought that the Great Xia army would at least have the numerical advantage. Then he saw, oh boy! The beings from the demon realm were everywhere. There were already countless figures in his field of vision, not to mention that more were constantly descending from the sky. The Great Xia army seemed to be completely surrounded. Zhou Shu guessed that it was probably not just Great Xia. The situation of the armies of the other nations was probably not much better. The deputy general beside Meng Bai kept waving his flag and commanding the army to fight. But there were simply too many people from the demon realm. In just a short while, the Great Xia army had been separated and were fighting on their own. This situation was clearly expected by Meng Bai. He didn't show the slightest sign of panic as he continued to fire his signal. He drew the long saber from his waist. "King of the South, keep up!" Meng Bai shouted. His long saber turned into a saber beam that enveloped the dozens of demonic beasts in front of him. Blood sprayed. Zhou Shu rolled his eyes. Didn't they say that forgers are just logistics support personnel? This is only the beginning. You've even given up on the camp? What Zhou Shu didn't know was that this had always been the case in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament. Because they didn't know when the people of the demon realm would arrive, the initial camp was just a temporary foothold. Only after the first wave of battle and the arrival of the people from the demon realm could both sides occupy a portion of the territory and begin a 3-year battle. In any case, there was no avoiding this first wave of battle. The spring-embroidered saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The visualization of the 5 mountains' true form has improved by 30%. The automanatity plume saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You receive a breakthrough pill. The 8-sided Han sword you forged effectively completed a kill. The riding on cloud and wind technique has improved by 20%. The flaming sunset saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The iron smelting hands technique has improved by 10%. A barrage of messages flashed past Zhou Shu's eyes as the true qi and spiritual essence in his body continuously erupted. A huge amount of information kept pouring into his mind. Even though he cultivated the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form, Zhou Shu could still feel his brain swell. It made him feel as if he had eaten too much. He felt sick. As his cultivation level increased, he hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. As uncomfortable as it was, it felt good. Keep killing. Zhou Shu pulled out the Great Destroyer sword, wanting to vent all his energy. If he didn't vent this feeling of fullness, he thought he'd go crazy. Astounding Heavenly 18 Swords. The Great Destroyer sword turned into a sword light that filled the sky. Within 5 steps, the sword cut all the demonic beasts in half. The battlefield was full of the sounds of battle. Every second, countless lives were reaped. Those who died were from both the demon realm and Great Xia. For dozens of miles, it seemed like hell on earth. Everyone was fighting for their lives. Boom! Zhou Shu killed a demonic beast with one strike, and his spiritual essence surged. His cultivation had broken through the bottleneck of the 5th rank and successfully advanced to the 4th rank. Zhou Shu let out a long cry and slashed out with the Great Destroyer sword. Hundreds of feet in front of him, he slashed into nothingness. Countless demonic beasts died under this sword. Zhou Shu had just broken through to the 4th grade of the martial Dao, and his spiritual essence cultivation was still rapidly increasing. In an instant, he was already comparable to an expert who had been a 4th rank martial artist for many years. But his strength was high to begin with, and the change in his spiritual essence cultivation didn't bring him any fundamental improvement. On the other hand, Yin Weiu, who was following him, watched with sparkling eyes. The more others fight, the more tired they become. Why is Zhou Shu becoming more and more energetic? As he fights, his cultivation even breaks through. My man, how impressive! Yin Weiu's face was a little red as she thought, but her hands didn't relax as she killed enemies one by one. There were countless people from the demon realm, and they had various cultivation levels. Those with higher cultivation levels were 2nd and 3rd rank martial artists, and those with lower cultivation levels were only 8th and 9th rank martial artists. But Zhou Shu had yet to encounter a 1st rank martial artist. He wondered if they hadn't descended in this area. The individual strength of these demonic beasts was nothing to Zhou Shu, but there were too many of them. Zhou Shu killed his way forward. After an unknown period of time, a roar suddenly sounded in the air, and the demonic beasts surged in one direction like a tide. After only a moment, the demonic beasts turned into a black line. Then after a while, they could no longer be seen. Zhou Shu watched in confusion as they retreated. He didn't chase after them. He still remembered the principle of not chasing a cornered enemy. Where are we? Zhou Shu looked around, confusion on his face. The surrounding environment was very unfamiliar. There was no trace of the original Great Xia military camp. Not only that, but the Great Xia army had also disappeared. Did we get separated from the army while fighting just now? He remembered coming from the plains. Why had he come to the mountains now? Beside him, Yin Weiu was also at a loss. She only had eyes for Zhou Shu and didn't notice when they got separated from the main group. I'll go up and take a look, Yin Weiu said as she took a step and soared into the sky. After flying for more than 100 feet, Yin Weiu was about to find traces of the Great Xia army when a fiery red light suddenly shot over from an unknown distance. Chapter 271, Chaotic Battle, Humanoid Demonic Beast, 2. The fiery light was incomparably powerful. With a whistling sound, it instantly arrived in front of Yin Weiu. Yin Weiu shouted as her body lit up. In a hurry, she blocked the fire with her sword. Zhou Shu frowned, bent his knees, and shot into the sky. Boom! Zhou Shu scattered the flames in front of Yin Weiu with a punch. At this moment, a few more flames shot over from all directions. Zhou Shu and Yin Weiu hurriedly landed from the sky. At this time, the flames collided and exploded in the sky. Zhou Shu and Yin Weiu looked at each other. This should be an attack from someone from the demon realm. It seemed that they couldn't fly randomly, or they would get hit like a bird. I took a glance just now, Yin Weiu said softly. There don't seem to be any of our people nearby. Dozens of kilometers southwest seems to be the army of the demon realm. We came to a place occupied by the demon realm. Zhou Shu felt that it was a little ridiculous. How did a logistics staff member like him get behind enemy lines? He turned and saw that only Shi Songtao and Haitang were still with them. 4 of them and not a single official combatant. We're not surrounded by enemies, are we, Your Highness? Shi Songtao said carefully. Shi Songtao didn't know about the imperial cauldrons. Most of the soldiers who participated in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament didn't know. But they already knew about the demon realm before coming in. Regarding the demon realm, the officials of the various nations only hid it from ordinary people. They couldn't hide it from these frontline soldiers. Shi Songtao also understood who they were facing in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. So be it. What's the big deal? Zhou Shu said indifferently. They can surround us, but can't we turn the tables around and surround them instead? Shi Songtao. Are you serious? There are only 4 of us. How many people do they have? Isn't it obvious who's surrounding whom? What do we do now? Shi Songtao said. He realized with some sadness that he seemed to be the weakest among the 4 of them. Her Highness's little maid's cultivation might not be as high as mine, but her combat strength. Shi Songtao was panicking now. If the enemy discovered them, wouldn't he be in the most danger? Surround them, Zhou Shu said casually and walked forward. Yin Weiu and Haitang followed without fear. Shi Songtao was stunned. Wait for me. He had to follow closely. If he hadn't been following Zhou Shu closely, he suspected that he wouldn't have survived the first wave of battle. It seemed to be even more dangerous now than in the chaotic battle earlier. He couldn't be too far away from Zhou Shu. The four of them walked straight toward the demon realm army that they had just seen. Zhou Shu's thoughts were very simple: find the main army and peacefully be their logistics support. A detour? There was absolutely no need for that. The demon realm army had the same thoughts as Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu and Yan Wuyu had already exposed their location. The demon realm army was already swarming in their direction. They were halfway across when they bumped into each other. Previously, he had been focused on fighting and hadn't even had the time to carefully observe the demon realm army. This was the first time Zhou Shu seriously sized up the demon realm army. Speaking of which, it wasn't appropriate to call the people of the demon realm humans. They were probably demonic beasts or demons. In terms of appearance, they were not much different from the demonic beasts Zhou Shu had seen before. If there was one thing, it was that the pupils of these demonic beasts in front of him emitted a demonic red light. Moreover, they seemed to be even more ferocious, bloodthirsty, and powerful than the demonic beasts Zhou Shu had seen before. As Zhou Shu sized up the demon army, the demonic beasts also stared at the four of them with scarlet eyes. Roar! The demonic beasts let out a roar, as if they were saying something. But Zhou Shu didn't understand. Come and accept your fate. Zhou Shu hooked his index finger. The demonic beasts might not understand his actions, but they understood the expression on Zhou Shu's face. Boom! A strong aura erupted from the demonic army. Just as Zhou Shu was about to start a massacre, the demonic beasts suddenly stopped their riot. Then they parted, and a person slowly walked out from behind the demonic beasts. That's right. A person walked out from the demonic beasts. At least, from the outside, it looked like a person. Zhou Shu sized up this person curiously. A legendary humanoid demonic beast? Unfortunately, it was male. Zhou Shu's gaze seemed to pierce the man. The man snorted and opened his mouth to speak. But Zhou Shu didn't understand. The man seemed to react. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his voice changed. Human, tell me your name. He spoke rather stiffly. He speaks our language? Zhou Shu found it even more interesting. If you understand human language, don't you know that you should give your name before asking someone else's? Zhou Shu said. As Zhou Shu spoke, Yan Wuyu obediently stood behind him and didn't rush to say anything. The humanoid demonic beast narrowed his red eyes. How dare you talk to me like that? You're courting death, he said coldly. Then the ground under his feet suddenly exploded, and his figure disappeared. Bang! With a muffled sound, the humanoid demonic beast appeared again. If not for the deep pit under his feet, it would seem that he hadn't moved at all. Surprise flashed across the humanoid demonic beast's face. He stared at Zhou Shu and said in a stiff tone, your spiritual essence cultivation is only at the 4th rank. Why do you have so much strength? Why don't you tell me your name first? Zhou Shu smiled faintly. Also, are you the supreme commander of the demon realm army this time? Zhou Shu looked at the humanoid demonic beast with a strange expression. He had heard from Meng Bai that the person from the demon realm who had killed 10 first-rank martial artists in one battle had a humanoid form. Could it be that he was so lucky that he encountered such an existence on his first time participating in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament? But judging from his strength just now, although he was also a first-rank martial artist, he didn't feel that strong. He felt even weaker than the Qin Emperor. If the Qin Emperor knew Zhou Shu's thoughts, he would definitely curse angrily. What did he mean by weaker than the Qin Emperor? Was the Qin Emperor very weak? You don't deserve to know my name, the humanoid demonic beast said coldly. Your strength is not bad. I can allow you to be my pet. Thump. Before he finished speaking, he was sent flying. All the demonic beasts present widened their eyes in disbelief. The Lord was sent flying by a human? Boom. The humanoid demonic beast flew hundreds of feet away and then stopped. There was a clear palm print on the right side of his face. A powerful aura erupted from the humanoid demonic beast's body, and his face became slightly distorted from anger. He roared, I'll swallow you whole. Thump. With another crisp sound, the humanoid demonic beast flew hundreds of feet away again. And there was another figure where he had been standing. Zhou Shu waved his hand and said casually, if you don't know how to speak human language, don't spout nonsense. No one wants a pet like you. The humanoid demonic beast was about to go crazy. His violent aura erupted as he stared at Zhou Shu. How is this possible? He clearly only has the spiritual essence of a fourth-rank martial artist. Why is he so strong and so fast? I'm a first-rank martial artist. Zhou Shu's lips curled up. Humanoid demonic beasts are also very weak. Speaking of which, the divine ability from the heavenly halberd was really useful. These 2 slaps were really satisfying. You're dead. I swear to heaven I'll tear you apart. All of you. Die. Ah. Chapter 272, Divine Ability, Unstoppable for 1,000 Miles, 1. Thump. The humanoid demonic beast's voice stopped abruptly. His entire body flew horizontally, and a clear handprint appeared on his right face again. The air at the scene seemed to suddenly freeze, and it became abnormally quiet. The thousands of demonic beasts widened their eyes and couldn't make a sound. Are we seeing this wrongly? The humanoid demonic beast flew in the air, and 2 streams of tears flew out. The grievance in his heart threatened to overflow. How could this happen? How could a fourth-rank martial artist hit me? Bang! The humanoid demonic beast crashed heavily on the ground. He was facing the sky, his eyes empty, his face filled with despair. Too weak. Zhou Shu shook his head. Shi Song Tao. Hey Tang. Even Yin Wei was speechless. Zhou Shu, you will get beaten up like this. Really? Who will beat me up? Him. Zhou Shu pointed with his chin at the humanoid demonic beast lying on the ground. Boom. The humanoid demonic beast jumped up from the ground. A powerful light suddenly erupted from his body, and his aura rose steadily. The powerful aura made the demonic beasts retreat step by step. They only dared to stop after retreating for more than 1,000 feet. He Tang and Shi Song Tao couldn't withstand this aura and kept retreating. Grand Minister, protect them both. Zhou Shu looked back. Yin Wei was also struggling to resist. The aura of a first-rank martial artist was almost unbearable for martial artists below the first rank. Yin Wei knew that now was not the time to try to be tough. She didn't say anything and protected He Tang and Shi Song Tao as they retreated 1,000 feet away. Under the pressure of a first-rank martial artist, Zhou Shu didn't seem to notice it, and he looked at the humanoid demonic beast with a faint smile. Still not convinced. Clang! The hair of the humanoid demonic beast suddenly grew crazily until it lengthened to his heel before stopping. I will kill you! I must kill you! The humanoid demonic beast roared as he suddenly disappeared into the air. He didn't really disappear, but he was so fast that ordinary people couldn't see him with their naked eyes. The corners of Zhou Shu's mouth twitched slightly, and his figure swayed slightly before disappearing into the air. Divine ability, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. This was the reward the legendary armament cannon gave him after the heavenly halberd successfully completed kills. The heavenly halberd was a weapon that focused on killing, and the divine ability it gave was somewhat useless. Or rather, Zhou Shu thought it was very useless. There was only one use for the divine ability, which was to convert all his strength and cultivation into speed within a certain period of time. In other words, when he used this divine ability, he would become extremely fast. At the same time, if he maintained this speed, his cultivation would disappear. This was a divine ability suitable for escaping. When all his combat strength was converted into speed, even if he attacked others, he wouldn't be able to hurt them without his cultivation. Thus, using it to attack was useless. No matter how fast he was, without power, it was useless. But it would be useful for escaping, and it was fast enough. Previously, when Zhou Shu had slapped the humanoid demonic beast in human form, the divine ability he had used was unstoppable for 1,000 miles. When he used his divine ability, his speed was almost like teleportation. Even the humanoid demonic beast didn't have time to dodge. But in this state, his strength was only that of an ordinary adult. Even if he hit someone in the face, he couldn't hurt them. Such a slap contained no power, but it was much more insulting. There was a swish in the air. Zhou Shu and the humanoid demonic beast were faintly discernible in the air. After a moment, the humanoid demonic beast stopped panting. Clearly, it wasn't going to be easy for him to keep up the speed. The humanoid demonic beast stopped, and so did Zhou Shu. His figure flashed again. "You're not a fourth-rank martial artist," the demonic beast exclaimed in disbelief. "I'm a true blue fourth-rank martial artist." Zhou Shu snorted coldly. With a flash, he appeared in front of the humanoid demonic beast. He used the astounding heavenly 18 swords technique. The great destroyer sword turned into a sword light and slashed at the humanoid demonic beast. He hadn't forgotten that this humanoid demonic beast was an enemy. Boom! With a loud bang, the humanoid demonic beast crossed his arms and blocked Zhou Shu's attack. A bloody sword mark appeared on his arms, and he was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Zhou Shu frowned slightly. This humanoid demonic beast's cultivation wasn't weak, but compared to him, he was still much weaker. Logically speaking, his attack should be able to severely injure the other party. However, although the sword had injured him, it was not a serious injury. With Zhou Shu's strength, if other first-rank martial artists dared to take such a strike head-on, they would have lost their arms. But the humanoid demonic beast's arms were only injured. His body is so strong. Zhou Shu estimated that if Mei Wushang didn't cultivate the Golden Bell Shield technique to a certain extent, even his body might not be comparable to this humanoid demonic beast. Zhou Shu was surprised, and the demonic beast was even more shocked. I thought humans were supposed to be weak? I thought there weren't any experts here? Chapter 273, Divine Ability, Unstoppable for 1,000 Miles, 2. Damn, how is he not considered an expert? The humanoid demonic beast had already unleashed his full strength, but in terms of speed and strength, he was still lacking. What else was there to fight? The humanoid demonic beast glared at Zhou Shu. Then with a flash, he flew into the distance without looking back. You want to leave? Zhou Shu smiled disdainfully. Divine Ability, Unstoppable for 1,000 Miles. The moment Zhou Shu activated the divine ability, he was already hundreds of feet in front of the humanoid demonic beast. He had accidentally gone too much. After stopping his divine ability, Zhou Shu regained his strength. This transformation process was actually very short, but in a battle, the opponent could take advantage of this short period of time. Boom! Zhou Shu slashed out again. The wide sword seemed to want to cut through the world. The humanoid demonic beast was shocked and angry. What are you all waiting for? Attack! The humanoid demonic beast roared. He wasn't using human language this time, so Zhou Shu naturally didn't understand. But looking at him, Zhou Shu could roughly guess. You guys go ahead. Wait for me at the far end. Zhou Shu shouted at Yan Wuyu and the other two. He wasn't afraid of the demon army, but Yan Wuyu and the other two couldn't stay. Even though Yan Wuyu was a second-rank expert, she might not be able to escape unscathed if she fell into the demon army. You don't stand a chance. Zhou Shu snorted coldly. A faint golden light appeared on the surface of his body. The Golden Bell Shield technique circulated, and the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique unfolded. Zhou Shu held the sword with both hands and slashed down. Bang bang bang! 3 consecutive strikes. The power of each strike was countless times greater than the previous one. After 3 strikes, the humanoid demonic beast felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. Boom! With a loud bang, the humanoid demonic beast smashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. Zhou Shu looked at the crater and raised his eyebrows. The roar of demonic beasts entered Zhou Shu's ears. Before he could think further, the demon army surged toward him. Boom! Zhou Shu swept his sword across, sending countless demonic beasts flying. But more demonic beasts immediately pounced over. Even ants could kill an elephant if there were enough of them. If it wasn't Zhou Shu, even an ordinary first-rank martial artist would sooner or later be exhausted by the army. Once their spiritual essence was exhausted, even first-rank martial artists would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But Zhou Shu was different. He held the Great Destroyer sword, and every kill brought him spiritual essence feedback. Not only did he not consume any spiritual essence, but his spiritual essence cultivation was also slowly increasing. This wave of demon realm troops numbered in the thousands. Thousands of people pounced at Zhou Shu fearlessly. Even if Zhou Shu wasn't afraid, his scalp still went numb. Even if they stood still, it would take him half a day to kill more than 1,000 demonic beasts. Zhou Shu frowned. From the corner of his eye, he saw the humanoid demonic beast lying in a deep pit on the ground. His eyes flashed as he formed a plan. Divine Ability, Unstoppable for 1,000 Miles. The moment Zhou Shu disappeared, a demonic beast grabbed his back. The next moment, Zhou Shu's figure appeared in the deep pit beside the humanoid demonic beast. He winced as a searing pain shot through his back. This was the disadvantage of the divine ability Unstoppable for 1,000 Miles. Once he activated the divine ability, his speed would be unbelievably fast. But at the same time, the rest of his power would disappear. Even the defense of his Golden Bell Shield technique would temporarily disappear until he released his divine ability. In the process, if anyone attacked him, he would be injured too. Just like this. A mere 6th-rank demonic beast actually left a bloody mark on his back. This divine ability was too unreasonable. When he activated it, even his physical strength turned into speed. Otherwise, even if he stood still, there was no way a 6th-rank demonic beast would be able to hurt him. Apart from the pleasure of slapping people, it's pretty much useless in battle, Zhou Shu thought. Even if he directly charged over, these demonic beasts wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. In the end, he got injured after using the unstoppable for 1,000 miles divine ability. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been hurt. After mastering the Golden Bell Shield technique, he had escaped unscathed even when fighting the Qin Emperor. What a screw-up! With the divine ability stopped, his strength, true qi, and spiritual essence returned to his body. The power of the Golden Bell Shield technique appeared again, and the wound on his back healed at a visible speed. He looked up, grabbed the humanoid demonic beast, and placed the Great Destroyer sword against his neck. "Stop it, all of you, or I'll kill him!" Zhou Shu shouted. This humanoid demonic beast was clearly the leader of these demonic beasts. When the demonic beasts heard Zhou Shu's shout, they looked at each other and continued to pounce at him. They didn't understand. Zhou Shu kicked a few demonic beasts away. He slapped the humanoid demonic beast and woke him up from his unconsciousness. "Tell them to stop!" Zhou Shu shouted. "Or I'll kill you!" The humanoid demonic beast's scarlet pupils were brimming with hatred as he let out a low growl. "If you kill me, all of you will die with me." "What a joke!" Zhou Shu sneered. "If I don't kill you, we'll all fight to the death. Tell them to stop, or I'll kill you first, then strip you naked and throw you into the army." The humanoid demonic beast was furious, and his hair bristled. He wanted to struggle, but a force crashed into his body and scattered his spiritual essence. In Zhou Shu's hands, he couldn't resist at all. "I'll give you one last chance. Make them stop," Zhou Shu said coldly. The humanoid demonic beast shivered when he met Zhou Shu's cold gaze. If he died, so be it. But even after death, he would be humiliated by weak humans. He couldn't accept this. "Stop!" the humanoid demonic beast roared in beast language. The remaining hundreds of demonic beasts suddenly stopped and hesitated on the spot while staring at the humanoid demonic beast. "Human, let me go, and I'll spare your lives," the humanoid demonic beast roared. "Are you sure?" Zhou Shu sneered. "Your life and death are in my hands. You're going to spare our lives. Don't think you can do what you want just because you injured me," the humanoid demonic beast said coldly. "There are countless experts in the demon realm. There are countless who are stronger than you. There are a few who came this time. You humans won't escape death this time. If you obediently kowtow and apologize to me, I can plead for you and spare your life." The humanoid demonic beast raised his head proudly. Zhou Shu laughed in anger. Is this guy brainless? Is he confused about the situation? "Cut the crap!" Zhou Shu slapped him. The humanoid demonic beast was stunned, and tears welled up in his eyes. "Damn it! I've never been so humiliated. This matter isn't over." He glared fiercely at Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu couldn't be bothered with this stupid fellow. "You, translate for me. Tell them to dig this area for me." Zhou Shu pointed at the pit created by the humanoid demonic beast. The humanoid demonic beast was stunned. He didn't understand what Zhou Shu meant. Thump! The hesitation brought another slap to the back of his head. "What are you doing?" the humanoid demonic beast shouted angrily. If looks could kill, Zhou Shu would have long been cut into pieces. "From now on, if you don't want to die, you'll do whatever I tell you to do," Zhou Shu snorted. "Otherwise, I guarantee that after you die, your name will spread throughout the demon realm. I guarantee that every demon will know how embarrassing your death was." The humanoid demonic beast was furious, but he had no strength to resist at all. "I repeat, translate for them. Dig down from here." Zhou Shu said coldly, "Be good and listen to me, and I'll let you live a little longer. You might live until someone saves you." Chapter 274, Hope for the upgrade of the Great Destroyer Sword, Free Miners, 1. Is this blood silver? Shi Songtao held a fist-sized stone in his hand and studied it against the sun for a long time. He gasped. Blood silver? What is that? Yin Huiyu wondered. She had a very strange feeling in her heart now. Before coming to the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, she had heard a lot about how vicious the enemies were and how dangerous it was for humans. But now, she glanced at the demonic beasts digging for stones. You call this dangerous? Look, Your Highness. There are silver threads inside this stone. Doesn't it look like streaks of blood? Shi Songtao handed the stone in his hand to Yin Huiyu. This blood silver is a very rare forging material. When forging, if some blood silver is mixed in, it can make the fusion of various forging materials more smooth and harmonious, Shi Songtao explained. You could say that the blood-like streaks in the blood silver are capable of adhering to forging materials. When you use it, the weapon seems to contain blood. Shi Songtao said a lot, but Yin Huiyu only heard one word, rare. As the Grand Minister of the Forging Division, she had never heard of this material. This meant that the Forging Division had never purchased this material on a large scale. This could also partly explain the rarity of this material. How could the Forging Division not purchase such a useful forging material on a large scale if it was possible? Shi Songtao continued, as far as I know, in the 10 nations, there's only a small blood silver mine in Great Xia. The blood silver produced every year is only a few thousand kilograms. In a sense, blood silver was even rarer than heaven refining stone. However, heaven refining stones were necessary for forging ranked weapons. As long as people forged ranked weapons, they would need heaven refining stones. As for blood silver, it was the icing on the cake. It was good to have it, but it didn't affect anything. Heaven refining stone was a must, and blood silver was a luxury. It was much more expensive on the black market than heaven refining stone. The reason why it was a black market was that other than the black market, it was impossible to buy blood silver anywhere else. Great Xia didn't even have enough blood silver to use every year, so how could it export any? Shi Songtao's eyes lit up as he looked at the demonic beasts digging diligently. If this was a blood silver mine, he would be rich. Our Great Xia will occasionally have blood silver flowing in from the black market. Every piece is sold at a sky-high price. Shi Songtao's voice was trembling. Hundreds of demonic beasts had transformed into miners because their leader was being held hostage by Zhou Shu. The demonic beasts were huge to begin with, and they were powerful. With a swipe of their claws, they dug out a large piece of earth and rock. Their efficiency was comparable to large excavators. It hadn't been long, but there was already a lot of blood silver on the ground. Shi Songtao's breathing quickened. Needless to say, the value of blood silver here was inestimable. We're lucky. Zhou Shu smiled. I didn't expect there to really be forging materials in this space. I have you to thank for that. Zhou Shu patted the humanoid demonic beast's cheek. He still didn't know the name of this humanoid demonic beast. This humanoid demonic beast was grabbed by Zhou Shu, and his eyes were brimming with hatred. He could no longer be bothered with Zhou Shu. He only hoped that the demon realm experts could discover this place as soon as possible and rescue them. Although he didn't understand what the humans were saying, he knew that the humans had forced them to dig for rocks. For them to do so, these rocks had to be useful to them. What was useful to the enemy had to be destroyed if it couldn't be snatched away. He was already thinking that if the experts on his side arrived, he would definitely take all these rocks away before he left. Zhou Shu didn't know what the humanoid demonic beast was thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. It was impossible to take away something that was already in his pocket. There seems to be a lot of blood silver here. Think about what you can do to take it all away, Zhou Shu said with a smile. What could be better than taking a hostage and then reaping hundreds of hard-working free miners? He was in a rather good mood now. The injuries he had suffered when he tried the divine ability previously no longer affected his mood. Previously, a huge pit had been created by the humanoid demonic beast. At first, Zhou Shu thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Later, he confirmed that the ores that appeared in the pit were indeed blood silver. He was also a little surprised. Before coming to the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, Meng Bai had told him that there would be forging materials in this space. But how could ordinary forging materials compare to blood silver? Among the forging materials knowledge from the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, one of the materials was blood silver. Zhou Shu knew more about the characteristics of blood silver than Shi Songtao did. He knew something that Shi Songtao didn't. Blood silver was an indispensable forging material for upgrading weapons. Weapons were like humans. Once they were born, their natural endowments were already determined, and it was extremely difficult to change them in the future. Although weapons could theoretically be upgraded, the difficulty of it was impossible to describe in words. For the past 1,000 years, there had been no clear records of weapons being upgraded. Weapons could be upgraded almost exclusively in theory. But Zhou Shu knew that weapons could really be upgraded. And this blood silver was a necessary material for upgrading weapons. Those idiots from Great Xia only treated blood silver as a catalyst to increase the power of their weapons. That was a waste. Chapter 275, Hope for the Upgrade of the Great Destroyer Sword, Free Miners, 2. Coming to the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament this time was definitely the right choice for Zhou Shu. It had only been a day, but his Great Destroyer Sword had already completed hundreds of kills. The conditions to upgrade it were directly unlocked. The method to upgrade the Great Destroyer Sword had long appeared in his mind. There was a way, but there were no materials. You couldn't make bricks without straw. Now that he had coincidentally obtained the necessary material, blood silver, the rest of the materials would be easier to obtain. He would find the main army later and get the other forging materials. Zhou Shu was a little excited. The Great Destroyer Sword was about to be upgraded to a black-grade weapon. That's right. There's so much blood silver. If we can't take it away, when the army of the demon realm attacks, they'll snatch it all away. Shi Songtao fretted blissfully. Snatch it away? They have to have the ability. Zhou Shu snorted coldly. The hundreds of demonic beasts continued to mine. The pile of blood silver grew until it was almost a hill. With so much blood silver, even if Zhou Shu was strong enough to move it, it was unrealistic to move it away just like that. Dump it here? How was that possible? It was a shame to waste it. Unfortunately, there was no such divine artifact as a storage ring in this world. Otherwise, he would have been able to take away the blood silver easily. Deputy Master, use the sound transmission stone to contact the general. If they're nearby, ask them to come and help, Zhou Shu said. Now you remember that I'm the Deputy Master, Shi Songtao cursed silently. I tried earlier. I don't know if it's because of the distance or something else, but I can't reach anyone with the sound transmission stone. In that case, we have no choice. Zhou Shu rubbed his chin and pondered. This is the only way. He made his decision. What are we going to do? Yin Weiu asked curiously. We'll build a camp here, Zhou Shu said. The Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. There's so much blood silver that we won't be able to take it away for a while, so we'll use it here. When we return to Great Xia after destroying the people from Demon Realm, we'll get the army to help us transport it back. If he couldn't take it with him, he might as well not. He would stay here to build a camp and guard the blood silver. At the same time, he would also forge weapons here. When he contacted the main army later, he could directly let them use this place as a logistics supply base. It was killing two birds with one stone. The more Zhou Shu thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was perfect. Build a camp? Just the 4 of us. Shi Songtao's jaw dropped. Your Highness, we still don't know the situation around here. What if the demon realm has already occupied the vicinity? If they've occupied the vicinity, then we'll be the base of operations behind enemy lines, Zhou Shu said indifferently. Also, who said there are only 4 of us? Deputy Master, you can't discriminate. Although the enemy is the enemy, you have to treat them as humans. Look, they are doing so well. Zhou Shu pointed to the hard-working miners. Shi Songtao. What do you mean I'm not treating them as humans? They're not humans to begin with, okay? They're demonic beasts. Even if I treat them as humans, they're not on our side. And you expect them to help build the camp? We should count ourselves lucky they're not attacking us. Shi Songtao complained, and his expression became strange. His Highness doesn't think that building a camp is just building a few fences and tents, right? Build a branch of the Huaxia Pavilion here? What a genius idea! Unlike Shi Songtao, Yin Weiu looked a little excited as she clapped her hands. That's what we'll do. It's settled then. Zhou Shu clapped his hands. You're deciding it just like that? Aren't you going to ask my opinion? I'm the deputy master of the Huaxia Pavilion. Aren't I the second in command? Are you really not afraid of danger here? This place is most likely surrounded by the Demon Realm army. Shi Songtao wanted to cry but had no tears. He had thought that following Zhou Shu was a very safe thing to do. But now, he realized that he was walking on the edge of life and death all day. Deputy Master, please advise us on how to build our camp, Zhou Shu said. We have to be prepared not to be able to contact the main army for a long time. At that time, if the Demon Realm army attacks the camp, we have to be able to defend it. Therefore, the camp's defense has to be strong. Also, Zhou Shu spoke leisurely. In any case, they didn't have to work themselves. Of course, the larger and stronger the camp, the better. Shi Songtao sighed repeatedly, but what choice did he have? He was just the deputy master. Damn it! I'm going to build the walls of the camp 30 feet high. Those demonic beasts won't be able to enter even if they die. Shi Songtao was furious. Since he had been asked for his opinion, he had to make the camp as solid as an iron bucket. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel safe. When the humanoid demonic beast held hostage heard Zhou Shu's words, a cold smile flashed across his eyes. If you have a death wish, that's for the best. I'll play with you now. When I'm free later, I'll definitely eat all of you up one by one. The humanoid demonic beast in human form made up his mind. Aren't you going to build a camp? I'll help you build it. When it's built, I'll bring people to capture all of you like turtles in a jar. Oh yes. Zhou Shu patted his forehead. Blood silver mines usually have other forging materials nearby. Since there's blood silver here, there must be other forging materials in the mountain. Deputy Master, you don't have anything to do now anyway. Just look around and see if there are any other mineral mines. Shi Songtao. What do you mean I have nothing to do? Didn't you ask me to design the camp? Why do you want me to find mines now? Your Highness, I'm not a combatant. If I encounter other demonic beasts, Shi Songtao said. Don't worry, Zhou Shu said. There are no other demonic beasts within a few kilometers. If you really encounter any, shout for help. I'll rush over soon. Deputy Master, we have limited manpower now, so you have to work harder. Shi Songtao rolled his eyes. Like I'd believe you. If I encounter demonic beasts, I should shout for help? By the time you get there, it'll be too late. I won't go too far. I'll just look around. Shi Songtao maintained his final stubbornness. All right. Zhou Shu nodded casually. Hey! He patted the humanoid demonic beast's head. Tell your people to split into groups and do as I tell them. The humanoid demonic beast sneered in his heart. Plan to catch a turtle in a jar, start. For the demon realm, I will endure humiliation. He deliberately put on an unconvinced expression. After Zhou Shu slapped him a few more times, he pretended to be unwilling and agreed. After saying a few words in the beast language, a few hundred of the hundreds of demon beasts gave up mining and began to whittle the stones in the mountain into square stones. The claws of demonic beasts were extremely sharp, and all of them were ranked. Not only were they good as miners, but they were also not bad as stonemasons. The humanoid demonic beast shouted a few more times in the beast language. Zhou Shu raised his eyebrows. What was this kid saying? The language barrier is inconvenient. He can understand me, but I can't understand him. I won't even know if he's scolding me. Should I learn a foreign language? The first thing that came to Zhou Shu's mind was the Zhuangzhou Butterfly Dream Technique. But his current Zhuangzhou Butterfly Dream Technique could only go back to the last 2 years of the dream target. The beast language of this humanoid demonic beast was definitely not something he had learned in the past 2 years. Even if he entered a dream, he wouldn't be able to learn the beast language. Unless his Zhuangzhou Butterfly Dream Technique could go back to when the humanoid demonic beast had just learned to speak. Even if I can go back that far, I don't want to. Thinking of transforming into a demonic beast, Zhou Shu felt his scalp tingle. His current mental strength was not strong enough to be unaffected by dreams. It was better to think of other ways to learn the foreign language. Tell them to put the stones there when they're cut. Zhou Shu casually pointed and told his hostage and translator. Chapter 276, A Forger's Happiness, Mining Craze, 1. If someone asked Zhou Shu what his first impression of the demon realm was, then his answer would definitely be that the demonic beasts of the demon realm were the best miners, stonemasons, and construction workers. The demonic beasts were huge, powerful, and had sharp claws. Ordinary stones were no different from tofu under their sharp claws. They could easily pile up 10-foot square stones. Zhou Shu didn't know if it was because their leader was in his hands or if it was because of something else. In any case, these demonic beasts were very obedient, and they would do whatever Zhou Shu told them to do. A high wall was erected at a visible rate. The high wall was 50 feet tall. It was like a small city wall. The tallest of the giant demonic beasts was less than half the height of the high wall. Zhou Shu was still a little dissatisfied, but Shi Songtao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With this high wall, it wouldn't be so easy for the demonic beasts of the demon realm to attack them again. Zhou Shu and the others were currently on a mountain. They hadn't just erected 4 high walls. After erecting the first high wall, Zhou Shu finally saw the efficiency of these demonic beasts. A 50-foot high wall was only a few dozen large stones to them. If it hadn't taken a little effort to gather the stones from the mountains, they could have done it in half a day. Of course, after the stones were stacked, they needed further reinforcement. Zhou Shu didn't need the demonic beasts to do it. He directly used the iron smelting hands technique to fill the gaps between the stones into magma. After cooling, all the stones became one. Then Zhou Shu instructed the demonic beasts to build a few houses not far from the blood silver mine. This was a little more troublesome than building a high wall, but Zhou Shu only needed to instruct them to build houses and dig the mine at the same time. He wasn't in a hurry. While the demonic beasts were building houses and mining, Zhou Shu and Yin Huiyu continued to plan the construction of the camp according to the location of the blood silver mine and the nearby mountains. Anyway, there were hundreds of hard laborers. They were not afraid that their idea wouldn't be realized. Yin Huiyu blushed slightly and looked very confident. She even had the illusion that she and Zhou Shu were planning their own home. With a certain thought, she fully displayed her knowledge as the princess of Great Xia. All kinds of strange ideas came to mind. She might not be a professional architect, but she was knowledgeable. She had seen all kinds of houses. Many of her ideas made Zhou Shu's eyes light up. If someone else was building the camp, it would definitely not be that troublesome. Regarding camps during war, the first thing to consider was naturally practicality. Other than being able to keep enemies away, it had to satisfy the training, life, and fighting needs of the soldiers. As for whether it looked nice or not, this wasn't even a consideration. But Zhou Shu and Yin Huiyu were different. They didn't take the war seriously at all. To them, this camp had to be not only practical but also beautiful, comfortable to stay in, and pleasing to the eye. Anyway, they had so many free laborers, and these laborers worked fast. Just like that, more and more blood silver ores were dug up, and the camp gradually took shape. There were rows of extremely unique stone houses. Although they were not carefully carved or painted, they were still beautiful and graceful. The polished, mirror-smooth stone was no worse than painted walls. Zhou Shu was already very satisfied with being able to do this under the current conditions. He was a little reluctant to execute these demonic beasts now. They are such good workers. He didn't even have to pay for their meals. But he also knew that these demonic beasts were not willing to serve him. If not for the humanoid demonic beast as a hostage, these hundreds of demonic beasts would have immediately wanted to skin Zhou Shu alive. Your Highness, I found 12 different forging materials in this mountain. Shi Songtao returned to Zhou Shu's side excitedly. He was covered in dirt, and his clothes were torn. But for once, he didn't care about any of this. His face was full of excitement. This place is a treasure trove. As a forger, there was nothing happier than seeing so many forging materials. Over the past few days, Zhou Shu and the demonic beast laborers had turned this mountain into their camp. After confirming that there were no other demonic beasts nearby, Shi Songtao felt at ease and started looking for mines in the mountains. The search turned up this result, making him happy. This space in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament was ownerless. Whoever occupied it would own it. In other words, everything in and on this mountain now belonged to the Huaxia Pavilion. Although there were only a dozen types of forging materials, the amount was massive. Shi Songtao had never dared to think that he would one day have so many forging materials. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about forging materials anymore. Only 12 types. Zhou Shu said unhappily. Deputy Master, do you think it's the same for the other places in this space? What do you think about taking down those mountains as well? Chapter 277, A Forger's Happiness, Mining Craze, 2. Zhou Shu pointed at the distant mountains covered in clouds. The space for the 10 Nations martial arts tournament was very large, almost equivalent to 2 provinces in Zhou Shu's previous life, and it was the largest kind of province. The entire space was full of varied terrain, mountains, and vast plains. The place Zhou Shu and the others were currently at was actually just a small hill on the outermost edge of endless mountains. Shi Songtao was a little speechless. It's already good enough to occupy a mountain. There are only 4 of us. How much territory can we take? Besides, how do you know the demon army isn't here? If they accidentally encountered the demon army, the 4 of them might not even be able to defend this small mountain. Although these demonic beasts were obedient now, if the army of the demon realm really came, they would definitely immediately change sides. Your Highness, I think we should work steadily. Let's use the forging materials here to forge a batch of weapons. Then we'll think about expanding our territory after we contact the Great General and the others, Shi Songtao said. You have a point, Deputy Master. Zhou Shu nodded. Shi Songtao was delighted. He finally had some presence as the Deputy Master. The forging of weapons is imperative, Zhou Shu continued. Now that the ore has been dug out, someone still needs to refine the forging materials. Deputy Master, you're capable, so I'll have to trouble you to refine these ores. Then we'll forge them into weapons. Zhou Shu patted Shi Songtao on the shoulder. Shi Songtao. In Great Xia's forging division, refining ores was all done by forging apprentices. It didn't require much skill. I knew it. I rejoiced too soon. Deputy Master? Haha. Shi Songtao dejectedly went to refine the ore, while Zhou Shu looked up into the distance excitedly. What he had just said to Shi Songtao was not just a casual remark. He was really considering digging up all the mineral mines in this continuous mountain range. It would be a waste not to use these miners. They would be obsolete. And it wasn't just about the miners. This world was rich in mineral mines, and many forging materials that were rare in the outside world existed here. Most importantly, he had to spend money to buy forging materials in the outside world. It wasn't necessary here. Whoever dug them up would own them. Zhou Shu was a little excited when he thought about the mountain of materials in the Huaxia Pavilion's storeroom. Hundreds of miners are not enough, Zhou Shu thought. Although the humanoid demonic beast that Zhou Shu was holding hostage didn't know what he was thinking, he felt a chill down his spine. He had a feeling that this strange human was up to no good again. But it didn't matter. The plan to catch a turtle in a jar was almost complete. When the time came, he would definitely cut him open piece by piece and see what secrets he had. Otherwise, how could a 4th-rank martial artist defeat him? It's not very reliable to control the demon army by holding hostages, Zhou Shu thought. This time, he was lucky to catch a humanoid demonic beast. Not every demonic beast army would have such a leader. Moreover, even if he caught their leader, the demon army might not be so obedient. If the commander of the army was captured and the entire army listened to him, what was the point of fighting? He could just directly execute all of them. Now that Zhou Shu could order these hundreds of demonic beasts through this humanoid demonic beast, it could only be said that he was lucky enough to catch a fellow with an extraordinary identity. Just from the difference in appearance between other demonic beasts and this humanoid demonic beast, it was apparent this humanoid demonic beast was definitely not ordinary. This was not just because he was a 1st-rank martial artist. Outside, there were also 1st-rank demonic beasts, but those demonic beasts couldn't transform into human form. What will it take to raise an army of miners? Zhou Shu rubbed his brows in thought. When others came to the 10 Nations martial arts tournament, they were all thinking about how to kill their enemies. But Zhou Shu was thinking about how to turn the enemies into his miners. If anyone else knew what he was thinking, they would think he was crazy. They speak different languages. How can I subdue them? While thinking, Zhou Shu heard banging sounds beside him. Curious, he turned to see Shi Songtao laboriously smashing a rock. What are you doing, old Shi? Zhou Shu couldn't help asking. Refining ores, of course, Shi Songtao said without looking up. There are no furnaces here. I have to remove the impurities from the ore first, then think of a way to smelt and purify. Stop. Zhou Shu was speechless. You can remove the impurities just by knocking? Forget it. Come here. Zhou Shu beckoned Shi Songtao over. This was something he had overlooked. The forging furnaces they had prepared before coming here were all with Meng Bai's army. Now that they had been separated from Meng Bai's army, they naturally didn't have a smelting furnace with them. Without any furnaces, forgers were like soldiers who went to the battlefield without weapons. Shi Songtao was helpless. Without a furnace, what could he do? He could only use the oldest method and try to make the ore purer. What now? Shi Songtao put down the ore in his hand and walked up to Zhou Shu with his head lowered. If you keep calling me, it's going to take a long time to refine everything. Zhou Shu said, let me teach you. Zhou Shu suddenly raised his hand and pointed between Shi Songtao's eyebrows. His cultivation was more than 10 times higher than Shi Songtao's. His finger was extremely fast. Even if Shi Songtao had been prepared, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Besides, he wasn't prepared at all. Facing Zhou Shu, a fierce person who could fight evenly with the Qin Emperor, how could he, Shi Songtao, be on guard? Was being on guard useful? Boom! Shi Songtao felt as if his head had exploded. He had only one thought. Why? Why does His Highness want to kill me? I've worked so hard. Before the thought ended, Shi Songtao was surprised to find that he was still alive. He looked at Zhou Shu in surprise. This is my unique secret technique. You will be able to use the iron smelting hands technique for 3 days, Zhou Shu said. After 3 days, you'll forget everything about the iron smelting hands technique. Use the iron smelting hands technique to purify the ore. Zhou Shu waved his hand. After the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament began, Zhou Shu received benefits from the legendary Armament Canon almost every day. His strength in all aspects was constantly increasing, including his divine ability Unparalleled Benevolence and the iron smelting hand technique. Currently, the duration of his divine ability Unparalleled Benevolence was as long as 3 days. As for the iron smelting hands technique, Zhou Shu could already forge weapons with his bare hands. The divine ability Unparalleled Benevolence allowed Shi Songtao to possess half the strength of a certain cultivation technique. Half of the cultivation of the iron smelting hands technique couldn't be used to forge weapons, but it was easy for him to refine ores. Back when they went to Great Qin, Shi Songtao had been the deputy envoy of the diplomatic mission, so he knew very well about the iron smelting hands technique. It was because of the iron smelting hands technique that Zhou Shu had barged into Great Qin and defeated 6 experts in a row. In the end, he had fought to a draw with the Qin Emperor. In order to obtain the iron smelting hands technique, Great Qin had paid a heavy price. His Highness passed on the iron smelting hands technique to me? Even if I forget the cultivation method of the iron smelting hands technique 3 days later, I might not forget some of the insights I gain. Shi Songtao was pleasantly surprised. He felt that his efforts had been worth it. No, this isn't enough. As the deputy master, I haven't done enough. His Highness even taught me the iron smelting hands technique. What reason do I have not to work hard? It's the iron smelting hands technique that Great Qin paid such a huge price to obtain. Even if it's just to experience it, it's a great honor. If I still try to find excuses to slack off, I wouldn't be human. Shi Songtao's expression became extremely serious, and his eyes were brimming with motivation. Your Highness, I'm going to handle the ore. Shi Songtao didn't say another word. He cupped his hands and turned to walk toward the pile of ores. It was a short journey, but he walked with an imposing manner. Chapter 278, Increase in Strength, The Plan to Catch the Turtle in a Jar, 1. Zhou Shu thought that he had overestimated the mineral reserves here, but he realized that he had still underestimated them. With the efforts of hundreds of miners day and night, the few warehouses that had been prepared were quickly filled. Thousands of kilograms of various materials were piled up in a mess. In the end, Zhou Shu and Shi Songtao felt numb about it. The lack of manpower became apparent again. Shi Songtao was the only one working on purifying the ore. Even if he had temporarily mastered the iron smelting hands technique, there was only so much work he could do alone. He was not nearly as fast as miners could dig. Zhou Shu didn't care much about purifying the ore. In any case, he could slowly purify it in his own camp. If it didn't work, he could just bring the ore back to Great Xia. He felt a little regretful now. There were only a dozen types of forging materials found in this mountain. He couldn't gather the materials to upgrade the Great Destroyer sword. His gaze fell to the continuous mountain range again. There were more than a dozen kinds of forging materials in one mountain. There had to be other forging materials in these mountains. But at the same time, there would definitely be a demon army in the mountains. There was almost no doubt about it. Zhou Shu had seen the arrival of the demon realm armies clearly. It was unknown how many there were. If he was alone, going into the mountains in search of mines would be no problem at all. Even if he encountered a demon army, he could come and go as he pleased. But Yin Weiyu and the other two were with him now. He couldn't leave them behind. More importantly, if he went into the mountains alone, even if he found the mineral mines, he couldn't possibly mine them himself. Even if he dug them up, who would bring the ores back for him? What's most important? People. Zhou Shu sighed. What people? Yin Weiyu asked doubtfully. Grand Minister, where do you think Great General Meng and the others went? Why did they suddenly get separated? Zhou Shu said. I wasn't paying attention. Yin Weiyu was a little embarrassed. How would she know? Zhou Shu had been eliminating demonic beasts too quickly back then, and she had used all her strength to barely keep up with him. How could she still be in the mood to care about Great General Meng's whereabouts? The 100 refinements ring pommel saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The heavenly saber art has improved by 10%. The spring embroidered saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The visualization of the 5 mountains true form technique has improved by 30%. As he spoke, a few messages flashed past Zhou Shu's eyes. This happened almost all the time. Zhou Shu was already used to it. But he also discovered that the standard weapons like the 100 refinements ring pommel saber, the spring embroidered saber, the automanatity plume saber, and the horse slaying saber were giving him less and less feedback. This was not because the number of battles was decreasing but because the damage rate of these weapons had already reached a certain level. Only the 100 standard weapons in the legendary armament cannon that Zhou Shu had personally forged would receive benefits after completing kills. Zhou Shu had seen the number on the legendary armament cannon before. The number behind the 100 refinements ring pommel saber had gone from 100 to 70. The spring embroidered saber had gone down to 40. It was similar for the other weapons. In a few days, these standard weapons would be completely damaged. At that time, the feedback from the legendary armament cannon would hit rock bottom. The ranked weapons were better. At least for now, none of them were damaged. Zhou Shu participated in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament precisely for this great harvest. It was naturally a good thing to obtain so many forging materials now, but with the forging materials, he had to turn them into weapons and recruit workers. He had to replenish the standard weapons in the Great Xia army. Yin Weiyu looked at Zhou Shu with admiration in her eyes. In her opinion, Zhou Shu's cultivation level was really increasing at all times. Many times, as he walked, he fell into an epiphany. 2 days ago, while he was eating, he suddenly comprehended the martial Dao and broke through to the 3rd rank. At the time, the humanoid demonic beast was so shocked that his tongue almost fell out. Be it humans or demonic beasts, the 3rd rank of the martial Dao was a threshold. It wasn't so easy to break through. But to Zhou Shu, breaking through to the Grandmaster's realm was as easy as drinking water. The humanoid demonic beast form was even more certain that he had to kill this strange fellow. This fellow was too dangerous. When he was a 4th rank martial artist, he could beat him until he couldn't fight back. What about as a 3rd rank martial artist? If this continued, wouldn't even those lords be unable to kill him? He had to speed up his plan. The walls of the camp had to be reinforced. He must not be allowed to escape. What this humanoid demonic beast didn't know was that the increase in Zhou Shu's spiritual essence cultivation actually didn't increase his strength as much as he had expected. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique allowed Zhou Shu to have the strength of a 1st rank martial artist. His spiritual essence cultivation had increased from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank, but his strength was still only at the 1st rank. It could only be said that the shortcomings had increased correspondingly. His strength didn't increase. His strength was still within the scope of a 1st rank martial artist. He was only slightly stronger than ordinary 1st rank martial artists. On the other hand, Zhou Shu's visualization of the 5 mountains' true form had grown significantly recently. The first of the 5 mountains that he visualized was almost solid. This allowed his divine sense to expand to a radius of 10 feet. Chapter 279, Increase in Strength, the plan to catch the turtle in a jar, 2. Divine sense was infinitely useful, and what Zhou Shu had developed now was only a small portion of it. Among his cultivation techniques, Zhou Shu had the highest expectations for the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form. In the past few days, he had even taken the time to forge a spring-embroidered saber. In the future, when he encountered the Demon Realm army, he planned to use the spring-embroidered saber to kill enemies. This way, his visualization of the 5 mountains' true form could improve a little. In any case, as long as he wasn't facing a first-rank martial artist, there was not much difference between using standard weapons and ranked weapons. Your Highness! Your Highness! Bad news! Haitang's cry suddenly sounded in the camp. She stood on the wall of the camp and waved at Zhou Shu and Yin Huiyu. They had free labor, so the walls of this camp were built almost like small city walls. There were even small watchtowers and pillboxes built on them. It might be an exaggeration to call this camp a city, but it was not a problem to call it a fully equipped mountain stronghold. There might be something wrong with the humanoid demonic beast's brains. When he translated Zhou Shu's orders, he even added some of his own pointers. In the end, not only did these demonic beasts do their best when building the camp, but they also took the initiative to add in some things that Zhou Shu had overlooked. As a result, this camp was like a nest that mountain bandits had carefully built for many years. What happened? Yin Huiyu asked as she floated up and landed on the observation deck. The camp had limited manpower. Shi Songtao was busy with the forging materials, and Haitang was not idle either. These days, she has been acting as a sentry. Your Highness, there's a Demon Realm army. Haitang pointed ahead anxiously. Yin Huiyu looked in the direction she was pointing and indeed saw an army of demons. The Demon Realm army was much larger than the one in the camp now. At a rough estimate, there were about 5,000 of them. Moreover, they were advancing toward the camp. It wouldn't take long for the Demon Realm army to discover this camp. Zhou Shu. Yin Huiyu was also a little anxious and turned to look at Zhou Shu. They had spent a lot of effort to build this camp. She definitely didn't want to give it up just like that. But if they didn't give it up, how could the few of them stop the 5,000 Demon Realm troops? The demonic beasts of the Demon Realm's armies were all ranked. 5,000 ranked martial artists could even exhaust a first-rank martial artist to death. Moreover, it was very likely that there would be first-rank martial artists in the Demon Realm army. There's no need to be nervous. Zhou Shu was very relaxed. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. How many people are heading our way? He glanced at the humanoid demonic beast. Behave yourself and don't try to make trouble. Otherwise, I can kill you at any time. The humanoid demonic beast snorted and turned his head away without saying anything. In his heart, he was delighted. This kid probably thinks that with his strength, he can kill through an army of the Demon Realm. He will soon find out what a great demon is and what a powerhouse is. When the Demon Realm army surrounds the camp, I'll coordinate with them and guarantee that this kid will die without a burial place. Zhou Shu used the riding on cloud and wind technique and gracefully ascended the wall. The Demon Realm army was only 100 kilometers away from the camp. At their speed, they would reach it in half a day at most. It looked like the first battle at camp was about to happen. Zhou Shu frowned. There was no great danger. At the very least, he could protect Yin Huiyu and the others and retreat. But just like Yin Huiyu, he wouldn't give up on the camp so easily. Hi! Zhou Shu suddenly explained while observing the Demon Realm army. Several kilometers away from the Demon Realm army, Zhou Shu saw a group of people lying in ambush in the mountains, preparing to ambush the Demon Realm army. It's Great Xia's uniform. From 100 kilometers away, even Zhou Shu couldn't see the faces of those people. He could only roughly make out their clothes. I wonder who's leading this army. They actually dare to ambush a Demon Realm army with so few people? Grand Minister! Zhou Shu shouted. Here, Yin Huiyu replied. Do you see that? Zhou Shu pointed to where the Great Xia soldiers were hiding. They are our people. Yin Huiyu's eyesight was inferior to Zhou Shu's, but she could vaguely see some shadows. That's right. Zhou Shu said solemnly. We didn't see them before, but that's not important. Hurry over immediately and stop them from ambushing the Demon Realm army. You want me to bring them back to camp? Yin Weiyu instantly understood what Zhou Shu meant. That's right. There aren't many of them. Sneaking up on the demon realm army will be like moths to a flame. Bring them back to the camp. There's no need to take the risk now. We still have a chance to attack later. We have to be quick. We have to bring them back before the demon realm army finds them. Actually, it would be best if he rushed over. He was fast and strong. But if he left, Yin Weiyu and the other two wouldn't be able to suppress the humanoid demonic beast and the hundreds of demonic beast miners in the camp. Other than him, Yin Weiyu's cultivation was the highest, so he could only let her make the trip. Understood. Yin Weiyu cupped her hands playfully. Then she flipped over and disappeared into the forest. Zhou Shu's gaze followed Yin Weiyu's figure. 100 kilometers was neither close nor far. If Yin Weiyu encountered any danger, he would use his divine ability Unstoppable for 1,000 miles to rush over even if he had to abandon the camp. With his current strength, it was not an exaggeration to say that he could travel 100 kilometers in an instant. After all, Yin Weiyu was a second-rank martial artist. When she used her full strength, her speed was very fast. As for the demonic realm army, they didn't seem to be traveling at full speed. Their traveling speed was neither fast nor slow. In addition, the place where the Great Xia soldiers were hiding was still a distance away from the demonic realm army. Therefore, Yin Weiyu successfully arrived at the location of the Great Xia soldiers before the two sides made contact. Yin Weiyu said something to the soldiers before leading them toward the camp. At this moment, Zhou Shu could tell that there weren't many Great Xia soldiers. There were less than 100. There aren't many of them, but it's better than nothing. Zhou Shu thought that with these people, he could continue to develop the camp after dealing with this demon realm army. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the four of them to do anything. Oh no! Zhou Shu suddenly frowned. Yin Weiyu led the dozens of Great Xia soldiers through the forest and headed toward the camp. The demonic beast army behind them suddenly accelerated. They saw the Grand Minister. Seeing a few powerful birds soaring into the sky from the demon realm army, Zhou Shu finally understood. This army was simply coming for the camp. With the flying demonic beasts around, they had probably discovered the camp long ago. These dozens of Great Xia soldiers were probably their prey, but the soldiers were still ignorant. Zhou Shu frowned. He suddenly remembered that when the demonic beast miners built the camp, they had done a lot of work that he hadn't instructed them to do. Zhou Shu thought that it was because the humanoid demonic beasts' translation was not good enough, and the effect of their construction was very good. Now, Zhou Shu seemed to understand. Did these demonic beasts use some unknown method to spread the news? I was careless after all. This language barrier is a big problem. I have to learn the language of the demon realm later. Zhou Shu's cold gaze landed on the humanoid demonic beast. The humanoid demonic beast shivered. He looked at Zhou Shu nervously. This kid didn't find out about my trap plan, did he? Tell me. How do you want to die? Zhou Shu said coldly. Chapter 280, The last person who spoke to me like that is now a head miner. 1. You can't kill me, the humanoid demonic beast roared. I've done everything you asked me to do. You can't kill me. The humanoid demonic beast's level of human speech was average. He only knew these few words. Really? Didn't you do what I didn't ask you to do as well? Zhou Shu sneered. There's an army of demonic beasts outside. You were the one who informed them, right? The army is here. The humanoid demonic beast was delighted, but then he shook his head and said, No, I didn't. You've been holding me hostage all this time. I haven't even had a chance to move. How could I have informed them? The humanoid demonic beast shouted. I don't care how you inform them. Zhou Shu snorted. I don't need a reason to kill you. Zhou Shu reached out and grabbed the humanoid demonic beast's neck. No. You can't kill me. The humanoid demonic beast struggled desperately. Sensing that he was about to lose his life, the humanoid demonic beast finally panicked. His plan to catch a turtle in a jar was about to succeed. He was unwilling to die at this time. He had endured humiliation for so long and was about to take revenge. How could he die? Spare me. I'll do anything you ask, the humanoid demonic beast shouted. You'll do anything I ask. Zhou Shu's grip paused. The humanoid demon beast saw hope and said loudly, Anything. I can lead people to continue helping you mine and build your camp. There are many things I can do. Keeping me alive will certainly be more useful than killing me. In order to survive, the humanoid demonic beast no longer had any reservations. If he had just been captured by Zhou Shu, he might have been determined to die. But after so many days of compromising and striving to survive, he could no longer just die. Actually, this wasn't a problem with the humanoid demonic beast. Many people were the same. In battle, they were willing to give up their lives on a whim. But as time passed, their determination to die would not be so firm. I know a lot about the demons who have descended onto this world. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you all their information. The humanoid demonic beast became a demon trader. Really? Then tell me your name first. Zhou Shu looked into the distance. Yin Weiyu was quickly heading toward the camp with the soldiers. The Demon Realm army was getting closer and closer to Yin Weiyu's group. At this rate, they would be captured by the Demon Realm army before they could enter the camp. At this moment, Zhou Shu couldn't let anything happen to the camp. If this humanoid demonic beast led the miners to rebel when he went to kill the enemy, wouldn't the trouble be even bigger? Therefore, even if he went to help Yin Weiyu, he had to resolve the problem of the demonic beasts first. Otherwise, Shi Songtao and Haitang alone wouldn't be able to suppress these captives. My name, when translated in your language, is Yao Buki, the humanoid demonic beast said. Yao, Buki. Even though the situation was tense, Zhou Shu almost spat out his saliva. Are we going to play Monopoly? He can't afford it. This name has character. Zhou Shu naturally knew that the humanoid demonic beast's name was just a transliteration. It definitely didn't mean what he thought. Yao 1. That's an interesting surname. Zhou Shu sized up Yao Buki. No wonder he said I can use him to threaten those demonic beasts. This guy might really be someone in the demon realm. He may not be impressive, but his status is definitely not low. Thinking of this, Zhou Shu hesitated. It seemed a waste to kill this fellow just like that. He thought for a moment and then used his hand to knock the back of Yao Buki's head. The physique of demonic beasts was far stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. Yao Buki was even stronger than a first-rank martial artist. But Zhou Shu had mastered the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique. His strength was shocking. Under his palm strike, Yao Buki's eyes widened, then his face filled with indignation as he collapsed to the ground. After knocking Yao Buki unconscious, Zhou Shu was still a little worried. He visualized the 5 mountains' true form in his consciousness, and his divine sense transformed into 5 mountains that smashed into Yao Buki's head. Yao Buki twitched, and his legs twitched twice. Deputy Master. Zhou Shu called Shi Songtao over. Watch him. If the demonic beasts try anything funny, kill him first and then escape. Zhou Shu said solemnly. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Shu pulled out the Great Destroyer sword and handed it to Shi Songtao. Remember, prioritize your life. With that, Zhou Shu disappeared from the wall. Almost at the same time, Shi Songtao saw Zhou Shu's figure suddenly appear in the air dozens of kilometers away. Shi Songtao gasped. He wasn't ignorant. He had seen many grandmasters. But this speed was simply beyond his imagination. Isn't that too fast? How strong is His Highness? If he is so capable, why is he still a forger? Zhou Shu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yin Weiyu's eyes, startling her. She almost thrust the shadow sword in her hand. Zhou Shu. Yin Weiyu stopped in time and said in surprise, why are you here? The camp. She also knew that the camp was short-handed. If Zhou Shu casually left, the hundreds of demonic beast miners might revolt. Lead the soldiers back to camp first. Zhou Shu didn't have time to say more. I'll take care of the Demon Realm army. Chapter 281, The last person who spoke to me like that is now a head miner, 2. There was a slight tremor in the ground. A few kilometers away, smoke and dust rose into the sky. The Demon Realm army was not far away. Yin Weiyu knew the severity of the situation. There couldn't be no experts in the camp for too long. Apart from Zhou Shu, she was the only other expert. Shi Songtao's and Haitang's strength was almost negligible. Be careful. Yin Weiyu said before shouting at the Great Xia soldiers, let's go. She turned into a stream of light and headed for the camp. There were only a few dozen kilometers left. She didn't have to worry that the Great Xia soldiers wouldn't be able to find the camp. She couldn't let the demonic beasts revolt at the camp. She had to return first. Go help Her Highness guard the camp first. I'll help His Highness. A voice sounded. Only then did Zhou Shu realize that the leader of this group of Great Xia soldiers was actually Mei Wushang. He was the owner Zhou Shu had chosen for the heavenly halberd. What a coincidence! You don't have to. Wushang, you go to the camp too. Zhou Shu shook his head. The reason he rushed over was that with the strength of these Great Xia soldiers, they would be caught up by the Demon Realm army before they reached the camp. Without city walls, the consequences could be imagined once they were overtaken. Zhou Shu had come over to help them stall for time. When they arrived at the camp and defended on the city wall, there would be no problem in dealing with the Demon Realm army. Mei Wushang was about to say something, but Zhou Shu waved his hand. This is an order. Zhou Shu shouted. Hurry to the camp ahead at full speed and assist Her Highness in setting up the defensive line. As you command, General. Mei Wushang said helplessly. Watching the dozens of Great Xia soldiers running forward crazily, Zhou Shu temporarily put aside his messy thoughts and turned to look ahead. Ahead, the Demon Realm army had already appeared in sight. In the sky, a few bird-type demonic beasts suddenly flapped their several-meter-long wings, wanting to pass Zhou Shu and chase after Mei Wushang's group. Humph! I'm here, and you still want to go over. The spring-embroidered saber at his waist unsheathed and turned into a saber beam that shot into the sky. Words could not describe the brilliance of the saber beam. Just as the sound of the saber being unsheathed came, the heads of the bird-type demonic beasts in the air had already been separated from their bodies. The spring-embroidered saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The visualization of the five mountains' true form has improved by 20%. The spring-embroidered saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The visualization of the five mountains' true form has improved by 10%. The spring-embroidered saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The visualization of the five mountains' true form has improved by 50%. A few messages floated past his eyes, and his mind felt cool. He felt that his spiritual strength had become stronger, and his divine sense had increased significantly. Zhou Shu had left the Great Destroyer sword for Shi Song Tao to protect himself. What he carried with him was the spring-embroidered saber that he had forged himself. With his current cultivation, there was not much difference in strength between using the Great Destroyer sword and using the spring-embroidered saber. He was even more lethal with a saber. After all, his heavenly saber art was unfathomable. Although the astounding heavenly 18 swords technique had already reached perfection, it was still quite far from the limitless heavenly saber art. Saber techniques were Zhou Shu's strongest means of killing. Even with just a standard saber, not many people below the Grandmaster level could withstand a single strike from him. Swish! The blood of the demonic beasts sprinkled down from the sky like a rain of blood. Then the corpses of a few demonic beasts crashed to the ground. At this moment, the Demon Realm army was only 2 to 3 kilometers away from Zhou Shu. The entire Demon Realm army witnessed this scene. The entire Demon Realm army paused for a moment. These bird-type demonic beasts were not weak, but they were actually all killed with a single slash. The human opposite them was terrifying. Zhou Shu stood with his saber horizontally, his expression unchanged as he faced the endless demonic beast army. Every demonic beast in the army was gigantic. In comparison, Zhou Shu's body was as small as a sapling. But as he stood there, his mountain-like aura dwarfed the Demon Realm army. Stop! A dignified voice shouted a word that Zhou Shu didn't understand. The Demon Realm army stopped abruptly, as if someone had pressed the pause button. They stopped 100 meters away from Zhou Shu. The contrast between a man and an army was stark. But such a person had stopped an entire army. You were the one who caught Yao Buki. The authoritative voice spoke again. This time, he didn't speak in the demon language but in human language. As expected, Yao Buki had spread the news using some means. Zhou Shu looked ahead and saw a figure slowly walk out of the Demon Realm army. It was a human-like figure. He wasn't tall. Even in the human race, his height was only average. He walked out of the Demon Realm army like an ant out of a herd of elephants. But in the Demon Realm army, countless demonic beasts lowered their heads and made way for this person, their bell-like eyes filled with fanatical worship and fear. That's me. Zhou Shu nodded and looked the person up and down. If he wasn't wrong, a demonic beast that could transform to human form seemed to have a respected status in the demon realm. After capturing Yao Buki, he could threaten the demonic beasts under him to become minors. Was this guy in front of him the same? But it looked like he was a little stronger than Yao Buqi. Zhou Shu was able to catch Yao Buqi alive partly because he had caught him off guard and partly because his strength was average. The person in front of him had an aura like the sea and was much stronger than Yao Buqi. Moreover, he knew that he had captured Yao Buqi and would definitely not be confused by his third-rank martial Dao aura. Even if Zhou Shu could defeat him, it was almost impossible to capture him alive. If a first-rank martial artist wanted to leave, Zhou Shu wouldn't be able to stop him, especially this first-rank martial artist who had thousands of demonic beast troops under him. "State your name," the humanoid demonic beast said coldly. "I don't kill nameless people." This humanoid demonic beast's command of the human language was much better than Yao Buqi's. The accent of a foreign language was barely discernible. "Is that so?" Zhou Shu smiled faintly. "What a coincidence. It's the same for me. Why don't you tell me who you are before I decide if I should kill you?" "How dare you!" the humanoid demonic beast roared angrily, and his aura suddenly exploded. His entire body was like an erupting volcano. Airwaves spread out with him as the center. Rumble. The airwaves knocked down countless tall trees. The demon realm army let out deep roars. The demonic beasts glowed with faint light as they resisted the heavy airwaves. Strong, so strong. Although he felt that this humanoid demonic beast was much stronger than Yao Buqi, when his aura truly erupted, Zhou Shu realized that this humanoid demonic beast was even stronger than he had imagined. Zhou Shu was puzzled. According to Meng Bai's description, although the demon realm that the 10 Nations martial arts tournament was facing was indeed very strong, first-rank experts were rare. Why had he already encountered 2 of them not long after he arrived? If first-rank experts were so common in the demon realm's army, then how could the human race kill all the demon realm troops that entered this world every time? "Release Yao Buqi, then kneel as a slave, and I will spare your life," the humanoid demonic beast said coldly. "This is your only chance to live. Kneel." Zhou Shu looked at the humanoid demonic beast and laughed. "The last person who talked to me like that was Yao Buqi. He's doing quite well as a head miner now. I think you're not bad either." Zhou Shu stomped heavily on the ground. Layers of waves seemed to erupt on the ground and charged toward the humanoid demonic beast. They collided with the airwaves around his body with a loud bang. The next moment, Zhou Shu's figure suddenly disappeared, and the pupils of the humanoid demonic beast suddenly constricted. Chapter 282, Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament Branch, 1. Boom! The air around the humanoid demonic beast exploded. His eyes instantly turned red, and iron-like black fur grew on his arms. Only a foot away from him, Zhou Shu's figure appeared. He flipped in the air, and the spring-embroidered saber in his hand transformed into a saber beam that swept toward the humanoid demonic beast. Divine ability, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. This was the drawback of the divine ability unstoppable for 1,000 miles. Although he could obtain extreme speed, all his strength would disappear when he maintained his speed in exchange. Previously, Yao Buqi was inexperienced and was slapped by him a few times. But the humanoid demonic beast in front of him was much more experienced than Yao Buqi. His aura that immediately erupted blocked Zhou Shu's figure a foot away. Zhou Shu wanted to use the same trick again. However, not only did he not succeed, but he was almost injured. If he couldn't take the shortcut, he would settle it with strength. He unleashed his heavenly saber art. For a moment, the area within a few meters was filled with sharp saber beams. There was a hissing sound in the air, and the space seemed to be cut open. The humanoid demonic beast growled, and his arms turned into black shadows that collided with the saber beams filling the sky. Amid the thunderous noises, flames seemed to burst in the air. Crack! Zhou Shu heard a crisp sound. The spring-embroidered saber in his hand couldn't withstand the pressure and broke into countless pieces. Then it was stirred into powder by the venting force. And the other party's arm, which was covered in black fur, was actually unscathed. Boom! Zhou Shu threw away the hilt of his saber, and the two exchanged blows. With a loud bang, the two of them separated. The humanoid demonic beast retreated step by step, leaving footprints several inches deep on the ground. Zhou Shu used the riding on cloud and wind technique to retreat dozens of feet away. Boom! His right foot stepped heavily on the ground, leaving a deep footprint. He shook his numb arm, his eyes flashing with surprise. This humanoid demonic beast is so strong. Ever since he had mastered the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, this was the first time he had encountered someone whose strength was on par with his. Indeed, in this world of high martial arts, even if he had mastered the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique, it was impossible for him to run amok. Who are you? Why are you so strong? Zhou Shu was surprised. The humanoid demonic beast was even more surprised than him. He had never thought that any human could be as strong as he was. You don't have to say any more. Again. Zhou Shu shouted proudly. He stomped on the ground and appeared in front of the humanoid demonic beast again. Boom! The loud noise was incessant, and the wind blew for miles around. The Demon Realm army had already formed a military formation to resist the aura from the two experts. On the high walls of the camp, Yin Huiyu, Mei Wusheng, and the Great Xia soldiers looked into the distance with slightly changed expressions. The commotion of such a battle, the high walls beneath their feet. Everyone began to feel worried. Although they didn't expect to be able to stop the Demon Realm army through the high walls in the beginning, after all, stones were too fragile compared to the sharp claws of demonic beasts. Although Zhou Shu had reinforced the high walls of the camp with the iron smelting hands technique, they were still just rocks. They couldn't stop the Demon Realm army. At most, the walls could only cause some obstruction to the Demon Realm army. But now that they saw the commotion between Zhou Shu and the humanoid demonic beast, they felt that these high walls were probably unable to cause any obstruction. Yin Huiyu's pretty face turned cold, and her eyes were brimming with killing intent. This camp was her work. She would kill anyone who wanted to destroy it. Boom! Thunder boomed in the distance. The ground shook violently. Even the people in the camp dozens of kilometers away could clearly feel it. Before they could figure out what was happening, a shadow landed on the high wall. Everyone was tense. When they saw who the figure was, they heaved a sigh of relief. Your Highness, everyone said in unison. Zhou Shu waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. He looked into the distance. Dozens of kilometers away, the humanoid demonic beast stood tall. His entire body was covered in black fur that was like iron. He was more like a bear than a human. He stood there, the ground beneath his feet forming a deep depression. The pit was dozens of feet deep and dozens of feet in diameter. This was just formed by his landing. If it were any other ordinary expert, even if they weren't seriously injured, they would probably feel uncomfortable for a long time from such a huge impact. But this bear seemed to be fine. He also looked up. His gaze met Zhou Shu's, and sparks flew. They seemed to see the meaning in each other's eyes. Set up camp here, the humanoid bear demonic beast growled in beast language. As he spoke, he faced the camp and then disappeared into the Demon Realm army. Behind him, where the Great Xia people couldn't see, there were a few clear fist marks imprinted in the black fur. Seeing that the Demon Realm army had stopped and seemed to be setting up camp, the Great Xia people on the wall of the camp heaved a sigh of relief and felt puzzled. Did you win, Your Highness? Mei Wusheng asked after hesitating. No, Zhou Shu shook his head. That guy has thick skin and flesh. I can't injure him. Chapter 283, Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament Branch, 2. He had indeed not won the battle just now. But he didn't lose. This was the first time Zhou Shu felt so aggrieved. This meat shield, my attacks can't break his defense? His frustration was beyond words. The humanoid bear wasn't very strong, and the defense of his black fur was comparable to his golden bell shield technique. Neither of them could break the other's defenses. Fighting back and forth was nothing more than a lonely fight. It looked lively, but it was actually useless. If this continued, Zhou Shu's endurance might be a little better, and he might be able to win in the end. But in that case, the results would probably not come out until 10 days or half a month later. Therefore, he and the bear demonic beast tacitly stopped fighting. Yin Huiyu tugged at the corner of Zhou Shu's clothes and asked softly, what do we do now? Let's all get some rest today, Zhou Shu said. The other party won't attack today. General Wusheng, check your subordinates' weapons. If any of them are damaged, bring them to me. I'll help you repair them. I'm afraid there'll be a nasty fight to hold the camp. The bear demonic beast alone could stall Zhou Shu. It was impossible for Yin Huiyu, Mei Wusheng, and the others to block the charge of the 5,000-strong Demon Realm army. Zhou Shu felt a headache coming on. Who would have thought that a random demon realm army would have a demon expert who was not weaker than him? He had thought that with his strength, he would at least be able to rest easy. Now, it seemed that some enemies were tricky to deal with even for him. He now regretted underestimating his enemy. If he had known earlier, he would have prepared a heaven-grade weapon in advance. Although he couldn't forge heaven-grade weapons himself, the few weapons he had obtained from Zhu Chuanfeng were still in his residence. If he had a heaven-grade weapon, he would definitely be able to break through the defense of the bear demonic beast and even kill him. It was too late to regret now. Even if he upgraded the Great Destroyer sword to a black-grade weapon now, it was still not enough compared to the monstrous defense of the humanoid bear demonic beast. He now realized how important a good weapon was. In the past, he could ignore the grade of his weapon because his opponents were too weak. If he encountered a tough and powerful opponent like the bear demonic beast, a good weapon would definitely be able to turn the tables. "They are not my men, Your Highness," Mei said awkwardly. "All of us got separated from the main army and bumped into each other." Zhou Shu finally understood. Not only were there many people from the demon realm, but their strength was also far greater than before. The Great Xia army had been torn apart. Mei Wushang and the others had all lost contact with the main army in the battle. Then they bumped into each other during the battle and formed a temporary troop. Because Mei Wushang was the strongest and was a fair person, he was temporarily in charge of this troop. "It's not important," Zhou Shu said indifferently. "Since your cultivation is the highest, these people will be led by you now." Zhou Shu was Great Xia's king of the south. By saying this, it was equivalent to him giving Mei Wushang's position as commander an official stamp. "Everyone, I'll be blunt." Zhou Shu swept his gaze across everyone. "The demon realm army on the other side is dozens of times larger than ours. We might suffer heavy casualties in this battle." "Your Highness." A soldier smiled. "Since we've decided to participate in the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, we're already prepared to go into battle and die." Everyone chorused. Ordinary people didn't know the truth about the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, but soldiers qualified to participate would be told before they came. They might not have felt it before, but after fighting the Demon Realm army, they had seen for themselves how ferocious they were. If these Demon Realm armies attacked Great Xia would definitely become hell on earth. When the time came, their wives, children, parents, siblings, and friends would all die without a burial place. This must not happen. "Everyone, don't worry. If you die in battle, as long as I don't die, I will definitely avenge you," Zhou Shu said. "Thank you, Your Highness." Everyone spoke in unison. "I'm only saying this to prepare everyone. The situation might not really be that bad," Zhou Shu said with a smile. "It's not as if we have no chance of winning." Everyone looked at each other. "Do we have a chance of winning? Just with these high walls in front of us?" These high walls couldn't withstand the attack of the Demon Realm army at all. "You don't believe me?" Zhou Shu saw everyone's expressions and smiled. "Deputy Master, tell everyone what this place is." Shi Songtao stepped forward in a daze. He didn't understand much more than the others. He didn't know what Zhou Shu meant. Still, he spoke honestly. "This is the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. Did you hear that? This is Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. This is my territory," Zhou Shu said proudly as he placed his hands behind his back. "Anyone who wants to break through this place will have to be capable enough." Everyone was skeptical of Zhou Shu's words, but his aura made them feel relieved. That's right. The person in front of them was Great Xia's king of the south and also Great Qin's side-by-side king. No one had ever held the position of king of two countries alone before. The king of the south was an existence that was good at creating miracles. It was not impossible for 100 people to defeat 5,000. If Mei Wushang and the others' initial confidence was based on their confidence in Zhou Shu, then what they saw next gave them true confidence. Mei Wushang and the others had already experienced several battles before encountering Zhou Shu and the others. Some of them had ranked weapons, but the standard weapons were already somewhat damaged. After they took out their weapons, Deputy Master Shi, who didn't seem to have any presence, led them directly to a stone storeroom. These are all newly forged standard weapons by His Highness. There are Heben sabers, 100 refinements ring pommel sabers, horse-slaying sabers, spring-embroidered sabers, automanatity plume sabers, and even 8-sided Han swords. Pick whatever you like, Shi Songtao said with great dignity. Standard weapons were not expensive. After all, they were only made of iron, and they had plenty of iron ore in their camp. And there were miners here, constantly digging. To be honest, Shi Songtao didn't even take blood silver seriously anymore. There was too much of it here. Shi Songtao didn't even bother to keep track of the standard weapons. Mei Wushang's group saw a room full of weapons and a mountain of forging materials. Looking at the demonic beasts digging in the distance, they were dumbfounded. In the month we've been here, have we been leading a different life from His Highness? We were homeless and couldn't even eat a full meal. The casualties were even worse. As for His Highness, he directly built a camp here and even had demonic beasts mine for him. Only someone like His Highness could do such a thing. Help yourself. Don't stand on ceremony. If you think one isn't enough, you can have two, Shi Songtao said generously. As long as you fight with your lives, there are more than enough weapons. Take your pick. Just close the door for me when you're done. I have things to do. What are you going to do, Deputy Master Shi? Do you need our help? Mei Wushang asked. You don't have to. You can't help. Shi Songtao said proudly, only I, Deputy Master Shi, can do this. I'm going to put a layer of clothing on the high walls of the camp. A strange light flashed in Shi Songtao's eyes as he said, our pavilion master said that this Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch has to be a steel city. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing. Chapter 284, Entering a Dream Again, Demon Realm's Plan, 1. Mei Wushang and the others seemed to understand a lot of what Shi Songtao was saying. After choosing their weapons, everyone didn't rest. Instead, they returned to the high wall with great curiosity. When they arrived, they realized what Shi Songtao had meant by a steel city. No one knew what steel was, but seeing what Shi Songtao was doing, they could guess. Shi Songtao's hands were as red as flames. He held an ore between them. In a moment, the ore melted into a fiery red liquid that dripped onto the high wall. Shi Songtao's hands were like trowels as he smeared the red iron liquid on a stone block. When the temperature dropped, the iron liquid solidified into iron again. At this moment, it was inseparable from the stone block. This was what Shi Songtao had said about putting a layer of clothing on the high walls. It was also what Shi Songtao had been doing recently. High walls built of stone blocks were no problem for defending against ordinary beasts. However, their enemies were not ordinary beasts, but powerful demonic beasts. The claws and teeth of these demonic beasts were comparable to sharp weapons. Ordinary stones couldn't stop them at all. This was why Zhou Shu and Shi Songtao had thought of putting an iron coat on the walls. It was mainly because they had discovered that a large portion of the mineral mines in the camp were iron. Iron was very common outside and was not valuable at all. There was no value in bringing it out to Great Xia. Instead of throwing it away, it was better to use it like this. If the high walls could become indestructible, the people in the camp would be safer when facing the attack of the demonic beasts. Shi Songtao now had a taste of the iron smelting hands technique, and he was full of energy when he worked every day. The only bad thing was that every 3 days, he had to look for Zhou Shu for him to use his divine ability Unparalleled Benevolence again. Otherwise, he would forget everything about the iron smelting hands technique. Afterward, he had tentatively asked Zhou Shu if he could cultivate the iron smelting hands technique himself. Zhou Shu didn't treat him as an outsider and directly told Shi Songtao the cultivation method of the iron smelting hands technique. In the end, there was no then. Shi Songtao immediately gave up. The process of cultivating the iron smelting hands technique was simply unbearable. It was better now. He didn't need to cultivate it and could use it himself. It was just that it was a little troublesome approaching Zhou Shu every now and then. Shi Songtao admired Zhou Shu more and more. He really didn't know how Zhou Shu had successfully cultivated the iron smelting hands technique. In any case, there was no way he could do it. It was enough to make Mei Wushang and the others look at him with admiration. A proud expression appeared on Shi Songtao's face, and his actions of smelting the ore became even more elegant. Isn't my iron smelting hands technique cool? There were finally other people here. He was finally no longer the lowest existence in the camp. This feeling was awesome. In a stone room in the center of the camp, Zhou Shu sat cross-legged on a stone bed with his palms on his knees. His expression was unreadable, his expression constantly shifting. There was a tuft of black hair on his palm. This was taken from the bear demonic beast's body when he fought with him. Zhou Shu was hesitating. Should I enter the dream? After encountering 2 humanoid demonic beasts in a row, Zhou Shu had a bad feeling. According to Meng Bai, there were not many first-rank martial artists among the invaders of the demon realm. But he had already encountered 2 in a short period of time. There were definitely more than 2 first-rank martial artists from the demon realm. Otherwise, his luck was off the charts. If it wasn't a coincidence that all the first-rank martial artists of the demon realm were gathered nearby, it could only mean that the invaders of the demon realm were stronger than before. As for how much stronger, he couldn't deduce it yet. To Zhou Shu, the best way to gather information was to transform into the enemy. Then he would know everything about the enemy. The Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique was abnormal. Zhou Shu hesitated because using the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique was not a pleasant feeling. It was true that when he transformed into another person in his dream, he could sometimes understand a different feeling. Just like the last time, he was clearly a virgin. But after waking up from the dream, the feeling of separation from reality was something that normal people would never want to experience again. If it happened too many times, one's mind might even collapse. Zhou Shu cultivated the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form and had extremely powerful spiritual strength. He didn't have to worry too much about his mind collapsing. But the pain of separation was unavoidable. If it was being someone else in the dream, Zhou Shu wouldn't have hesitated for so long. But the other party was a demonic beast, even if he was now in human form. But who knew what his nature was? If he played some sort of game with a female demonic beast when he entered the dream? Zhou Shu shuddered at the thought. In comparison, Zhou Shu felt Yao Buki was very likely to play such games with female demonic beasts. And the humanoid bear demonic beast that fought with him today felt a little similar to Wang Xin. This kind of combat maniac usually didn't get close to women. Chapter 285, Entering a Dream Again, Demon Realm's Plan, 2. If I enter the dream, I'll be able to find out his weakness. That's the only way to keep this camp? Zhou Shu gritted his teeth. Otherwise, even if I can stop him, Mei Wushang and the others will definitely not be able to withstand the impact of an army of 5,000 demonic beasts. I'll risk it. If I don't go to hell, who will? At most, when he woke up, he would take a few more glances at Yan Wuya to cleanse his eyes. Zhou Shu was not an indecisive person. After making his decision, he put aside all his random thoughts. Holding the fur of the bear demonic beast, he closed his eyes. With a flash of light, the fur in his palm turned into a white light that enveloped his body. Zhou Shu's breathing gradually became long and indistinct. In the room next door, Yan Wuyo listened to Zhou Shu's long breathing and lay down on the stone bed in satisfaction. The corners of her lips curled up as she thought of something. In the white light, Zhou Shu felt his mind shake. The world around him spun, and then he was only left with a bit of clarity. He transformed into the humanoid bear demonic beast. Although Zhou Shu had a trace of self-awareness, he didn't have his own thoughts at all. His thoughts were all based on the subject of his dream. The only reason that shred of self-consciousness existed was to keep him from sinking completely into it. He felt very strange. It was as if he knew who he was, but the body he was in also felt like his. Even though this was his third dream, Zhou Shu still found it difficult to describe this feeling. The dream scene changed. It was like nothing he had ever seen. As Zhou Shu had expected, this bear demonic beast was indeed a battle maniac. Other than cultivating crazily, he spent his days fighting crazily. A female demonic beast? Non-existent. If Zhou Shu could still have his own thoughts, he would definitely be relieved. But now, he had already transformed into the humanoid bear demonic beast. After entering the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, Zhou Shu's various strengths had increased, including the Zhuangzhou Butterfly Dream Technique. In the beginning, the Zhuangzhou Butterfly Dream Technique could only go back to the past 1 year of the subject he became in his dream. Currently, he could go back up to 3 years using the Zhuangzhou Butterfly Dream Technique. In other words, Zhou Shu transformed into the bear demonic beast from 3 years ago. This bear demonic beast's name should be Yao Qing. His days in the demon realm were almost like that of an ascetic. In a year, he spoke to no more than 5 people. Apart from cultivation, it was still cultivation. Such dream subjects were simple, but they were also a pain in the ass because there was too little information to be gleaned from them. In the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, there was no day or night. The sky was always bright. Being here, he could only tell if a day had passed by timing it himself. According to the time, the white light on Zhou Shu's body was probably restrained at dawn. His eyes flew open. Whoosh! Zhou Shu let out a long breath. Countless scenes flashed through his eyes. His face contorted for a moment before he gradually regained his composure. Boom! Zhou Shu punched the air, as if he wanted to send all his messy feelings out through this punch. After he vented, his eyes finally regained clarity. He didn't try to recall the experience of entering the dream. Instead, he sat there and began to circulate the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form. In his sea of consciousness, 5 towering mountains were visualized. Amid the clouds, his consciousness no longer had any distracting thoughts. After a long time, Zhou Shu opened his eyes again. This time his expression was calm, his eyes unruffled. At this moment, he began to recall the dream. Even though he was prepared, he still felt a strong sense of separation. In his days, he even felt as though he was Yao Qing. In his dream, he had transformed into Yao Qing for 3 years, but the information he had come into contact with was extremely limited. In the words of later generations, Yao Qing was an otaku. He almost never socialized with others. His daily life was nothing but cultivation. But it had been 3 years after all, and Zhou Shu had more or less come into contact with some things in the demon realm. Although their surnames were both Yao, Yao Qing was not related to Yao Buki by blood. They weren't even the same kind of demon. Yao Qing had the bloodline of a bear demon, while Yao Buki had the bloodline of a deer demon. In the demon realm, those who could transform into human form had high-level bloodlines. This meant that at least one of their parents was a first-rank martial artist. Only such existences were qualified to use the Yao surname. Zhou Shu could finally confirm that there were indeed other realms above first-rank martial artist. In the demon realm, such beings were known as great demons. Yao Qing's parents were both great demons. However, Yao Qing had not seen his parents once in the past 3 years. Therefore, Zhou Shu had no way of inferring how strong great demons were. In the 3 years that he had transformed into Yao Qing, the most useful piece of information he had obtained was that there was a great demon in the demon realm armies who had descended into this world. And there were more than 100 first-rank martial artists like Yao Qing. Thinking of this, Zhou Shu couldn't help but frown. If an ordinary human first-rank martial artist encountered Yao Qing, they would probably not be his match. And Yao Qing was not the strongest among the demon realm experts who had descended into this world. Not to mention the great demons, there were many first-rank demon realm experts who were stronger than him. As far as Zhou Shu knew, there weren't many first-rank martial artists in the teams sent by the 10 nations. At least in Great Xia, including him, there were only 7 first-rank martial artists. In other countries, Great Qin might have more, but in weak countries like Great Liang, there were only a few first-rank martial artists in the entire country. Naturally, there were even fewer sent over. There were probably a total of less than 100 first-rank martial artists from all 10 nations. In other words, on the battlefield of the 10 nations martial arts tournament, the strength of the human race was completely lacking. Not to mention that there was a great demon. Just the great demon alone could probably suppress all the human experts. I wonder how Great General Meng and the others are doing. Please don't get wiped out. Zhou Shu didn't know how strong the great demon was, nor did he know if he could defeat him. However, he was certain that Meng Bai and the others definitely couldn't defeat him. If they encountered the great demon, they would probably die. There's no point in thinking about it. So what if there's a great demon? If I really encounter him, it's still uncertain who will win. Although Zhou Shu hadn't even taken down Yao Qing, it didn't mean that he didn't have a trump card. Moreover, on the battlefield of the 10 nations martial arts tournament, he was getting stronger every moment. If he went all out, so what if the other party was a great demon? He would still kill him. Now, we have to settle Yao Qing's demon realm army first. Zhou Shu pondered. Get another batch of miners. We have to speed up the mining and the forging. In order to destroy the demon realm army, other than high-end combat power, the combat power of ordinary soldiers has to be improved. At the very least, they have to be equipped with suitable weapons. At the same cultivation level, human soldiers were inferior to demonic beasts. After all, demonic beasts had sharp claws and thick skin. The advantage of human soldiers was that they had weapons. This way, they could fight demonic beasts. Zhou Shu was almost certain that the casualties of Meng Bai's army wouldn't be too small now. Without a sufficient supply of weapons, their strength would be greatly affected. Demon Realm, if you want to occupy this place, save it. With me around, you're destined to be minors. Yao Qing's weakness flashed through his mind. If not for the fact that he didn't want to kill Yao Qing directly, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble to enter the dream. Although Yao Qing's skin was thick, if he really wanted to kill him, he had other methods. At the very least, Yao Qing would definitely not be able to withstand his divine sense attack. He kept Yao Qing for the same purpose as Yao Buqi. After entering the dream, Yao Qing's weakness was his second gain. Chapter 286, I Will Never Be a Slave. Zhou Shu's Threats and Promises, 1. Zhou Shu had endured the pain of using the Zhuangzhou butterfly dream technique to enter a dream as Yao Qing. His purpose was to find Yao Qing's weakness in order to capture him alive. Otherwise, even if he used all his methods, he might not be able to kill Yao Qing. Fortunately, his efforts had not been in vain. When Zhou Shu walked out of the room, he saw Shi Songtao still busy with the walls. Shi Songtao couldn't fight directly on the battlefield, but he had his strengths when it came to other things. After all, he was a famous forging genius of Great Xia back then. His reputation was not undeserved. He didn't rest for a moment throughout the night. He kept putting on layers of clothes on the walls of the camp. With such effort, the effect was obvious. The side of the camp facing the Demon Realm army was almost completely covered in a thick layer of iron. Even demonic beasts couldn't tear open this wall at once. At the very least, 2 moves. Zhou Shu patted Shi Songtao on the shoulder in appreciation, then walked straight up the wall. Mei Wushang and the others were up early, readying their defenses on the walls. They were ready to fight. Zhou Shu smiled at everyone. Everyone has worked hard. Your Highness, we await your orders. Mei Wushang said solemnly. Don't be so nervous yet. It won't start anytime soon. He kicked the trussed Yao Buqi. Yao Buqi had been shocked by Zhou Shu's visualization of the 5 mountains' true form the day before, and his head was still a little dizzy. It had to be said that demonic beasts were powerful mostly because of their physical bodies. Their mental strength was not much stronger than human martial artists of the same level. In fact, it was weaker. Zhou Shu, who cultivated the visualization of the 5 mountains' true form, had far more spiritual strength than most martial artists. Under his attack, most first-rank martial artists couldn't withstand it. Yao Buqi was already considered powerful since he didn't die on the spot or become a fool. Yao Buqi, come with me. Zhou Shu grabbed Yao Buqi. Aren't these the reinforcements you invited? We'll see if they can save you. As Zhou Shu spoke, he jumped off the wall with Yao Buqi in one hand. Although Yen Wuo, Mei Wushang, and the others were a little worried about Zhou Shu, they also knew that with his strength, it was useless for them to follow him if he really encountered any danger. The best thing for them to do was to guard the camp. This time, Zhou Shu didn't use his divine ability Unstoppable for 1,000 miles. Instead, he used the riding on cloud and wind technique. A moment later, he arrived a few kilometers away from the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. Then he stopped. Yao Qing, do you have the guts to come out and meet me? Zhou Shu said. He didn't shout, but his voice carried far enough that it was audible even from dozens of kilometers away. Why wouldn't I? With a loud bang, a black shadow shot into the sky from the temporary camp of the Demon Realm army. The black shadow shot into the sky like a cannonball and landed in Zhou Shu's direction. Boom! Yao Qing's figure descended from the sky and smashed into the ground. The ground rumbled and caved in for hundreds of feet. Zhou Shu's expression didn't change. He looked at Yao Qing, who was a few meters away, and a disdainful smile appeared on his lips. Yao Qing's pupils constricted when he saw Yao Buqi in Zhou Shu's hand. You are strong, human. Release Yao Buqi, and I will spare your life and allow you to be my slave, Yao Qing said coldly. This is your only chance to live. Otherwise, you will die with those humans. Do I have to thank you for giving me the chance to live? Zhou Shu mocked. Yao Qing didn't seem to realize that Zhou Shu was mocking him. That won't be necessary. Your skills have won me over. You earned it. Haha, Zhou Shu laughed. Yao Qing, you're really too naive. I told you yesterday. If you don't leave, you'll end up like Yao Buki. Do you think I'm as useless as Yao Buki? Yao Qing snorted. Yao Buki was furious and cursed, Yao Qing, you bastard. What right do you have to criticize me? You are neither human nor demon. You're the trash. You're courting death. Yao Qing's expression turned extremely ugly. The killing intent on his body seemed to materialize in an instant, and a faint red gas condensed around his body. When Zhou Shu saw Yao Qing's appearance, his smile widened. As expected. Everyone in the demon realm said that Yao Qing was the son of two great demons, but in the 3 years that he had been in the dream, Zhou Shu had accidentally learned that Yao Qing was not the son of two great demons. He was actually the mix of a human and a demon. Zhou Shu didn't know why there were humans in the demon realm, nor did he know which of Yao Qing's parents was human. But he knew that Yao Qing's mixed blood identity was his greatest weakness. The reason why he knew about Yao Qing's weakness was that in the dream, Yao Buki had quarreled with Yao Qing and blurted it out. At the time, Yao Qing had almost killed Yao Buki. Zhou Shu had brought Yao Buki over this time because he wanted Yao Buki to say it again. Chapter 287, I will never be a slave. Zhou Shu's threats and promises, 2. Sure enough, in 2 sentences, Yao Buki said what he wanted him to say. Yao Qing's eyes turned crimson. With a clang, he grabbed a long saber from somewhere. He stared at Yao Buki, his eyes filled with killing intent. Am I wrong? Who in our demon race knows how to use weapons? Only a human demon like you knows how to use weapons. Yao Buki shouted. We have claws and teeth. We don't need weapons like humans. Are you courting death? Yao Qing shouted, and the light in his eyes shot out more than a foot. He took a step forward and slashed at Yao Buki. The dazzling saber beam crossed dozens of feet and landed on Yao Buki's head. With his spiritual essence sealed, there was no way for him to dodge. Panic flashed in his eyes. Yao Qing really wanted to kill him. Boom! There was an explosion, and Yao Buki suddenly disappeared. The saber beam landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep crack. Zhou Shu had pulled Yao Buki aside at the last moment. Yao Qing, so what if you're a human-demon hybrid? What's the big deal? Zhou Shu said with a faint smile. If the demons can't accept you, you can come to us. We definitely won't discriminate against you. You use a saber, but to be honest, your saber technique is too lousy. It's completely unsightly. Come to us, and I'll teach you a supreme saber technique. Just now, it was Yao Qing recruiting Zhou Shu. Now, it was Zhou Shu recruiting Yao Qing. Except one was a threat, and the other was a lure. Don't even think about shaking my resolve, human, Yao Qing said coldly. He glanced at Yao Buki. Yao Buki, you leaked the secrets of our demon race at will. According to the rules of the demon realm, you deserve to die. Sinner, I don't need to save you anymore. You can die with this human. Yao Qing roared, and the saber in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. 1,000-foot-long saber beam slashed at Zhou Shu. Surprise flashed across Zhou Shu's eyes. The saber in Yao Qing's hand was actually a heaven-grade weapon. Heaven-grade weapons could only be forged by human grand craftsmen. And for heaven-grade weapons whose owners died in battle, someone would usually take them away instead of leaving them to demons. Where did Yao Qing's heaven-grade weapon come from? Demons didn't use weapons. They didn't have forgers. Zhou Shu didn't hesitate at all. His saber flashed from his waist and slashed at an empty space in the air. Seeing Zhou Shu's actions, Yao Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. What does this human mean by slashing in the air? Before this thought could flash through his mind, Zhou Shu's saber was already above his saber beam. It felt as if Zhou Shu had placed the saber there, and the saber light he had slashed out had collided with Zhou Shu's saber. Coincidentally, it had collided with the weakest part of the saber beam. There was a crack as the blade shattered. Yao Qing took half a step back, his pupils constricting. When they fought yesterday, he knew that this human's saber technique was very brilliant. If he hadn't broken his saber, he wouldn't have fought him hand to hand. Unexpectedly, his saber technique was even more brilliant than he had imagined. He seemed to know his saber technique like the back of his hand. Yao Qing refused to believe it. He executed his saber technique and attacked Zhou Shu again. Ding ding dang dang. With a few crisp sounds, Zhou Shu slashed left and right. It didn't seem like he was actually slashing anything. But each slash interrupted Yao Qing's attacks. This made Yao Qing very uncomfortable, and he almost suffered internal injuries. He took half a step back and stared at Zhou Shu. Is my saber technique really so unsightly? Is it true that he can teach me a supreme saber technique? With his cultivation level, he should be a person of great status in the human race. A person of such status shouldn't spout nonsense. Yao Qing's expression kept changing. Zhou Shu was in no hurry. He stood there with a calm expression. When he entered the dream, Zhou Shu knew that Yao Qing had a deep obsession with becoming stronger. This might be because of his identity as a half-demon or because he had been provoked. The reason wasn't that important. Zhou Shu only needed to know what could shake his will. With your abilities, without external help, you can forget about defeating Yao Wudi for the rest of your life. Zhou Shu mentioned a name. Yao Qing's pupils contracted, and a cold killing intent began to circle his body. The iron-like black hairs also grew from his pores. His breathing became heavy and thunderous. Snap! Zhou Shu even heard cracking sounds coming from Yao Qing's limbs. He glared at Zhou Shu as if he wanted to eat him alive. How did you find out? Yao Qing said coldly and glanced at Yao Buqi. Right now, his killing intent toward Yao Buqi was so strong that it was almost uncontrollable. This bastard actually revealed such a thing to the humans. How loathsome! Zhou Shu smiled and didn't answer Yao Qing's question. Instead, he said, if you want to defeat Yao Wudi, you only have this one chance in your life. Think carefully about whether you want to take this opportunity or not. Zhou Shu sheathed his saber and placed his hands behind his back, looking proud. Yao Qing's face alternated between green and purple. He gritted his teeth and roared, I, Yao Qing, will never be a slave. Zhou Shu smiled. Saying something like this meant he was wavering. Otherwise, he would have berated him or even attacked him. This would have been a normal reaction. Now, his words were more like to himself. You don't need to be a slave, Zhou Shu said indifferently, you can ask Yao Buqi if he's a slave now. I'm not. Yao Buqi roared angrily. How could he be a human's slave? If this spread to the demon realm, would he still be able to face others in the future? Zhou Shu was amused. The demons of the demon realm are really cute. How are they so cooperative? You heard him, Zhou Shu said. Yao Buqi is my hostage. He didn't become a slave, and naturally, I won't make you a slave either. Yao Qing breathed heavily and said coldly, what do you want? Simple. Zhou Shu smiled. There are countless minerals in this continuous mountain. Take your underlings to mine and bring the minerals here. Exchanging minerals for a saber technique is fair enough. Humph, there's no need to exchange. If I take you down, I can still interrogate you to reveal your saber technique. Yao Qing snorted coldly, and his aura soared again. Before he could attack, he suddenly let out a shocking scream. Then he hugged his head and retreated dozens of feet. As he retreated, he attacked forward frantically, as if afraid that someone was pursuing him. But Zhou Shu, who was opposite him, had his hands behind his back and had no intention of attacking. Yao Qing's eyes were full of horror. He had no idea what was happening. But the tingling in his brain told him that what had just happened wasn't a fantasy. Yao Qing, you have to be clear about one thing. I'm making a deal with you because you have half the bloodline of the human race. Otherwise, Yao Buqi is your example. Zhou Shu clasped his hands behind his back calmly. If you really think I can't do anything to you, then you're wrong. It won't be difficult for me to kill you. Zhou Shu's voice turned cold. I'm giving you a chance now, but if you want to do this the hard way, I'll just spend some effort to kill all of you. If not for the fact that you're half human, you and Yao Buqi would be no different to me. Don't doubt my strength. You don't want to see me prove my strength. Everyone who has seen my true strength is already dead. Chapter 288, It would be a pity to destroy the Great Destroyer Sword, 1. Zhou Shu's confidence really intimidated Yao Qing. He frowned and stared at Zhou Shu with a solemn expression. This human, whose spiritual essence cultivation was clearly only at the third rank of the martial Dao, was a mystery to him. Yao Qing could still vaguely feel pain all over his body from the battle yesterday. This human's body was even stronger than that of demons. It went against everything he knew about humans. Moreover, in the short exchange just now, Yao Qing could tell that this human's saber technique attainments were far above his. As for how far above, he couldn't tell. Now, he even suspected that this person's spiritual essence cultivation was not at the third rank at all. It was impossible for a third-rank martial artist to be so strong. Even so, Yao Qing didn't believe that Zhou Shu could easily kill them. Yao Qing was confident in himself. Ever since he was old enough, he had never slacked off for a day. There might not be anyone in the entire demon race who was more diligent than him. He didn't train so hard to admit defeat so easily. In that case, how would he ever defeat Yao Wudi? Yao Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhou Shu was sizing up Yao Qing when he suddenly noticed that the hesitation in his eyes had disappeared. In its place was determination. He felt a twinge of regret. Yao Qing was half human and half demon. Zhou Shu was very interested in his origins. But after entering the dream for 3 years, Yao Qing was very secretive about this matter, and the information Zhou Shu could obtain was really limited. He had wanted to break through the defenses in Yao Qing's heart step by step and then find an opportunity to take him in. Now, it seemed this was impossible. Yao Qing was extraordinarily determined. Thinking about it, it made sense. After decades of bitter cultivation, how could it be so easy to subdue a person who didn't give in to alcohol, women, and money? I won't do it the hard way or the easy way. Yao Qing held his long saber, his eyes filled with battle intent as he stared at Zhou Shu. Come and kill me if you can. If I can't even defeat you, what right do I have to defeat Yao Wudi? Boom! A ball of light exploded from Yao Qing's body. An astonishing aura spread out from him like a whirlwind. With a roar, all the trees and rocks within 1,000 feet were destroyed. Come on! Yao Qing shouted. Since you have a death wish, I'll grant you your wish. Zhou Shu said calmly. He took a step forward as his body started glowing gold. He took another step, and a monstrous aura surged into the sky. Another step, and he was in front of Yao Qing. The great destroyer sword behind him shot out. At the same time, the new spring-embroidered saber at his waist also turned into a white light and attacked Yao Qing like a dragon. Since words didn't work, he would beat him into submission. Zhou Shu immediately attacked him. Astounding Heavenly 18 Swords, Heavenly Saber Art. His saber and sword moved at the same time. This was the first time Zhou Shu had attacked using both a saber and sword in battle. Yao Qing should feel honored. Boom! Yao Qing's eyes were filled with sword light and saber beam. He felt as if he had become a small boat in a boundless storm and could be shattered by the huge waves at any moment. He hadn't felt this powerless and small in years. Yao Qing bit the tip of his tongue and shocked himself sober. He let out a shocking roar and slashed out with the saber in his hand. The powerful impact sent Yao Buki flying hundreds of feet away. He got to his feet, spat the silt out of his mouth, and spat twice more. Fortunately, Yao Buki was a demon. Otherwise, with his spiritual essence sealed, he would be severely injured by the aftershock of the battle between the two experts. Yao Buki looked at the battle not far away. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That person is fighting with Yao Qing. Wouldn't I be able to escape? He glanced toward the human camp. His men were still there as miners. But it didn't matter. As long as he returned to the demon race's base camp, he could easily gather another group of subordinates. He turned back to the demon camp. There was a demon army of 5,000 there. As long as he escaped there, no matter how strong this human was, he wouldn't dare to attack the demon army head-on. Yao Buki sneered in his heart. Human, oh, human, you've made the wrong choice bringing me here to provoke Yao Qing. As long as I escape to the camp, I can still carry on my plan. If Yao Qing isn't enough, I'll find a few more people. Yao Buki thought about it and started walking. He had just taken a step when a saber beam suddenly descended from the sky. Half a spring-embroidered saber flew in front of him and stabbed into the ground. Yao Buki was stunned. He stiffened, not daring to move. What kind of freak is he? How can he be distracted by me while fighting Yao Qing? Yao Buki cursed in his heart. His spiritual essence had been sealed. Even if demons' bodies were strong, they couldn't withstand the attacks of an expert. Stay put, or I don't mind sending you on your way early. Zhou Shu's voice was cold. How dare you be distracted while fighting me? You're courting death. Yao Qing roared. The aura on his body became violent again. He held his saber with both hands and kept slashing. In terms of saber techniques, Yao Qing couldn't compare to this human, but he wasn't attacking for nothing. Chapter 289, It would be a pity to destroy the Great Destroyer Sword, 2. When the sabers collided earlier, Yao Qing had cut off his opponent's saber, and his confidence returned a little. Since he had severed the opponent's saber, it meant that the opponent was not invincible. At the very least, he didn't have the strength of a great demon. Otherwise, the opponent would have suppressed him. This human is very strong, but not strong enough to make me despair. Yao Qing's battle intent surged. His strength actually increased slightly. Zhou Shu sighed inwardly. The standard spring-embroidered saber couldn't withstand such an intense battle. After all, Yao Qing's weapon was a heaven-grade weapon. How could a standard weapon resist it? Not to mention the spring-embroidered saber, even the Great Destroyer Sword wouldn't be able to fight a heaven-grade weapon without being damaged. The more Zhou Shu thought about it, the more depressed he became. As a forger, he was actually at a disadvantage in terms of weapons. If he had a heaven-grade weapon now, would Yao Qing still have a chance to fight back? His strength was actually dragged down by the weapon in his hand. Even the Great Destroyer Sword couldn't unleash his full strength. In the past, his opponents were too weak, so this flaw was not obvious. But now, this flaw was infinitely magnified when he fought the thick-skinned Yao Qing. Humph! Zhou Shu snorted and visualized the 5 mountains' true form in his consciousness. His divine sense transformed into 5 mountains that crashed into Yao Qing's head. The power of his divine sense was invisible. Although Yao Qing could vaguely sense it, before he could react, he felt a pain in his head, as if he had been hit in the head by a sledgehammer. His vision darkened. Oh no! Yao Qing's heart sank. He was also very experienced in combat. Almost without thinking, his spiritual essence erupted. Boom! At this moment, the Great Destroyer Sword had already bypassed his long saber and slashed heavily at his chest. Yao Qing's burly body flew back high. This was not the power of Zhou Shu's sword, but him using the momentum to jump back and reduce the power of Zhou Shu's sword. As he jumped back, Yao Qing waved his heaven-grade saber. His eyes were unfocused, his expression savage. But his slash made Zhou Shu unable to pursue him effectively. Boom! Yao Qing landed heavily on the ground, his eyes red, his breathing heavy. You can't kill me, Yao Qing said in a low voice. He gathered his thoughts and focused. Although you're almost as strong as a great demon, you're not a great demon after all. Such an attack is only effective the first time. It won't work now that I'm prepared. It was rare for Yao Qing to talk so much. Although he said that Zhou Shu's divine sense attacks were not effective against him, his behavior showed that he was not completely unconcerned. Zhou Shu didn't comment on this and snorted coldly. We've had enough fun, Yao Qing. Take another blow from me. His aura suddenly shifted. In Yao Qing's eyes, boundless flames suddenly rose from Zhou Shu's body. He seemed to be riding a dragon in the flames. A monstrous dragon slammed into him. Yao Qing's expression changed. Just as he was about to attack, he felt an immense force coming from his chest. Crack! Yao Qing felt a few of his ribs break. His chest surged, and he spat out a cloud of blood. He rolled in the air, trying to control himself. He turned into a black shadow and fled into the camp. Humph! Zhou Shu didn't continue to pursue. He snorted and took a deep breath. His face cleared. The power of the God of War catalog was indeed extraordinary. But the consumption was also huge. Zhou Shu had used the God of War catalog as a bridge to fuse his divine sense, true qi, spiritual essence, and even the astounding heavenly 18 swords technique and the heavenly saber art into one, which was why he was able to severely injure Yao Qing. But Yao Qing's reaction was also quick. He finally realized that he was not fighting alone. He still had an army of 5,000 demons. Zhou Shu narrowed his eyes and looked at the demon army's camp for a while. This time, although he didn't kill Yao Qing, his injuries wouldn't recover in a day or two. He should be able to stall for a few more days. Zhou Shu had used so many methods this time. Speaking of which, this was his ultimate goal. Even he could not easily kill an army of 5,000 demons. The opponent couldn't kill him, but at the same time, he couldn't stop the charge of the army of 5,000 demons. If Yao Qing really ordered the 5,000 strong demon army to attack, with the current strength of the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, they would definitely lose. To have the newly built camp immediately occupied by the demon army, Zhou Shu couldn't afford to lose face. Fortunately, Yao Qing's personality was the same as what he had learned when he entered the dream. With both soft and hard tactics, he had indeed forgotten to deploy his army directly. Although Zhou Shu couldn't kill him, he had at least severely injured him. The rest would have to wait until his injuries healed. Zhou Shu snorted. In the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, he was constantly getting stronger. A few days later, when Yao Qing's injuries healed, Zhou Shu would become even stronger. At that time, he might be able to take down Yao Qing. Yao Buqi stood there like a wooden statue. He looked at Zhou Shu's back with a complicated expression. Yao Qing was defeated. This lunatic Yao Qing was actually easily defeated by this human. How can this human be so strong? He is clearly only a third-rank martial artist. Yao Buqi was starting to panic. Will my plan still work? Zhou Shu watched for a while and confirmed that the demon army had no intention of taking action. Only then did he turn around and walk toward the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. Yao Buqi hesitated for a moment. Before Zhou Shu could speak, he obediently followed. This human had even easily defeated the martial madman Yao Qing. With his spiritual essence sealed, it was impossible for him to escape. In that case, why ask for trouble? A wise man submits to circumstances. I'll suffer for a few more days and then perfect my plan to catch a turtle in a jar. Our demon realm is so powerful. It makes no sense that we can't even deal with this human. At this thought, Yao Buqi's thoughts came alive again. In the camp of the demon realm army, Yao Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face distorted from the pain. His brow furrowed, and he groaned. You're strong, but not invincible. He stared in Zhou Shu's direction, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. If I defeat you, I'll have the ability to challenge Yao Wudi. Milord, when do we attack and rescue Lord Yao Buqi? A demonic beast outside asked in beast language. Yao Buqi. Yao Qing snorted coldly. That kid is already a traitor. It's not important whether we save him or not. Besides, he had learned a lot from fighting that human twice. Opportunities were hard to come by. If they broke through his camp, there was no telling where he would run off to. Let everyone conserve their energy. In a few days, it will be the best time to attack, Yao Qing instructed. Humanoid demonic beasts had a respected status in the demon realm. When he said this, the demonic beasts didn't dare to doubt him at all and followed his instructions. On the other side, Zhou Shu had already returned to the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. Deputy Master Shi! Zhou Shu shouted. Here! Shi Songtao looked up from the corner of the wall and answered loudly. He was still dressing the high walls in iron and working diligently. Follow me into the mountains. I want to find some forging materials. Now. Not only was Shi Songtao a little surprised, but Yin Huo, Mei Wusheng, and the others were also surprised. Now that the Demon Realm's army was at the border and could attack at any time, they were going to the mountains to find forging materials. I wounded the commander of the Demon Realm army. I don't think they'll attack in the next few days. Zhou Shu knew Yao Qing's personality very well. He explained, in the next few days, I'm going to find some forging materials to upgrade my Great Destroyer sword. Upgrade the Great Destroyer sword! Shi Songtao exclaimed. Your Highness, you can't be rash. No one has ever succeeded in upgrading a weapon. The Great Destroyer sword is the #1 weapon in the Yellow Grade Armament Manual. It would be a pity to destroy it. Chapter 290, Searching for Mineral Mines, A Lone Army, 1. Shi Songtao's words made Mei Wusheng and the others nod in agreement. Although they weren't forgers, they knew that no weapon had ever been upgraded. They had all heard of the reputation of the Great Destroyer sword. It was a yellow-grade weapon that had killed a first-rank martial artist. It was the #1 existence on the yellow-grade armament manual. If they had the Great Destroyer sword, they would worship it. There was no way they would try to upgrade it. If it failed, the Great Destroyer sword would be destroyed. Your Highness, think it over carefully, Shi Songtao advised in a low voice. Even ordinary black-grade weapons can't compare to the Great Destroyer sword. If you need a black-grade weapon, I have one. Take it and use it. Don't destroy the Great Destroyer sword. As a forger, Shi Songtao couldn't bear to see a good weapon destroyed like this. This was the Great Destroyer Sword, a divine weapon in the hearts of many forgers. Who said I'm going to destroy the Great Destroyer Sword? Zhou Shu said strangely. I'm upgrading the Great Destroyer Sword, not destroying it. What's the difference? Shi Songtao countered. Upgrading the grade of weapons only exists in legends. Weapons are fixed once they're successfully forged. A slight change can cause an imbalance, and the weapons will collapse. I know these theories better than you. Zhou Shu shook his head. Since I want to do this, I'm naturally confident of succeeding. Your Highness, you can't joke about this. Once you fail, it'll be too late for regrets, Shi Songtao said anxiously. Once the weapon collapsed, it would be basically impossible to repair it. I never joke about forging, Zhou Shu said. Just follow my orders. Time is limited. I need you to help me refine the forging materials. Shi Songtao opened his mouth, his emotions suddenly complicated. He suddenly remembered that ever since Zhou Shu became famous, he had never failed. If he could really upgrade the Great Destroyer Sword to Black Grade, it would be the first time since the existence of forging. It would be an earth-shattering event. If he, Shi Songtao, could participate as an assistant. His face flushed with excitement. Although Shi Songtao was confident before, he had never thought of leaving his name in history. But now, this opportunity was right in front of him. If they upgraded the Great Destroyer Sword successfully, he would definitely leave a deep mark in the history of forging, even if it was only as an assistant. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll definitely complete the mission. Shi Songtao's words made Yin Wuo, Mei Wushang, and the others speechless. Your attitude has changed too quickly, hasn't it? Zhou Shu, if you go to the mountains, what about here? Yin Wuo didn't think of stopping Zhou Shu. To her, she only needed to support what Zhou Shu wanted to do. It was just like how Zhou Shu had decided to build a camp here. Actually, there was danger here, and it wasn't a good place to build a camp. But Yin Wuo agreed without hesitation and didn't raise any objections. I've already sealed Yao Buqi's spiritual essence. With his strength, he won't be able to break the seal, Zhou Shu said. As long as you keep an eye on him, those demonic beast miners won't dare to rebel. The demonic beast army shouldn't attack for a few days. You just defend well as you've been doing. As for the rest, we'll talk about it when I get back. At least a day or 2, 3 or 5 days at most, I'll definitely be back. Zhou Shu led Shi Songtao deeper into the forest. The most important material needed for the upgrade of the Great Destroyer Sword was blood silver, which had long piled up in the camp. As for the other materials, they were not expensive materials. They could be easily found in the warehouse of the forging division. But here, they were separated from the main group and couldn't obtain the supply of forging materials. They could only search for them themselves. You're clear about the forging materials, right? Zhou Shu said to Shi Songtao. Not too much, just find 8 to 10 kilograms of each. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'm familiar with the materials. As long as the mineral mines exist in these mountains, I'll definitely be able to find them. Shi Songtao patted his chest. Shi Songtao wasn't lying about this. He came from a forging family and was different from Zhou Shu's predecessor, who had been a low-level worker for several generations. His ancestors had all been proper forgers. As far back as Shi Songtao could remember, he had followed his grandfather and father and learned about various forging materials. Searching for mineral mines was part of learning about forging materials. When Shi Songtao was young, he had often wandered in the forest with his grandfather. Shi Songtao had been to almost every mountain forest in Great Xia. If he hadn't met Zhou Shu, he would be the well-deserved #1 weapon forging genius of Great Xia. He had talent, inheritance, and worked hard. He was proper protagonist material. Unfortunately, he met Zhou Shu and was reduced to becoming the head steward of the Huaxia Pavilion. Still, he seemed to be enjoying himself. Whoosh! Shi Songtao's hands were red as he waved a flame. The thorny weeds were burned away, revealing the rock beneath. He pressed his hands against the rock. With a sizzling sound, a handprint several inches deep appeared on the rock. Shi Songtao knocked casually, and the burned rock fell away, revealing the structure inside. Chapter 291, Searching for Mineral Mines, A Lone Army, 2. He picked up a piece with his fingers, rubbed it, and then moved on. Shi Songtao had to admit that he was liking this iron smelting hands technique more and more. If not for the fact that it was too difficult to cultivate, it would be the perfect match for forgers. Not only was it convenient to smelt forging materials, but it also saved a lot of trouble when searching for mineral mines in the wilderness. If not for the iron smelting hands technique, Shi Songtao would have had to prepare a bunch of special tools. Even clearing a path through the forest would have been enough to give him a headache. Unlike now, with a wave of his hand, he could open a path by burning his way through. Moreover, the iron smelting hands technique had one advantage over Zhou Shu's 8 quaint fire divine art. Its power was more controllable. In contrast, the 8 quaint fire divine art could only set fires, but people's hands couldn't be turned into tools. Zhou Shu followed Shi Songtao and searched for mineral mines. Zhou Shu wasn't as good as Shi Songtao in this aspect. He had no knowledge of this. The so-called professional things were left to the professionals. Zhou Shu didn't interfere with Shi Songtao's search for mineral mines. He was holding the Great Destroyer sword, and his hands were as red as Shi Songtao's, as if they were made of magma. He ran his palm over the body of the Great Destroyer sword, doing something to it. After entering the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament, Zhou Shu had used the Great Destroyer sword to kill many demonic beasts. The Great Destroyer sword had already completed 100 kills, so the upgrade condition had been unlocked. On the page of the Great Destroyer sword in the legendary Armament Canon, the label after the words Great Destroyer sword had already become black. The upgrade conditions also returned to 0. According to the past, when the Great Destroyer sword became black grade and completed 100 kills, the conditions to upgrade it to Earth grade would be unlocked. Zhou Shu didn't care about this for the time being. He recalled the upgrading conditions of the Great Destroyer sword. The theory behind weapon upgrades was not difficult. It was to increase the quality of the weapon itself so that it could withstand more star paths. This was just like how people became first-rank martial artists. In theory, it was very simple. After accumulating enough spiritual essence and breaking through a few barriers, they would become first-rank martial artists. It sounded simple, but actually doing so was almost impossible. Everyone knew you only had to make 100 million to be rich, but the question was whether you could. To improve the make of a fully formed weapon, more forging materials had to be incorporated into it. Forging was to achieve a harmonious balance of various forging materials and bring out the characteristics of the materials without them conflicting with each other. A fully formed weapon meant that it had already reached a state of equilibrium. At this point, if more forging materials were integrated, it would make the original equilibrium unbalanced. The result of the imbalance was that the weapon would shatter with a bang. Therefore, it was necessary to find the balance again during the weapon upgrade. But a weapon was made up of many forging materials. The quantity of each forging material and the change in temperature during the forging process would affect the balance. Every single move would affect the entire upgrade. Not only did people have to know countless forging materials like the back of their hand, but their control of heat during forging had to be at the peak. In addition, they also had to have an abnormal calculation ability. After all, upgrading weapons was different from forging weapons. All the forging materials had to be integrated as soon as possible. There was no room for delay or hesitation. It was necessary to calculate the reactions of the various forging materials in an instant before it could succeed. Speaking of which, Zhou Shu's grasp of forging materials had yet to reach this level, including his control of heat and the required calculation ability. But he had a cheat. With the legendary Armament Canon, he knew every step of the upgrade of the Great Destroyer sword like the back of his hand. He didn't need to calculate and study it himself. As long as he was given the required forging materials, he would be able to forge successfully. Your Highness, I found something! Shi Songtao shouted excitedly after more than half a day. Very good. Move aside a little, Zhou Shu said. Shi Songtao didn't understand, but he still stepped aside slightly. Back up a little more. Shi Songtao took another few steps back. Zhou Shu stepped lightly with his right foot and punched out. He punched the stone wall of the mineral mine while using his iron smelting hands technique. Boom! There was a loud bang and a blast of hot air. Under Shi Songtao's dumbfounded gaze, a 10-foot square stone on the stone wall had disappeared into fiery red magma. Purify the material next, Zhou Shu said calmly. Shi Songtao nodded numbly. We both use the iron smelting hands technique. Why is His Highness so powerful when he uses it? His mind almost stopped working as he mechanically purified the forging material. The ore had already melted into magma, which saved him a lot of trouble. While Shi Songtao was working, Zhou Shu cut a piece of wood and wrote the name of the forging material on it before casually inserting it into the ground. This mine belongs to Zhou Shu. The space where the 10 Nations martial arts tournament took place was ownerless. Whoever occupied a place first would own it. After inserting the sign, the mine would belong to Zhou Shu. When there were enough miners, he would send them here to mine. This repeated over the next 2 days. Every time Shi Songtao discovered a mineral mine, Zhou Shu would insert a sign with his name. Then he would take some forging materials, either by smelting a piece with the iron smelting hands technique or directly smashing a small mountain with a punch. As long as he could quickly gather enough materials to upgrade the Great Destroyer sword, there was no need to worry about anything else for the time being. Toward the end, Shi Songtao was completely numb to Zhou Shu's actions. He didn't even bother to calculate the value of the mineral mines he'd discovered. When the amount of money people had reached a certain level, it was just a number. Shi Songtao even suspected that if they could really bring all these forging materials back to Great Xia, then the position of the richest man in Great Xia would have to change. However, Deputy Master Shi had no concept of money. He had never been short of money since he was a child. What he thought of now was to leave his name in history and become the idol of countless forgers in the future. He wanted to help Zhou Shu successfully upgrade the Great Destroyer sword. And this didn't seem to be far away. Zhou Shu was only missing 2 types of forging materials. Shi Songtao was full of motivation now. In these mountains, there was an abundance of forging materials. He could definitely gather all the forging materials. Thousands of kilometers away, a group of armed soldiers was stationed in a forest. The army of thousands was silent, which showed how well trained they were. If Zhou Shu were here, he would definitely recognize that the commander of this army was his sworn brother, Mi Ziwen. Cough cough. Mi Ziwen coughed a few times. When he moved his hands away, there was a pool of blood on his palms. General, the deputy general said worriedly. Mi Ziwen shook his head. You haven't been able to contact the great general. For some reason, all the voice transmissions have failed. I can't contact the great general. The deputy general shook his head. The scouts we sent out didn't find the great general and the others. General, we seem to be alone. The deputy general looked worried. The situation of the war was beyond everyone's expectations. The strength of the Demon Realm army was too strong. Before the Great Xia army could react, they were split up. If not for Mi Ziwen's quick reaction, he might not have even been able to keep these thousands of people alive. Even so, the price he had paid was not small. Even he had been seriously injured. Fortunately, they were temporarily free of the demon army's pursuit. How are the supplies? Mi Ziwen asked grimly. There's not much food left, the deputy general said bitterly. There are still a lot of forging materials, but we don't have any forgers in the army. Even if we have the materials, we can't repair damaged weapons. General, should we abandon the forging materials and advance light? When they first entered the 10 Nations martial arts tournament, the army had brought a large amount of forging materials with them. After all, the 10 Nations martial arts tournament lasted for 3 years, so it was impossible not to replenish their weapons. But the forging materials were heavy. In this situation, continuing to carry them was a burden to the army. We can't get rid of the forging materials. Mi Ziwen shook his head. Everyone's weapons are severely damaged. If they are not replenished, our combat power will greatly weaken. These forging materials are the foundation. As long as we can find a forger on our side, these materials can save lives. Mi Ziwen looked up into the distance and muttered to himself, "Second brother, where are you now?" Suddenly, he remembered something and took out a palm-sized porcelain bottle. Zhou Shu had given him this porcelain bottle before he entered the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. He said that it could save his life in a critical moment. Chapter 292, Mi Ziwen's Breakthrough, the Upgrade of the Great Destroyer Sword, 1. A critical moment, is it now? Mi Ziwen wasn't sure. His injuries were actually far more serious than the deputy general saw. Back then, in order to cover the retreat of the army, he had fought a demonic beast with the strength of a second-rank martial artist. The fact that he didn't die on the spot was already the result of his best efforts. He had only broken through to the third rank of the martial Dao not long ago. Even if he faced a third-rank demonic beast, he would be powerless, let alone a second-rank one. If not for the fact that the second-rank demonic beast could not be bothered to chase after him, he would probably be a corpse now. Although they had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the demonic beast army, Mi Ziwen could also feel that his injuries were gradually worsening. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, he couldn't let his injuries be known to the public. But this was not the way to go. If he didn't find another army before his injuries erupted, once he fell, this army would become a lone army. The outcome could be imagined. He had already tried all the healing pills, but they were useless. Now, he could only place his hopes on the porcelain bottle Zhou Shu had given him. Second brother is only a forging master. Mi Ziwen smiled bitterly. He thought that perhaps his second brother cared about him and had bought the pill from somewhere. It was very thoughtful, but the effect of the pill. Mi Ziwen was rich enough to rival a country. How could he not have any pills that could be bought with money? No matter what, it's a gift from second brother. After consuming second brother's medicinal pill, I'll kill a few more demonic beasts before I die. Mi Ziwen looked weak, but he was still a man who led an army to war. He was ruthless to his bones. Even if he had to die, the demon realm had to pay a sufficient price to kill him. Without hesitation, Mi Ziwen opened the porcelain bottle and swallowed the pill inside. Deputy General. Mi Ziwen was about to give orders. Suddenly his voice stopped, and the expression on his face seemed to freeze. The Deputy General cupped his hands and was about to answer when he suddenly noticed Mi Ziwen's abnormality. Before he could react, Mi Ziwen's clothes suddenly expanded without any wind. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged into his body like the wind. A visible spiritual energy vortex formed above Mi Ziwen's head. The Deputy General's mouth fell open. Did the General break through? Mi Ziwen was stunned. He had no idea what was happening. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth automatically surged into his body at a speed far faster than his usual cultivation. Moreover, he could feel that the bottleneck between the third rank and the second rank had silently disappeared. His own cultivation had actually broken through to the second rank of the martial Dao without him noticing. The sound of silkworms biting into mulberry leaves came from his body. Mi Ziwen felt that his body was constantly metabolizing. Under the transformation, the power of a second-rank martial artist that had been entrenched in his body for many days was forcefully squeezed out of his body. His injuries were recovering. A storm was raging in Mi Ziwen's mind. With his injuries, he felt that his life was in danger. He was mentally prepared that he might not be able to keep his cultivation like his teacher. But now, the second rank of the martial Dao. Mi Ziwen had just broken through to the third rank not long ago. There was still a long way to go from the third rank to the second rank. Mi Ziwen was not even confident that he could break through to the second rank in this lifetime. What's going on? Mi Ziwen thought. He thought of how mysterious Zhou Shu had been when he handed him the pill. Although he still had some doubts, he was now certain that the changes in his body were the effect of the pill. He thought again of Meng Bai's changes. Meng Bai's injuries had recovered, and he had broken through. The official explanation was that he had encountered a divine doctor in Great Xia and had been cured. Meng Bai even said the same to Mi Ziwen. Only now did Mi Ziwen realize that his teacher might have taken this pill back then. Defying all conditions and directly breaking through one rank, Mi Ziwen thought. A breakthrough will bring about changes in the body. Most injuries can naturally be healed without medicine. It was the same for teacher, as well as Her Highness. At the time, she was seriously injured, yet she broke through to the second rank. There's also Sun Gongping from the Marquis Weiwen residence. Mi Ziwen was an intelligent man. In an instant, he had thought of several people. He had not thought about it carefully before. Now that he thought about it, they must have taken this pill too. Mi Ziwen couldn't help but gasp. There were many pills in this world that could increase cultivation, but most of them had side effects. And such pills were usually ineffective for grandmasters. After all, from the third rank to the second rank, it was no longer just the accumulation of spiritual essence. But the pill Zhou Shu had given him allowed him to break through to the second rank. Moreover, this pill could have even allowed him to directly advance to the first rank. Mi Ziwen could feel that the medicinal power of this pill didn't hurt him at all. It might not have the side effects of those cultivation-enhancing pills. Thinking of this, Mi Ziwen was even more shocked. Once others knew about this kind of pill, the consequences would be unimaginable. He didn't blame Meng Bai for not telling him the truth. In his place, he would never have told anyone about such a thing. Chapter 293, Mi Ziwen's Breakthrough, the upgrade of the Great Destroyer Sword, 2. He even thought that if he were Zhou Shu, he wouldn't even tell his wife, children, and parents about this pill. This pill was too heaven-defying. Not to mention that his second brother was the king of the south, even if he was the emperor, he probably couldn't stop the greed of others. Second brother, you trust me too much? Mi Ziwen smiled ruefully. The more he understood the cruelty of the world, the more he knew the power of the breakthrough pill. To be honest, for a moment, Mi Ziwen was even tempted. Who could refuse a pill that could defy all conditions and allow one to directly break through? I owe you a huge favor, second brother. How can I repay you? Mi Ziwen rubbed his brow and forced himself to forget about the pill. A pill allowed him to advance from a third-rank martial artist to a second-rank martial artist. More importantly, under such circumstances, the increase in his strength greatly increased his chances of survival. Zhou Shu had saved his life. Even if he was his brother, he owed him too much. Mi Ziwen was already considering how he should repay his brother when he saw him again. General. Seeing Mi Ziwen remain silent, the deputy general couldn't help speaking. Deputy General. Mi Ziwen also came to his senses. He restrained his aura and spoke as he stabilized his cultivation. Actually, he didn't need to stabilize his cultivation at all. The effect of the breakthrough pill was heaven-defying. Once he broke through, his cultivation became very stable. It was even better than ordinary cultivation breakthroughs. Defying all conditions and directly breaking through was not as simple as it sounded. I had a sudden epiphany just now and made a slight breakthrough in my cultivation. I've probably attracted the attention of the demon army nearby. Pass the word to move immediately. Bring all the forging materials. Don't leave anything behind. The order was given, and thousands of soldiers disappeared into the forest a moment later, like a drop of water blending into the sea without leaving a trace. Mi Ziwen, the successor of Great Xia's god of war, lived up to his reputation. Not long after they disappeared, a demon army appeared. Among the army, there was an existence with a powerful aura that was not inferior to an ordinary first-rank martial artist. If Mi Ziwen and his army were still here and faced this demon beast army led by a first-rank martial artist, the outcome could be imagined. While Mi Ziwen was leading the army, battles were happening everywhere in the 10 Nations martial arts tournament. The 10 Nations armies were at a disadvantage. Many of them had even been wiped out. In contrast, the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations martial arts tournament branch seemed to be in the eye of the storm and was temporarily calm. The 5,000-strong Demon Realm army led by Yao Qing was stationed dozens of kilometers away from the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations martial arts tournament branch. They neither left nor attacked. Seeing Zhou Shu and Shi Songtao return, Yin Huo, Mei Wushang, and the others, who had been uneasy, heaved a sigh of relief. They had felt very strange just now. There were clearly only 100 of them, but the 5,000-strong demonic beast army didn't dare to attack them. This had already puzzled Mei Wushang and the others. What puzzled them even more was that there were hundreds of demonic beasts mining without rest in the camp. This simply made Mei Wushang and the others admire Zhou Shu more than anything. When Zhou Shu was not around, they were unable to feel at ease. Not to mention the 5,000-strong Demon Realm army in the distance, just the hundreds of demonic beasts in the camp were not something that 100 of them could deal with. When Zhou Shu wasn't around, Yin Hui's sword never left Yao Buqi's neck. She wasn't as confident as Zhou Shu. Even if Yao Buqi's cultivation was sealed, he was still a first-rank martial artist. She didn't dare to relax for a moment. Did this kid create any trouble? Zhou Shu glanced at Yao Buqi. Yin Hui shook her head. No. Yao Buqi glanced at him and closed his eyes. Why should I run? My plan to catch a turtle in a jar has not failed yet. Everyone, work hard for a while more, Zhou Shu said. Deputy Master Shi and I will be forging. Keep an eye on them. If anything happens, deal with it first. When I come out of seclusion, we'll get rid of those guys outside. Don't worry, Your Highness. As long as we're alive, we won't let anyone disturb you. Mei Wushang said solemnly. Zhou Shu nodded and led Shi Songtao into a stone house. Shi Songtao had no complaints. To be able to personally see Zhou Shu upgrade the Great Destroyer sword was definitely an opportunity that he could only wish for. On the surface, his forger rank was higher than Zhou Shu's. But Shi Songtao knew that he was far inferior to Zhou Shu. Forget him. He even thought those grand craftsmen couldn't compare to Zhou Shu. So what if they could forge heaven-grade weapons? Who among them could upgrade a weapon? Shi Songtao would definitely be able to forge a heaven-grade weapon in the future. But Shi Songtao knew that he wouldn't be able to upgrade a weapon no matter how much time he was given. In the stone room, Zhou Shu sat cross-legged. He used his divine ability Unparalleled Benevolence again and shared the iron smelting hands technique with Shi Songtao. Recently, the power of his iron smelting hands technique has improved again. His divine ability Unparalleled Benevolence was unparalleled. It was enough for Shi Songtao to have half the cultivation of his iron smelting hands technique. Prepare the materials as I told you, Zhou Shu said. Upgrading a weapon was no different from performing a major surgery. Zhou Shu could actually do it alone, but with Shi Songtao's help, he would save some time. Leaving the chore of handling the forging materials to Shi Songtao, he just had to focus on the Great Destroyer sword. Shi Songtao nodded solemnly. His hands turned red as he began to deal with the forging materials they had collected from the mountains over the past few days. Zhou Shu began to refine the blood silver. The blood silver turned into liquid threads in Zhou Shu's hand. Zhou Shu flicked his fingers, and the liquid threads continuously wrapped around the Great Destroyer sword. Before long, the Great Destroyer sword was wrapped in a huge cocoon. The cocoon seemed to be made of silver lines that continued to wrap around the sword. The entire scene looked abnormally gorgeous. Crimson steel! Zhou Shu shouted. Shi Songtao came to his senses and raised his hands. The melted crimson steel flew toward Zhou Shu. Zhou Shu circled his hands, and the fiery red solution turned into countless raindrops that accurately landed on the cocoon. With a soft squelch, the fiery rain melted into the cocoon. The silver filaments on the cocoon seemed to slowly turn red. Turmeric crystal! Zhou Shu shouted again. Shi Songtao cooperated again. Zhou Shu kept calling out the names of forging materials, and Shi Songtao cooperated very well. As long as Zhou Shu shouted, he would immediately throw out the corresponding forging materials. One by one, the forging materials were sprinkled on the cocoon. The silkworm cocoon had already become colorful, making one lose themselves in it. Shi Songtao could see that the solution formed by each forging material landed in a different position on the cocoon precisely. He could never do this. He didn't even know how many calculations Zhou Shu had done in his mind. This was simply unbelievable. The upgrading of a weapon is a process of reformation. Most importantly, it is the matching of the properties of the forging materials, Zhou Shu said slowly as he moved. Shi Songtao knew that Zhou Shu was giving him pointers. He held his breath and focused. He firmly remembered every word Zhou Shu said. Just as Zhou Shu and Shi Songtao were immersed in the stone room, another demon army suddenly appeared and headed straight for the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. Chapter 294, Cat and Mouse, Rules of the Demon Realm, 1. The Heaven Halberd you forged effectively completed a kill. The divine ability Unstoppable for 1,000 miles has improved by 30%. The spring embroidered saber you forged effectively completed a kill. The visualization of the 5 mountains true form has improved by 10%. The autumn anatity plume saber you forged effectively completed a kill. You receive a breakthrough pill. Messages flashed before Zhou Shu's eyes, and his aura fluctuated. Shi Songtao was terrified that the colorful cocoon in his hand would explode. But Zhou Shu's expression was incomparably calm, as if nothing had changed. His hands were as steady as a mountain as he meticulously continued his movements. Ever since the legendary armament cannon had first given him benefits, Zhou Shu had experienced it more than 100 times. In the beginning, his soaring cultivation would make him lose control. But now, he was used to it. Especially since he entered the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield, he had been receiving benefits from the legendary armament cannon almost every moment. If he didn't get used to it, he would be annoyed to death. Now, unless the benefits were too great and exceeded the limits of his body, he could completely ignore them. After mastering the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique, his body had long become tempered steel. The limit of his endurance was far beyond imagination. Zhou Shu's mind and movements were unaffected, but this didn't mean that he was unaware. Forget about the standard weapons. After all, the soldiers who had the standard weapons he had forged were scattered everywhere. But there was only one heavenly halberd, and it was with Mei Wushang. And Mei Wushang was in this camp at this moment. The moment the heavenly halberd completed a kill, Zhou Shu understood that the camp was under attack. His great destroyer sword was halfway through its upgrade. He couldn't stop it halfway, so he could only endure it and speed up the forging. He prayed that Mei Wushang and the others would last a little longer. He still didn't know what went wrong. Why did Yao Qing attack ahead of time? On the high walls of the camp, Mei Wushang waved his heavenly halberd and killed the demonic beasts approaching the city. Beside him were several injured Great Xia soldiers. But they were still fighting for their lives. Under the walls were endless demonic beasts charging crazily. If not for the iron-clad walls, these demonic beasts would have completely drowned Mei Wushang and the others. Even now, they weren't doing so well. Yin Weyu stood in the middle of the city wall. She held her sword against Yao Buqi's throat with one hand and continuously slashed out sword lights with the other. Even at this moment, she didn't dare let go of Yao Buqi. Once Yao Buqi escaped, the hundreds of demonic beasts in the camp would immediately rebel. If they were attacked from both sides, they could only die. Dozens of kilometers away, Yao Qing stood there with another humanoid demonic beast beside him. The humanoid demonic beast was as thin as a bamboo pole, and his legs were surprisingly long. From afar, he looked like he was stepping on stilts. The man was smiling sardonically. Yao Qing, is this the camp blocking your path? The skinny humanoid demonic beast said with disdain. You're not deliberately going easy on them, are you? What did you say? Yao Qing's face darkened. Yao Qing, I know you don't get along with Yao Buqi. But this time, there are strict orders from above. We have to work together. Since you received Yao Buqi's distress signal, why didn't you save him? Are you trying to get someone else to do your dirty work? The skinny humanoid demonic beast stared at Yao Qing coldly. If I wanted to kill Yao Buqi, why would I need someone else's help? Yao Qing snorted. Yao Ji, don't judge me with your thoughts. The skinny humanoid demon beast, like Yao Qing and the others, was qualified to have the surname Yao. His name was Yao Ji. Then tell me. How did less than 100 humans who aren't even first-rank martial artists stop you? A cold light flashed in Yao Ji's eyes. With these iron walls. You should ask Yao Buqi how they managed to capture him alive, Yao Qing said coldly, his eyes obscure. He had never gotten along with the younger generation of the demon race. Yao Ji was mocking him again. He couldn't be bothered to tell Yao Ji that there was an unbelievably strong expert in this camp. Yao Qing felt a little strange. Why hasn't Zhou Shu appeared yet? Is he like me and pretending to be alright when he's actually hurt? Yao Qing's eyes flickered as he sneered silently. He wanted to see how that human would react after Yao Ji's men slaughtered this camp. If Yao Ji could probe the true strength of that human, it would be a good thing. Yao Qing was not without his schemes. Yao Ji rolled his eyes. Seeing that Yao Qing was silent, he was a little disappointed. He deliberately mocked Yao Qing, not because he had nothing to do but because he wanted to probe for information about this camp. He didn't believe that Yao Qing had stayed behind because he wanted to save Yao Buqi. If that was the case, he wouldn't be here. Wouldn't it have been better to pretend not to have received Yao Buqi's distress signal? There had to be something going on that he didn't know about. Chapter 295, Cat and Mouse, Rules of the Demon Realm, 2. Yao Ji's eyes flickered, and he suddenly let out a sharp cry. The demonic beast army attacking the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch suddenly retreated. Just as the demonic beast army was about to attack the camp, they suddenly retreated. Although they didn't know what was going on, Mei Wushang and the others were relieved. Damn! Yao Buqi looked at the sword pressed against his neck. He wanted to curse, but he didn't dare. These bastards, when we were in the demon realm, they all acted like they were my boss. Why aren't they killing these people now? Mei Wushang! Yin Weyu shouted. Yes. Mei Wushang responded. Take a head count. Yes. Mei Wushang roared. After a moment, he raised his voice and said, Your Highness, in this battle, 14 people on our side died. 68 people are still alive, 8 seriously are injured, and the rest are all slightly injured. Mei Wushang sounded pained. They had less than 100 people to begin with, but now they had lost more than 10 in the battle. The enemy hadn't even sent out an expert yet. How were they going to fight next? Even a man like Mei Wushang felt a weight on his back, an unbearable feeling. Yin Huo fell silent. She didn't know why Zhou Shu was so confident that he could guard this camp. In her opinion, it was impossible for them to do this with their current strength. Previously, they were already unable to resist the 5,000-strong demonic beast army. Now, another 5,000 demonic beasts had arrived. Moreover, if she wasn't wrong, there were 2 first-rank humanoid demonic beasts in this army of 10,000 demonic beasts. Even though they had an expert like Zhou Shu, what could they do? Zhou Shu alone might not even have a chance of winning against the 2 first-rank humanoid demonic beasts. Coupled with the army of 10,000 demonic beasts, they had no chance of winning. In fact, as long as Zhou Shu was held back by the enemy, he might even be surrounded by the army. Yin Huo's sparkling eyes revealed determination. No matter what, she couldn't let Zhou Shu be surrounded by the army. Even if all of them died, they had to fight for a chance for Zhou Shu to escape. She calculated in her heart. With her second-rank martial Dao cultivation, if she didn't care about her life, she could still hold back a first-rank martial artist for a moment. Yao Ji, why did you stop fighting? Do you want to make use of them to kill Yao Buqi? Yao Qing said coldly. That's right. Everyone in the demon realm knows that you've taken a fancy to Yao Buqi's concubine. You've been rejected several times, but now is a good opportunity. Yao Ji looked at Yao Qing in surprise. This stupid black bear has such thoughts? The corners of his mouth turned up a little. Yes. If Yao Buqi dies here, all his concubines will be mine. Why not? Yao Qing was slightly taken aback. He had never been good at bickering. Yao Ji's reaction left him speechless. Yao Ji sneered. You want to bicker with me, kid? You think you're qualified? His eyes narrowed, and he smiled grimly. You have to let your prey's fear grow bit by bit. When their fear reaches its limit, send them on their way. That's what makes hunting fun. Yao Ji licked his lips, his eyes flickering with a cold light. There's obviously a trap. You want me to be the pathfinder? What makes you think you're able to hide your thoughts from me? Yao Qing, do you know how beautiful the terrified eyes of your prey are? Yao Ji bared his teeth in a smile. From now on, I will send a wave of attackers every 2 hours. Have your men join them. Are you giving me orders? Yao Qing sneered. They didn't have the history of leading each other. Yao Qing, the Lord already knows about what happened here. If Yao Buqi dies, neither of us will be able to escape responsibility. Yao Ji sneered. What do you think the Lord will think if I tell him that your people were just watching by the side? Will he give you a chance to explain? Yao Qing's eyes narrowed, and a grim expression crossed his face. The hierarchy in the demon realm was strict. Even they, who were qualified to have the Yao surname, would die if they provoked an existence like a great demon. No one would stand up for them. Why? In the demon realm, whoever was stronger had the last say. Humph, so be it. I'll send as many men as you send. Yao Qing snorted. Yao Ji's eyes flashed with pride. Yao Qing, you want me to scout the way for you? Dream on. I want to see what's so strange about this small camp that it could trap Yao Buqi and make you hesitate. Although Yao Qing wasn't smart, he was extraordinarily bold. There were many people in the demon realm who wanted to defeat Yao Wudi, but only Yao Qing dared to announce it. In Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, Mei Wushang and the others buried their fallen comrades, then each simply bandaged their wounds. Maintain and repair your weapons on the spot. Mei Wushang said solemnly, brothers, today is the day we die for our country. He had already seen figures moving in the distant demon realm army camp. Clearly, the demonic beasts were preparing for battle. There was almost no chance that they could withstand another wave of attacks. Your Highness! Mei Wushang cupped his hands at Yin Huo. When the enemy attacks later, please leave this person to me. Your Highness, escort His Highness out of this place, Mei Wushang said sternly. He's a first-rank martial artist. You can't control him. Yin Huo shook her head. Zhou Shu didn't need her protection. It was more suitable for her to stay and block the enemy. I can do it. Mei Wushang said seriously. His Highness taught me the peerless divine technique Golden Bell Shield. I was fortunate enough not to disappoint him and have already cultivated to the 8th level. If Zhou Shu heard what Mei Wushang said, he would definitely be shocked. Back then, he had spent a lot of time increasing his Golden Bell Shield technique to the 8th level. Mei Wushang had only used a short time to cultivate to the 8th level. Mei Wushang was really relying on himself to cultivate. Talent was sometimes an unreasonable thing. In time, it might not be impossible for Mei Wushang to reach perfection in the Golden Bell Shield technique. At the perfected 12th level of the Golden Bell Shield technique, he could fight a first-rank martial artist. Mei Wushang's Golden Bell Shield technique was at the 8th level. He might not necessarily lose to a 4th-rank martial artist now. His spiritual essence cultivation was only at the 6th rank of the martial Dao. This was the advantage of his physical strength. This was why Mei Wushang dared to say that if he used his full strength, he could kill Yao Buqi, whose cultivation was sealed. Yin Huiyu shook her head. Before she could speak, she saw hundreds of demonic beasts leaving the camp of the Demon Realm army in the distance and heading in their direction. Say no more, General Mei. Prepare for battle. Yin Huiyu pulled out her sword. Mei Wushang had never been good with words. He nodded and gripped the heavenly halberd. Since Her Highness is unwilling to leave, I will use my life to protect Her Highness. He growled as a faint white light lit up around him. His Golden Bell Shield technique was actually showing signs of breaking through to the 9th level. Kill! On the walls, the dozens of remaining Great Xia soldiers let out a shocking roar in unison. With their swords unsheathed, they were invincible. Boom! Hundreds of demonic beasts collided with the steel city walls. The walls shook, and the demonic beasts had already pounced onto the city walls. Swish! There was the sound of weapon piercings into flesh. Blood instantly stained the walls. This blood belonged to demonic beasts and humans. Mei Wushang ignored the attacks of the demonic beasts and kept swinging his heavenly halberd. One by one, the demonic beasts were swept off the city walls. The attacks of the demonic beasts only left white marks on his body. There wasn't even any blood. As someone who cultivated the Golden Bell Shield technique, he had a huge advantage on the battlefield. In the distance, Yao Ji noticed Mei Wushang and clicked his tongue in wonder. Yao Qing, does this human have the bloodline of your bear demon? Yao Qing snorted and ignored him. Interesting. Crane 1, Crane 2, go take that man down. Try to take him alive. I'm interested in him. Yao Ji licked his lips. Behind him, 2 bird-type demonic beasts spread their several-meter-long wings, soared into the sky with a roar, and rushed toward Mei Wushang. Chapter 296, If you want to die, I'll give you a quick death. 1. General Mei, look out, one of the Great Xia soldiers cried out and slammed into Mei Wushang, making him stagger. At this moment, a bird demonic beast descended from the sky and grabbed the top of the soldier's head with its sharp claws. Ah! The soldier screamed and threw the spring-embroidered saber in his hand with all his might before falling to the ground. The spring-embroidered saber flew high into the air. When it hit the wings of the bird demonic beast, its momentum was already exhausted. With a crack, it was cut into 5 pieces by the wings of the bird demonic beast. Mei Wushang's eyes were bloodshot. He roared and waved the heavenly halberd crazily. Swish swish swish! For a moment, the area around him became empty. The demonic beasts bypassed Mei Wushang and attacked the other soldiers. Although there were only a few hundred demonic beasts besieging the camp, they were already several times the number of Mei Wushang and the others. In addition, the demonic beasts were even stronger than Mei Wushang and the others. For a time, they suffered heavy casualties. If Mei Wushang hadn't attacked with all his might regardless of his injuries, the casualties would have been even greater. But now, these demonic beasts were no longer entangled with Mei Wushang but had bypassed him. Mei Wushang wanted to give chase, but 2 bird demonic beasts in the sky stopped him. The individual strength of the 2 bird demonic beasts was similar to Mei Wushang's. But with the protection of the Golden Bell Shield technique, Mei Wushang wasn't afraid of them. But they had the ability to fly, and Mei Wushang's true cultivation was only at the 6th rank of the martial Dao. Facing the flying demonic beasts, he was completely helpless. As for the 2 bird demonic beasts, they kept swooping down, and their sharp claws left wounds on him. In just a moment, Mei Wushang was already riddled with wounds. However, Mei Wushang failed to attack the 2 bird demonic beasts at all. Yin Huiyu could see it clearly from afar. Her lips tightened, and she snorted coldly. Swish! Yin Huiyu knocked Yao Buki unconscious with a palm strike, then kicked a few boulders and trapped him underneath. Then she kicked off and shot into the air. The shadow sword was difficult to see with the naked eye. It tore through the sky, and a bloody light appeared. A bird demonic beast's head separated from its body and fell from the sky. Another bird demonic beast let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings desperately to escape into the distance. Yin Huiyu didn't dare to leave the battlefield. She could only snort coldly and let it escape. In the distance, Yao Ji narrowed his eyes. Yao Qing, is this the person you fear? Yao Ji stared at Yin Huiyu's palm. An invisible weapon is nothing. She should be far from being your match. Yao Qing made no comment. He kept staring at the camp, wanting to see when Zhou Shu would appear. Without Yao Buki holding her back, Yin Huiyu completely let go. She turned around in the air, and countless sword lights rained down from the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Amid the sound of sharp weapons piercing into flesh, demonic beasts' blood splattered on the spot. The strongest demonic beasts that attacked the camp this time were only 4th-rank martial artists. Facing Yin Huiyu, who was a 2nd-rank martial artist and full of killing intent, they were simply unable to fight back. Yao Ji snorted coldly. This wave of demonic beasts was just to test the situation in the camp. He didn't send out any real experts. But he was still a little unhappy to see his demonic beasts being slaughtered. Leopard 1, you go, Yao Ji said coldly. Behind him, a yellow shadow darted away, near invisible to the naked eye. Yin Huiyu stood in the air as sword light continuously rained down with her as the center. Yin Huiyu didn't hold back at all. All the demonic beasts in her sight were targets she had to slay. Suddenly, she was alarmed. Then she heard the sound of wind behind her. Without hesitation, she moved sideways. Swish! With a soft sound, the corner of Yin Huiyu's dress seemed to have been cut off by a sharp weapon and fell with the wind. Her pupils constricted as the shadow sword slashed at nothing. Swish! With a muffled sound, a yellow shadow was slashed out of the air by Yin Huiyu. The yellow shadow flew backward several feet and stopped in midair. It could actually stand in the air. Clearly, it had to at least have the strength of a 3rd-rank martial artist. Yin Huiyu stared at the yellow shadow. It was a 3-meter-long leopard. It was well-proportioned and looked full of explosive strength. Its 4 legs were slightly bent, as if it was ready to pounce. Yin Huiyu's heart sank. In the short exchange just now, she could already sense that the leopard demonic beast's strength was not inferior to hers. And the other party was extremely fast. Roar! The leopard demonic beast let out a low roar and turned into a yellow shadow again as it pounced at Yin Huiyu. It was so fast that the naked eye could barely keep up with it. Yin Huiyu's expression was solemn. At this moment, she couldn't care less about the demonic beasts on the ground. Swish swish swish! Yin Huiyu's arms kept waving, and sword light protected her body. The muffled sounds continued. Yin Huiyu's arm went numb, and she frowned slightly. Not only was this demonic leopard extremely fast, but it was also extremely strong. Yin Huiyu was almost certain that she was not its match. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the camp. Yin Huiyu's expression became firm. She held the shadow sword vertically in front of her. In her pupils, a sword seemed to flash and disappear. Then a sharp sword chi soared from her body. Sizzle! The sword chi tore through the air with a soft sizzling sound. The leopard demonic beast was forced out by the sword chi. Yin Huiyu's expression was solemn. You will die if you want to destroy our camp. Chapter 297, If you want to die, I'll give you a quick death, too. Yin Huiyu gritted her teeth. A woman was extremely frightening when she was angry. Yin Huiyu's cultivation level was similar to the leopard demonic beast's. The leopard demonic beast was actually suppressed by Yin Huiyu for a moment. Yao Ji grimaced at the sight. Yao Qing actually chuckled. This stupid black bear Yao Qing actually dared to laugh at me? Humph, no matter what the hell is going on in this camp, I'm going to force it out. Yao Qing raised his hand, and another 200 demonic beasts leaped out of the camp and charged toward the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. Mei Wushang roared angrily, and his upper body exploded. His broken armor, along with his torn clothes, turned into butterflies that flew all over the sky. He was half naked. With a sweep of his heavenly halberd, he swept the two demonic beasts off the wall. As for himself, he also fell from the wall dozens of feet high with the two demonic beasts. Boom! Mei Wushang planted his feet and roared again. The golden light on his body suddenly soared and then subsided. Golden Bell Shield Technique, 9th level. During the battle, Mei Wushang's Golden Bell Shield Technique had actually broken through to the 9th level. His natural physique was indeed very suitable for cultivating the Golden Bell Shield Technique. His cultivation speed in this technique was faster than any other cultivation technique he had cultivated before. Kill! Mei Wushang shouted. His entire body was like an overlord in the world. His heavenly halberd continued to harvest the lives of demonic beasts one after another. Instead of defending, he headed for the demon realm camp. At the 9th level of the Golden Bell Shield Technique, the defense of the body had reached an extremely high level. Standard weapons could only cut the skin without damaging the muscles. The claws and teeth of demonic beasts were not weaker than standard weapons. But demonic beasts of the same cultivation level as Mei Wushang could only cause him light injuries, and those with lower cultivation levels couldn't hurt him at all. For a moment, Mei Wushang's charge forward was almost unstoppable. The demonic beasts were injured upon contact with the heavenly halberd and died upon its attack. Yao Qing's eyes lit up. This burly man's combat style was identical to his. If he was also a first-rank martial artist, Yao Qing would definitely not be able to resist competing with him. But now, Mei Wushang's cultivation was too low, and he was just looking at him in appreciation. He couldn't be bothered to bully the weak. But he was curious about Mei Wushang's weapon. If I had such a weapon. As Yao Qing thought this, Yao Ji also glanced at Mei Wushang. He also felt that Mei Wushang's fighting style was almost identical to Yao Qing's. Moreover, this human's body was so powerful that it was much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. Is he why Yao Qing refuses to attack the camp? Could it be that Yao Qing's human father is related to this human? Yao Ji's eyes flickered. He let out a cold laugh and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared kilometers away. Suddenly, he was in front of Mei Wushang. Boom! Yao Qing raised his hand and pressed it against Mei Wushang's chest. There was a loud bang, and a clear palm print appeared on Mei Wushang's chest, half an inch deep. He flew backward through the air while coughing up blood. Boom! Mei Wushang crashed on the ground and turned into a rolling gourd. Along the way, he hit countless demonic beasts. He didn't stop rolling until he was dozens of meters away. He rolled over and leaped up. Mei Wushang opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He propped himself up with the heavenly halberd and staggered to his feet, his eyes fixed on Yao Ji. You are actually able to stand up after taking a hit from me. Yao Ji sized up Mei Wushang, feeling more and more certain that Mei Wushang was related to Yao Qing. No wonder Yao Qing refuses to attack. Yao Ji clasped his hands behind his back and said coldly, "Surrender, and I'll spare your life." While speaking, he focused more on Yao Qing behind him. He had to guard against Yao Qing. In your dreams. Blood continued to trickle from the corner of Mei Wushang's mouth as he spoke through gritted teeth. Kill me if you can. Little by little, his back straightened. Inside his body, there was a cracking sound. You think I won't? Yao Ji sneered. He waved his hand, and Mei Wushang, who had just stood up, flew out again. General Mei. In the air, Yin Huiyu panicked and slowed down. Swish! The leopard demonic beast appeared beside Yin Huiyu, and she almost couldn't dodge in time. Yin Huiyu didn't dare to be distracted anymore and focused on fighting the leopard demonic beast again. Mei Wushang dropped from the air and rolled a few more times. Even so, he didn't let go of the heavenly halberd. He used the heavenly halberd to support himself and tried to stand up. But halfway through getting up, he was already powerless and could only kneel on one knee. If not for the support of the heavenly halberd, he would have already fallen to the ground. Will you surrender or not? Yao Ji asked again. In your dreams. Mei Wushang snarled, his mouth full of blood. You don't know what's good for you. Yao Ji snorted and flicked his finger. Mei Wushang flew out again. Forget about it. In your dreams. I, Mei Wushang, will never surrender. Mei Wushang's roar echoed across the battlefield. He was no longer able to get up. Even the heavenly halberd that he regarded as his life had been lost. General Mei. The Great Xia soldiers on the city wall shouted with tears of blood in their eyes. But they were too busy to save Mei Wushang. Whoosh! There was a sound of the wind. Yao Ji looked back warily. Yao Qing had already arrived on the battlefield. Yao Ji sneered in his heart. Are you finally going to attack? This human is indeed related to your father. Put down the heavenly halberd. Mei Wushang was already seriously injured and waiting to die, but he saw that Yao Qing was actually holding his heavenly halberd. Somehow, Mei Wushang found the strength to shout. Is this weapon called the heavenly halberd? Yao Qing frowned. Yao Qing, what are you doing here? Yao Ji narrowed his eyes coldly. Yao Ji, if you want to kill someone, kill him. You shouldn't humiliate such a good man, Yao Qing said coldly. Is that so? Yao Ji laughed. I'm going to humiliate him. So what? Are you going to attack me over a human? Yao Ji stared at Yao Qing, his expression turning cold. I almost forgot that you also have the bloodline of ordinary humans. Could this person be your father's son from the human world back then? Is he your big brother? You're courting death. Yao Qing's eyes instantly turned red as he roared. The veins on his hand holding the heavenly halberd bulged, and his aura exploded. You dare to attack me? Yao Ji sneered. I'll stand here and not move. Try to move me? You attacked me for a human. Let's see how you explain yourself to the Lord. How can your father survive in the demon realm? Yao Qing's eyes were cold as he stared at Yao Ji. His body was trembling with anger, but in the end, he didn't attack. Swoosh! Yao Qing suddenly moved, and the heavenly halberd in his hand stabbed at Mei Wushang like lightning. Yao Ji sneered. I was on guard against you. With a loud strike, he knocked Yao Qing's heavenly halberd aside. With a bang, the heavenly halberd struck Mei Wushang's side. Haha, I haven't had enough fun. Yao Qing, why are you in a hurry to kill him? Yao Ji laughed. It's rare to find a playable toy. I'd like to see how long he lasts before he dies. Yao Ji. Yao Qing narrowed his eyes. Yao Qing, figure out your identity. Are you a demon or a human? Yao Ji shouted. I want to humiliate him now. If you dare to interfere, you'll be extinguishing your existence in the demon realm. Yao Ji stared at Yao Qing, raised his hand, and shot a beam of light at Mei Wushang. Boom! The light was about to fall on Mei Wushang when another light suddenly came from nowhere, and two more crashed together a meter in front of Mei Wushang. If you want to die, I'll give you a quick death. An extremely cold voice sounded above the battlefield. Chapter 298, Black Great Destroyer Sword, New Reward, 1. As he spoke, a sword light shot into the sky from the high walls of the camp. Swish! Blood scattered. The sky seemed to rain blood. The leopard demonic beast fighting Yin Wuyo was unable to resist at all and was directly beheaded by the sword light. Not only that, but its huge body was minced into pieces by the sword light, and it died without a complete corpse. This bloody scene caused the entire battle to pause. Yao Ji's pupils constricted. He jerked his head to look at Yao Qing. Yao Qing's eyes were full of mockery. Yao Ji's heart sank. Oh no! I was wrong. Yao Qing didn't advance not because of this burly man but because there's really an expert in the camp. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind did he see a man walk out of the camp with a huge sword in his hand. This person walked in the air as if he was walking on flat ground. Without any obvious movement, wherever he passed, demonic beasts were thrown into the air, and blood splattered everywhere. It was clear that they were no longer alive. Yao Ji's pupils constricted, and his eyes were full of coldness. Even if you're an expert, how dare you kill my demonic beasts in front of me? Do you really think I don't exist? Who are you? Yao Ji shouted coldly. Is that the only sentence you demons know? Zhou Shu said coldly. As he spoke, he had already walked to Mei Wushang. Without turning to look at Mei Wushang, Zhou Shu's gaze fell on Yao Ji. His eyes were brimming with killing intent as he said coldly, you heard what I said just now. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't kill yourself, I'll help you. Yao Ji's face was cold. You're bluffing. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yao Ji let out a roar. The surrounding demonic beasts' eyes turned red. They gave up on their opponents and pounced at Zhou Shu. For a moment, the shadows of demonic beasts were everywhere. Zhou Shu stood motionless in the storm, as if he didn't see the demonic beasts. Zhou Shu! Your Highness! Everyone in Great Xia exclaimed. Since you refuse to die, I'll personally send you on your way. Zhou Shu's cold voice echoed across the battlefield. He slowly raised the great destroyer sword. He seemed to be moving very slowly. For a moment, the demonic beasts in all directions seemed to be moving in slow motion. This visual sensation made the onlookers feel like vomiting blood. Divine ability, total annihilation. A voice sounded in everyone's ears. The great destroyer sword slashed out. A dazzling sword light filled everyone's vision. For a moment, everyone could only see the sword light and nothing else. Swish! There was a soft sound and a shower of blood. The corpses of hundreds of demonic beasts fell from the sky. The crackling sound lasted for several breaths before it gradually subsided. All the surviving demonic beasts' eyes were full of fear. Like frightened wild dogs, they kept retreating with their tails between their legs. Yao Qing's pupils dilated. He held the heavenly halberd in his hand, and as he exerted strength, the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Killing 100 demonic beasts with one strike, is this his true strength? He indeed held back his strength the last time. If he had used this sword last time, I would probably be a corpse now. Did he go easy on me because he wanted to make that deal? Yao Qing thought about it and saw that Yao Ji had already turned around and ran away without hesitation. Yao Ji's cultivation was similar to Yao Qing's. They were both first-rank martial artists. This time, everyone in Great Xia saw clearly how fast a first-rank martial artist could be when he unleashed his full strength. The naked eye could barely see Yao Ji's shadow. His figure seemed to become intermittent. With a flash, he was already a kilometer away. This speed was beyond anyone's imagination. He was fast, but someone was faster. If I say you're going to die, you have to die. Zhou Shu's voice suddenly sounded in front of Yao Ji. Yao Ji's expression changed to one of horror as he saw a sword flash several feet in front of him. You can't. Yao Ji's body surged with light as he desperately released the spiritual essence in his body. But all of this was torn apart like paper by the sword light. Yao Ji's pupils were filled with the indescribable sword light. The next moment, the light in his eyes dimmed. And a clear line of blood appeared between his eyes. The blood mark spread down his forehead. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was split into two. His blood and organs flowed all over the ground. It looked abnormally bloody. Pada! Someone's sweat dripped onto the ground. Everyone present, including the demonic beasts of the demon realm, almost stopped breathing. Yao Qing held the heavenly halberd in his hand, his entire body cold. Everything had happened too quickly. Before he could even help, Yao Ji had died. This was Yao Ji, an existence worthy of the surname Yao. In the demon realm, he was a high and mighty figure. A first-rank martial artist died just like that? Even a great demon couldn't do this, right? Did this person really have the strength of a great demon? Yao Qing gasped inwardly. He stood there, not daring to move. Chapter 299, Black Grade Great Destroyer Sword, New Reward, 2. If he were in Yao Qing's shoes, he would have died as well. It was true that Yao Qing was a battle maniac, but he wasn't a fool. Facing an opponent he couldn't defeat would be seeking death. Since you didn't kill anyone just now, I'll give you another chance. Get lost. The Great Destroyer Sword had already returned to its sheath. Zhou Shu placed his hands behind his back and looked at Yao Qing. Yao Qing's eyebrows twitched. He glanced at the Great Destroyer Sword on Zhou Shu's back and suppressed the anger in his heart. It was easy to say something harsh, but if he couldn't beat the other party, he would only humiliate himself. He might even lose his life. Gritting his teeth, he walked toward the camp. My heavenly halberd! Mei Wushang found the strength to shout while lying on the ground. Yao Qing halted, his chest tightening. Without hesitation, he threw the heavenly halberd in his hand. The heavenly halberd turned into a stream of light and stabbed in front of Mei Wushang. Afraid of causing a misunderstanding, Yao Qing didn't even dare to use his movement technique. He just walked step by step toward the camp of the Demon Realm army. The remaining demonic beasts tentatively followed Yao Qing. Seeing that Zhou Shu didn't move, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Only when they were several kilometers away from Zhou Shu did they start to speed up into the distance. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Shu stood there with his hands behind his back, looking like an expert. We won! The survivors cheered in unison on the walls of the Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch. Zhou Shu! Yin Weiyu had already floated to Zhou Shu's side. Her eyes were sparkling excitedly. Zhou Shu had worked another miracle. He had defended their home. Zhou Shu didn't even turn his head. He said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Help me back. I'm exhausted. I can't move." Yin Weiyu was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Zhou Shu had just killed 100 demonic beasts with one strike and killed a first-rank humanoid demonic beast with another. It wasn't as easy as it looked. Without thinking, she walked to Zhou Shu's side and placed one of his hands on her shoulder. Then she reached her hand from Zhou Shu's back to his armpit and helped him in the direction of the camp. Yin Weiyu blushed, her face almost buried in Zhou Shu's arms. It looked like Zhou Shu had put his arm around Yin Weiyu's shoulders and was hugging her. The people of Great Xia didn't mind. Only His Highness was worthy of someone like Her Highness. Zhou Shu smiled and nodded at everyone. When he passed by Mei Wushang, he gestured for Yin Weiyu to stop. "General Mei, are you still alive?" Zhou Shu asked. "Your Highness, I have failed the name you gave me." Mei Wushang's eyes were red. "I'm injured." Hearing that he could still say such things, Zhou Shu laughed. Yao Ji had been determined to humiliate Mei Wushang and didn't kill him. Mei Wushang looked a little miserable, but with the protection of the Golden Bell Shield technique, his life wasn't in danger. "Then you should reflect on yourself." Zhou Shu patted Yin Weiyu's shoulder. Yin Weiyu understood and helped Zhou Shu continue forward. Deputy Master Shi. As they entered the camp, they passed Shi Songtao, who was still in a daze. "I'll leave the rest to you." With that, he and Yin Weiyu entered a stone room, and the door closed with a bang. In the distance, He Tang's face flushed. "Oh no! I'll be in trouble when I get back. Will His Majesty skin me alive? Her Highness is going to lose her virginity." Shi Songtao looked enviously at the closed door. "His Highness is really our role model. Right, leave the rest to me." "What things?" It took him a moment to realize that the rest of it would be cleaning up the battlefield, wouldn't it? He glanced at the battlefield. The joy of victory was instantly replaced by worry. This battle could be considered a victory or a crushing defeat. Great Xia had suffered heavy casualties. With a heavy heart, he began to rescue the surviving soldiers of Great Xia. In the stone room, Yin Weiyu helped Zhou Shu to the bed and staggered. She almost fell into his arms. Smelling the pleasant fragrance, Zhou Shu felt the fatigue in his body lessen. Yin Weiyu composed herself and looked at Zhou Shu. "Are you all right?" she asked worriedly. In her opinion, Zhou Shu must have used a secret technique that was extremely harmful to his body. Otherwise, why would he be so exhausted that he couldn't even walk? Her heart ached terribly. She couldn't help reaching out and touching Zhou Shu's face. Her movement stunned them both. The atmosphere became a little ambiguous for a moment. Cough cough. Zhou Shu sat on the bed while Yin Weiyu stood opposite him. His gaze was originally fixed on that area. When Yin Weiyu reached out and touched his face. If not for the fact that he was exhausted, he would have pounced on Yin Weiyu. "I'm fine." Zhou Shu broke the awkwardness. Yin Weiyu hid her hand behind her back, and her face flushed red. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. "Why couldn't I hold it in?" "Grand Minister, I won't be able to recover in a day." "You'll have to work harder on the camp," Zhou Shu said. "Will it take that long?" Yin Weiyu asked worriedly. "Will it affect you in the future? How should I help you?" "No. Just watch the camp. I'll be back on my feet in a day. Shi Songtao can handle matters outside. I'll stay here with you." Yin Weiyu was going all out. So what if she lost face? "Would you like some water? I'll pour some for you." "Are you hungry? I'll have He Tang prepare a meal." "No need. I'll circulate my energy and adjust my breathing for a while." Zhou Shu shook his head and smiled. Zhou Shu closed his eyes and saw the legendary armament cannon. On the page of the Great Destroyer sword, its grade was already black. Not only that, but the upgrade conditions below had also been unlocked. In the first battle after the Great Destroyer sword became a black grade weapon, he directly killed more than 100 demonic beasts and fulfilled the conditions to upgrade it. Now, Zhou Shu already knew how to upgrade the Great Destroyer sword to an Earth-grade weapon. Although the 10 Nations martial arts tournament was cruel, to Zhou Shu, it was truly a blessed land. If it were anywhere else, how could the Great Destroyer sword be upgraded so easily? He even suspected that at this rate, when the 10 Nations martial arts tournament ended, he could upgrade the Great Destroyer sword to a heaven-grade weapon. But compared to the unlocking of the Great Destroyer sword's upgrade condition, what surprised Zhou Shu was that after the Great Destroyer sword became a black-grade weapon, its kill reward had changed. The reward he received for completing kills with the yellow-grade Great Destroyer sword was the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique. Ever since he reached perfection in the astounding Heavenly 18 Swords technique, its killing reward had already become spiritual essence cultivation. Not just the Great Destroyer sword, when the rewards for the other weapons reached their maximum ability, he would be rewarded with spiritual essence cultivation. The Great Destroyer sword had been upgraded to a black-grade weapon. Zhou Shu had used it to kill the second-rank leopard demonic beast and unexpectedly obtained a divine ability. Divine ability, total annihilation. Unleash 10 to 100 times of one's cultivation. The after-effects are a day of exhaustion. Zhou Shu's cultivation was at the 3rd rank of the martial Dao. And he had reached perfection in the Dragon Elephant Prajna Technique and Golden Bell Shield Technique, basic mastery in the visualization of the 5 mountains true form and God of War catalog, and lesser mastery of the Iron Smelting Hands technique. His overall combat strength was considered the top among first-rank martial artists. With 10 times his combat strength, no first-rank martial artist was a match for him. But the shortcoming of this divine ability was also very obvious. Once he used it, he could only unleash a limited amount of moves. Previously, Zhou Shu hadn't wanted to let Yao Qing go. But after killing Yao Ji, his divine ability had reached the cooldown period. At the time, not to mention killing Yao Qing, if Yao Qing attacked him, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. He would probably have really died at Yao Qing's hands. Fortunately, Yao Qing was intimidated by him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Chapter 300, The Weakness of Total Annihilation, The Complete Annihilation of Great Liang's Army, 1. If Yao Qing hadn't been intimidated, he would have attacked directly. In fact, if any bold demonic beast had dared to attack Zhou Shu, the demonic beast might have been able to kill him. After using his divine ability Total Annihilation, Zhou Shu's condition could be said to be the most fragile since he came to this world. Even an unranked demonic beast could easily take his life. And this divine ability could only last for a short time. It was unrealistic to rely on it to kill the Demon Realm army. It was already beyond his expectations that he could temporarily scare Yao Qing into retreating. But after he did so, there would be no end of troubles. Yao Qing was scared away. If someone from the Demon Realm came again, their cultivation would probably far exceed Yao Qing's. In Huaxia Pavilion's 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament branch, Yao Buqi sat in a corner, trembling. In the previous battle, Yan Wuyu had knocked him out and buried him under a pile of rocks. But his demonic beast body was abnormally powerful, so he woke up much earlier than Yan Wuyu had expected. At the time, he had crawled out of the pile of rocks. He had planned to gather his subordinates and escape. In the end, he happened to see the scene of Zhou Shu killing hundreds of demonic beasts with one strike and then killing Yao Ji in passing. This completely scared him silly. This was Yao Ji. Among the younger generation of the Demon Realm, he was ranked in the top 100. The strength of the Demon Realm experts who had come to this world this time was enough to rank in the top 5. Such an existence had been killed with a single blow? Although Yao Buqi had been captured alive by Zhou Shu, Yao Buqi had always thought that he had been careless. Even if Zhou Shu was slightly stronger than him, his strength was limited. But now he knew he'd been wrong, ridiculously wrong. He even suspected that Zhou Shu had been pretending all along. He had deliberately done this so that Yao Buqi would ask for reinforcements for him to kill. Other than the Lord, who would be able to defeat him? Yao Buqi was full of despair. He now felt that he was inviting reinforcements into a trap. A day later, Zhou Shu recovered from his weakened state. He walked out of his room. The area around the camp had been cleaned by Shi Songtao and the others. Even the damaged walls had been repaired. Although no one was suppressing Yao Buqi, he didn't dare to escape. Instead, he obediently ordered his demonic beasts to cooperate with Shi Songtao. This was why the camp had been cleaned up so quickly. Mei Wushang and the others were all injured, but they still stood upright, waiting for Zhou Shu to speak. Zhou Shu's gaze swept over everyone. There were only about 30 people left in the team of nearly 100 people. During the battle, more than half of them had died. The remaining 30-odd people were all injured. The one with the lightest injuries was Mei Wushang, who had been badly injured before. Zhou Shu sighed inwardly. This was a group of crippled soldiers. The reason he was in a hurry to upgrade the Great Destroyer sword was that they couldn't stop the Demon Realm army. Once the battle began, he would be held back by Yao Qing. The remaining people would quickly be wiped out when facing the 5,000-strong demonic beast army. He hoped that after the Great Destroyer sword was upgraded, he would have a chance to quickly defeat Yao Qing and then deal with the demonic beast army. Now that the Great Destroyer sword had been upgraded, its effect was surprisingly good. Not to mention, he had obtained the divine ability Total Annihilation. If not for this divine ability, which allowed his cultivation to increase by 10 times in a short period of time, even with the upgraded Great Destroyer sword, the final outcome would be that everyone from Great Xia would die. The current outcome was already considered very good. War had always been cruel. Does anyone still have the strength to fight? Zhou Shu asked. It was impossible to leave the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament battlefield within 3 years. In other words, even if they left this place, they wouldn't be able to escape. Sooner or later, they would still have to face the army of the Demon Realm. Here, only when one side was completely dead would the other side be completely safe. Zhou Shu didn't have much of a concept of this in the past. After this battle, he truly realized how cruel it was. Your Highness, we can still fight. Mei Wushang and the others said solemnly. Good. Everyone. Zhou Shu nodded. I have a mission for everyone. Your Highness, please instruct us. We will definitely complete the mission even if we have to risk our lives. Everyone spoke in unison. I have to make it clear that this mission may be very dangerous. You might die en route. If anyone doesn't want to do it, I won't force you, Zhou Shu said. Your Highness, if we were afraid of dying in battle, we wouldn't be here, Mei Wushang said. In the previous battle, none of us took a step back. I said the wrong thing. Everyone here is a warrior, Zhou Shu said. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. The strength of the Demon Realm army this time far exceeds that of the 10 Nations Martial Arts Tournament in the past. Therefore, it's not just Great Xia. The situation of the other nations won't be too good either. But we can't worry about that. We'll just have to look after ourselves. The Great Xia army has been scattered by the Demon Realm army. Now, they're scattered everywhere and fighting for themselves. This will give the Demon Realm army a chance to defeat them one by one. Therefore, we need to gather everyone and fight the Demon Realm army together. Now, we've lost contact with the army, and the sound transmission stone has failed for some reason. Therefore, we have to rely on everyone to locate the main army.